Last round of the Prague Masters is going to start in a few minutes from now. Sagar bhai, welcome to the last day.
Welcome, Harshit bhai. I'm just amazed that you woke up on time and we are here to commentate.
It's a big surprise for me as well.
What a day of chess we are going to have, and definitely a 5 hour day,
Oh,
but could
absolutely.
very well go for an hour more or so if we have the tie breaks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think that we will have tie breaks because I am not expecting the inform Arvind to go down today. I
Wow.
just think that Arvind is going to run away with the title.
Can we have a look at the standings first?
Yes.
Let's have a look at standings and then we'll look at the pairings to tell you about what the situation is. So here we have the Masters standings. Arvind is leading with 5.5 out of 8. Pragg is half a point behind and Wei is on 4.5. So effectively these three players can fight for the top spot.
Yeah.
On 4 we have a group of three players, Keymer, Ediz and Anish.
Definitely surprised to see Ediz there. I mean, in a good. I mean, he has just been fascinating in this tournament. Is his first super tournament, and one might have expected him to struggle, but he has been shown really strong character by playing fighting chess against all the players. And today he's playing against Arvind Chithambaram.
Yes. So now we look at the pairings and we see that a very important, this is the 8th round. If we can go to the 9th round pairings. Because this one, yeah, there we have it. The big clash is, of course, Ediz versus Arvind.
Yeah.
Anish versus Pragg.
That's also super exciting to follow because if Praggnanandhaa manages to outwit Anish with the black pieces, he has a small chance of joining Arvind
Yeah,
to
well, if Arvind
uh,
draws and Pragg wins,
that
then
there's
we
going
have
to be
a
a tie
tie.
break. Yeah.
But if Arvind loses, Pragg draws, and Wei wins, then we may have a three-way tie at the top because Wei is playing Liem on the with the black pieces. So that also is something we have to watch out for.
Yeah, I somehow don't expect Liam to go too crazy today. I'm expecting him to just like play a simple game and might go for a quick draw today with the white pieces.
Right, and let's have a look at the challengers standings because the winner of the challengers will make it to the Masters next year.
And look at those points that the first two players have scored. 6.5 points out of 8. Absolutely insane score. Bjerre also with 6 points out of 8. If they had the score in Masters, they would be leading.
Yeah, it's a great performance by both of them. But today, if you see, Yakkuboev is up against Finek,
Yeah.
and Jonas Bjerre is up against Nemec. And I think both of them have excellent chances if we can have a look at the pairing because both of them have white pieces. So Yakkuboev's future is in his hands. If he wins, he's the champion.
Yeah, if Yakkuboev wins, he's the champion. If he draws, he guarantees himself a joint first position. So he's definitely in a great spot in this tournament in the last round against Finek. And I think he's just going to go for the win because Finek is one of the lower rated players in this event. And Yakkuboev, with his current form, I'm expecting him to score 7.5 points in this event.
Right, let's go to the first board now between Arvind and Ediz Gurel because that is where we would love to see the handshake and the game beginning. There will also be a game of the day prize. I believe Anish Giri will get it.
For sure.
Or do you think Wei? Because he like really ground out that end game.
I think it might be Anish because his opponent went crazy with Rook takes d5, a lot of fireworks on on the board. I have a feeling that it's going to be Anish yesterday, and I think the game should start already.
Yeah, it's very soon to begin now. And we have.
Oh yes, the handshake between Nguyen and Keymer. So if we can get Gurel versus Arvind, that would be great.
Yeah. While our director is getting that footage in, Harshit Bhai, today we will see like another champion of a super tournament. And I find last rounds to be very exciting because, it can make and break someone's chess career.
Yeah, I mean, for someone like Arvind, winning a super tournament like this can be completely transformatory because he can get more invites in this event. Of course, for someone like Praggnanandhaa, it will also be good because he just came out of a fresh win from Vaikanze, and winning this would really establish himself as one of the best players in 2025.
Actually, if you think about it, Pragg was the heavy favorite going into it. And when he started playing well, when the score was 3 out of 4, everyone thought Pragg will be the one who will run away with this. But actually, Aravindh became the one who started leading. So, really an amazing job by Aravindh here. And people are saying Pranav won today. Oh, there's also World Juniors happening where Pranav V is leading. Maybe we can have, there we see Aravindh and Ediz Gurel on the top of your screen. Maybe on the other one, if we can have Pragg versus Anish, that would be really cool.
Yeah. Gurel with the white pieces. Do you think in that game Aravindh will be solid with e4, e5, or do you think he will go for something new?
I think Ediz will play e4, that's for sure.
But what do you think Aravindh will do?
E5. I think keeping e5 will make sense, and Anish will go e4, and Pragg will also play e5. I think both these games we are going to... No, Pragg might go for
no, Anish
French.
Anish might not go e4 because e4 Pragg always goes for Berlin, and I don't think...
Pragg has to win, Harshit bhai, today.
No. Pragg is very happy with should be happy with the draw, I think.
What? Pragg has to win the tournament.
So you think he will go very risky with the black pieces?
100%. I mean, Pragg, how does the draw help him? Pragg wants to win.
But I mean, he has to first equalize, no, with the black pieces, or do you just think that...
I think he's just going all out today. I mean, if there's someone who wants to win the championship, it's Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, you're right. Who got the game of the day? It was Anish, indeed. Because we see the black
we see. Oh,
box.
Nice.
Oh, and handshakes. So we're going to see the first moves. It's very exciting, obviously.
E4 and D4.
Oh.
E4 by Gurel, D4 by Anish. Wow. Okay, and we guessed E4, E5 by Aravindh. And by the way, we have a big news coming in. If we can just look at the board of Maurizzi, his opponent, Salgado, did not turn up. Ivan Salgado. And we've got the news that maybe he's not going to come to the round.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because of bad health. And so the last round... Marc, Andria, Maurizzi, and there you see...
Oh, the arbiter is telling him that he's not going to come today. Yeah, I think there is some sort of a virus going on because I know a lot of players who are feeling a bit down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It seems like the virus follows the chess players.
Yeah.
It was there in Vaikanze, now has come to Prague. And by the way, if we look at the standings, how this impacts, Maurizzi was on 5 points, so he moves to 6. And so that's actually nice for him. He will finish third for sure.
He will finish third for sure and get himself a nice rest day to go around the city of Prague.
Or join us in commentary.
I think it would be great if he joins us, but depends on the priorities.
Yeah, let's see if we can get him here. It would be amazing. Meanwhile, Chithambaram surprises one and all by going for the Caro-Kann.
Oh, wow. Wow. I was definitely not expecting this because White has so many ways to play against the Caro-Kann.
No, but firstly, Harshit bhai, he could play the super solid E5, but he goes for the Caro-Kann wanting to sort of imbalance the play.
I think he just wants to keep the game going. I think he just doesn't want to make a quick draw and just wants to play a long game and whatever happens, happens. I think he just does not want to do anything forcing.
But this is a risky decision. I must say that because Caro-Kann is supposed to give White a lot of space.
Yeah.
And generally considered to be slightly better for White. You play it when you want to fight for the full point.
I mean, it's one of the most played openings in chess. So I don't really think that it's a risky decision. I mean, it's such a common opening.
I mean, Aravindh has been playing E4, E5 throughout the event.
Yeah.
So today, let's see what Pragg went for. Oh my goodness! Praggnanandhaa goes for the King's Indian.
Oh, wow.
Let's go.
This is really fighting. I mean, he comes in with the black pieces. He could have played something solid like Slav or Nimzo.
Yeah.
But Pragg is like, no way, Jose. I'm going to go for the kill with... He goes for the King's Indian.
Oh my God. When was the last time I saw Pragg playing the King's Indian? I think when he was 7 years old, maybe. Doesn't play often. He doesn't play this. And by the way, here is a very key moment where actually Anish could have said, take take and I go into this endgame
No.
spoiling your chances to win.
No, I think Anish is very happy that Pragg went for King's Indian
Because he wants to win.
He wants to win.
Yeah. And Pragg also judges it that Anish wants to. So it's like, these are like these forces of the tournament.
Yeah, I definitely think that against someone like Anish, this is a very bold choice because he's considered to be very, very sound in these slightly better positions where his opponent makes a dubious opening choice. ED4, I do think that with modern engines, King's Indian has become much easier to play with black because of the new ideas that the engine shows.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought the modern engines are giving white bigger advantage than before. No?
Well, they might rate it higher, but they also are showing new ways for black to continue the position, which the engine might give a bigger advantage, but practically is very difficult for white to play.
Oh, I know what he's going to go. He took, by the way, ED, knight d4, rook e8, attacking the pawn, f3 played by Anish, and c6. So very, very concrete line.
Yeah, I mean, he's going for the quick d5 break at some point.
Yeah.
So it's possible that if white wants, he can allow black to go d5 and fizzle out the game, but there's no way Anish will do it.
But also, I know that, like, for example, if you go king h1 and then d5, take, and c5, sometimes you also react this way, no?
Yeah.
Like you take and push. So there are many ways to keep the game going for white as well. Now, at this point, Anish, after c6, is going into a long think, I am sure. Like, he knows the line, but it's not like he has revised it yesterday or today morning. Because yesterday he was eating dinner with us.
I do think that this is a line which is very important for Anish to know. Because if he doesn't, that means that Pragg is already... Oh, he played his move.
What did he do? No, c6.
Because
No, he got up. I think he's going to remove his jacket. Oh. He's like, okay, Pragg, we are in for a
He
fight
didn't
now.
make a move, right?
No. He got up. He was like,
Just
I'm
to get-
removing my jacket now. Serious stuff now.
So maybe that is a sign that he is not in his opening preparation.
Oh, he goes king h1. The move that we just thought. That
And he's playing it quickly, which is a good sign that he has seen this position. What if d5 now?
Yeah, I think d5.
Maybe take and knight db5? No. He has to be... I mean, d5 is a serious question right now.
Yeah, serious move. But Pragg says, I'm not asking it.
Knight d7.
Because I think he plays directly knight d7. By the way, we have a super chat by Rizard who says Harshit Bhai is dressed up as a Bond villain. For me, it's more like you're like looking like a hero. Right
Thanks
now.
a lot, Rizad Bhai. Hey, Rizad Bhai is he's always so nice to me. I need
He's
to know who
coming
this
up
is.
with great. Some of the people in the chat for me have been a revelation in this tournament. Like, for example, Rizard, then Pepsi Cola, and I don't know who these people are.
Yeah, no
But they
idea.
have been such nice additions to our stream. So, someday, it happened to me once. I went to an event, and there was once a person who came up and said, "Do you know me?" And I was like, "No, who are you?"
Who are you?
And then the person said the name on the chat. Like, they are... I was like, what? You are that? I might have spent like months taking your name. So, it happens sometimes in real life. You bump into the people that you see on the digital world.
Wow.
And it's a nice thing. Okay, so knight bd7 here. And we go back very quickly to Ediz Gurel versus Aravindh because, we are in for a treat. Ediz went g4.
Yeah, he had many options to play this position. He could have gone for knight f3, bishop d3. But Ediz is like, if you made a risky decision, I'm really going to test you. g4.
For Ediz, it's fun, right? Today, he's played well until now.
Nothing to lose.
Yeah, just go and if you beat the leader.
Yeah, you spoil the party for everyone.
Yeah. And by the way, Harshit Bhai, I used to play this line and I would play bishop g6 here. With
h4, h6.
h4, h6. Actually, I would start even with a little bit of provocation. Push f3, go back, h4, h5. And then
E6.
white would go e6. And then I would threaten here to come with a check. Take bishop takes, and this is actually a very topical line.
It seems like you were quite familiar with all these moves.
Yes, I played it many times with the idea. Now knight d7, bishop f4, e5, take, and this is how.
So that's how you were tricking all these young people, yeah?
Yeah, young, old. I like this line a lot. But you will see that Aravindh prefers not to go into direct confrontation. He goes back. And the bar doesn't like it because white has now space as well as black's bishop, which is generally you solve this problem in Caro-Kann, right? You bring it outside the pawn chain, is now inside the pawn chain. So what did you gain?
Yeah, I think what he gained is that white has committed his pawn to g4, which means that whenever black goes c5 and puts his bishop on c6, this bishop is going to have a great future on the diagonal of a8 h1, and white needs to be careful because he's provoked the pawn to g4. So will be very interesting to see how white defends against the threat of c5 and black trying to put pressure against the central pawns because white has made this committal move g4.
Harsh, just a moment of appreciation for all these players for playing fighting chess. You know, there used to be final rounds of tournaments where people would make quick draws. And it used to be such a dull day for the spectators, commentators. But today, we don't have anything of that sort coming in.
I think also the tournament standings play a huge role for that
Yes.
happening because Pragg has to win with the black pieces. Aravindh, it's unclear for him whether he should make a draw or play for a win. So because of this uncertainty, I think the players are playing very fighting chess. Because if you see the game of Quang, Liem and Wei.
Yeah. I think Wei is clear. I'm okay with the draw.
Yeah.
Wei is like, let's not try too much today unnecessarily.
And also, he played this very, very solid Ragozin. And I think even Quang, Liem might be like, okay, I had a tough tournament. Maybe we can just play very solid and
split the point.
Yeah.
Enjoy together.
Yeah.
Join the commentary box.
Though you always think that the players are finishing quickly to join commentary. I don't know if that's the case by. Oh, by the way, look at the game of Nguyen versus Keymer as well. They went for the Marshall.
Oh.
Keymer went for the Marshall and Nguyen allowed it, the open Marshall with c3. Of course, white has other options like going a4, which is known as the anti-Marshall. d4 is another way to do it, but Wang Nguyen allows it with c3, d5, takes. And this pawn sacrifice with knight takes e5 is known as the Marshall gambit.
It is so famous that white players would not allow it these days. But now, it seems like Wang Nguyen, who is very well prepared, may have some idea here. Although even this line is known to be very even.
All of this has been played so many times already. So it will be interesting to see if Wang Nguyen actually has an idea or whether he is also happy with the draw.
Right. By the way, just to see, this is hanging. So if you take the bishop, I have take
King f1.
King f1, and it's not like winning, yeah?
Yeah, but I suspect rook f e8 is the best move here for black. And now you're
Threatening a
threatening
mate.
queen h1 mate. And if bishop...
I have bishop queen h3 and bishop e3.
If you go queen h3, I have rook e1 and queen g1, which would really be unpleasant, to say the least.
Yeah, that's terrible. So, not queen h3, but bishop e3.
Yeah, but then again queen h1, king e... Oh, not queen... First I'll take knight e3, I guess,
Or maybe knight f4. How does that move?
Oh, that's a killer.
That's just taking away the square
That's
and
a
mating.
killer, yeah.
So that these are few options after queen h2. So g3 played and queen h3. And I think knight d2 is the main move, if I'm not mistaken. You get your knight up.
But I think knight d2, there is black goes bishop g4.
And queen g2.
And then goes queen h5 or something like this.
Yeah. This is quite common.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is kind of interesting theoretical battle. Shankland, Navara, they've played this crazy line in the Sicilian.
Also a big theoretical battle.
Yeah, very much fun, just so that people know, how this comes about is in a very interesting way. And the first time I saw it, I was like, what, did he do some hand slip or something? Because here you go
queen c7 and then queen b6, provoking f4, so that the e3 square is now available for the black knight to jump in, and that's what he does. Bishop.
And when he gives a check, I was like, oh, very sure that bishop d2 will come in. But no one used to play this. Everyone would play king e2.
Yeah.
I was like, what? So one question to all our viewers here and the chat: why is bishop d2 bad?
Queen e3.
Yes.
Whoa.
Very sharp. Queen
Super
to
sharp.
e3 check. Get up.
Can't take it.
Exactly. Taking advantage of the pin, and now the f4 pawn is hanging. Perhaps just queen takes f4. And black is doing. Or queen e2 first and then take the pawn on f4.
Queen e2. It's winning. Did you know this, Harshit? By the nice opening trap.
Yeah, but how to win for black?
Wow.
Bishop d2 check.
Knight d2.
Knight d2, queen takes e2, bishop takes e2, and now in an endgame you win the pawn on f4, and also now black is ready to go knight g6 to put pressure on this pawn. So that's the reason why after bishop b4 check, we always saw king to e2 with black,
Right.
With white. Black goes for f5, ef, knight f6, bishop e3, nice intermediate move attacking the queen. Queen d8, knight d6, bishop d6, queen d6. And it feels like white has gotten a really nice control of the dark squares. But now black goes bishop b7 and is ready to go c5 at some point, opening up this bishop and getting quick counterplay with rook c8.
And rook d1 played here. And we have reached this position
Rook c8, yep.
where rook c8 with the idea of c5, as you mentioned, will come up. So here we also have an exciting battle. Wei versus Quang Liem, likely to end in a draw.
Yeah, I think this game should end in a draw.
And what is Praggnanandhaa doing? My goodness. He's taking such huge risks. Look at this. We left it at knight d7. Anish brought his bishop out. By the way, now d5 could be an idea because the rook is standing opposite here.
Yeah, it seems like both of these players knew what they are doing, because bishop e3 d5 was not played, which is obviously a logical move.
I don't even know what is the way in which white would react to this.
Yeah, perhaps maybe queen c2 is an option, but it's not that obvious anyway. Queen c2, there's c5 as well. So
Yeah, maybe first you take with the c pawn, cd, and now
And now also knight db5, knight d6 is possible.
knight d b5 I like. Yeah, that's a good one.
And then
Threatening knight d6.
And then if you take d, bishop c4 is also going to jump in. So this is very, very good for white.
Looks dangerous. So in a way, this was not played. He went a6, Pragg, taking control of the b5 square. Now d5 in the air.
So knight c2 stopping d5.
Wow.
Knight e5, perhaps threatening d5 once again. f4 played.
Also, Anish seems prepared because to make a move like f4 is very committal.
It is committal and it's very forcing. The problem with that is that Praggnanandhaa is going to know what he is doing, because it's definitely something that he has checked today.
Bishop g1 and Pragg blitzes out h5. The engines are supporting Anish, but Pragg is like, Anish, how much can you remember? Because I have looked at it today.
Oh, he goes bishop f3.
Not a bad move.
Yeah.
Defending e4. Just nice, decent move.
But I was just looking at Pragg's eyes, and it feels like he's just like trying to remember his preparation, because I don't really think that he's thinking right now. I think he's just trying to remember his... Yeah, you see?
Can we go full screen on Pragg? Maybe we'll
He has
get
for
to
sure
see.
seen this.
Look at him there.
And white doesn't have that big of an advantage if Pragg knows what he's doing and is well prepared. Maybe it was a good opening choice. What do you think? Like, what do you think of the opening choice?
I think it's still early to say. Maybe couple of more moves and we will be pretty sure. Because I don't see a move for black actually. Because white is, if we get the board, threatening h3 next. And where is my knight would be not so happy to go back to h6.
Can I go h4, or is that's too much?
h4.
Yeah, is that something that you would like to do?
But h3?
Knight h6.
I mean, what's the future of this knight?
But anyways, white could have gone h3 before as well,
Where? Here?
instead of bishop f3.
No, but I think there is this idea, right? Or not? Because you there could be some queen h4 business.
Knight takes e4.
So knight e4.
Knight e4, rook e4, and if h g4, queen to h4 check, bishop h2, h takes g4, and g3 is very, very powerful. If you go g3 yourself, then your bishop on h2 is going to be very, very
Yeah. No, and this is the trap
passive.
that Pragg was playing for.
So bishop f3, nice awareness
Oh,
by
I also
Anish,
think,
but okay, Pragg is
Harshit
about
bhai,
to-
if h3 is played, you don't move the knight at all. Takes just.
Yeah.
So that knight has a home now. It's a risky home. It's like on a cliff, but it's a home. You can
you can fall off.
you can fall off at some point. Okay, Pragg.
Bishop e6. No, I mean, the speed with which he's playing tells us the story that Pragg is well prepared even now.
I'm actually so excited for this game because this is like really interesting chess. I mean, standard chess,
Yeah.
where both players are prepped. One looks more prepped, the other has the advantage. The computer is supporting him. And now, and there are direct threats. Like this is hanging. How do you solve it?
I guess b3?
Wow.
But
you
that
just
would
let
open
your
up-
knight. It's not a bad move.
Yeah, because you can't really take on e4. Oh, he plays queen d3.
What if Anish is better prepared? That who he's found the best move.
And he gets up from his
Oh,
chair.
Anish,
What does that
Anish
like?
is saying to Pragg, look, my friend, somehow I guessed your opening. And I know this. Wow.
Do you think Anish is using the strategy that I was talking about? That take your time so that his opponent makes this move knight g4, h5, bishop e6. And perhaps Anish has all of it prepared. He was just
Yeah.
baiting black into going for this line.
But I mean, 3 minutes that Anish has used, I think he was also just recollecting.
So now White's idea is to obviously go rook a d1,
Yeah, and
go
just-
b3 and put pressure on the d6 pawn.
And just say that you are positionally lost.
Yeah, because if White ever gets h3 and you don't have enough counterplay, if you're forced to go knight h6,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's very bad for
You
black.
know, I learned something new, Harshit bhai, which I want to share with our viewers and you.
Uh-huh.
Once you build an advantage, there are two ways to convert it. One is that you do something and convert it. The other is you stop your opponent from doing something and your advantage keeps rising because you are better.
Yeah.
And so here, because White is strategically better, even if he doesn't do something, but just make sure that Black doesn't get counterplay, after a point, Black will keep on, his advantage will Black will go down.
Yeah, at some point black will run out of ideas. And in this position, I was
Yeah.
very curious if b5 is a possibility for black because
it's the move, I think he'll play it.
yeah, because you're trying to put direct pressure on the white's position. You're attacking the c4 pawn. If you take cb5, a takes b5, I think black should definitely be happy now that the rook opens up.
True.
Bishop c4 is an idea. b4 can come in. So I think this b5 move is something that Pragg is definitely going to think about.
Do you get the sense that Pragg is not very excited about his position? Or maybe it's too much. I'm just reading into the evaluation.
He's definitely excited because he chose to come into this opening.
I know, but sometimes you get into it and just with the hope that opponent will take a lot of time and your sort of dubious choice is fine then. But here Anish is also blitzing out.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to use this as a surprise weapon, and there would be an element of surprise that would counteract the dubiousness of this line. But if Anish is well prepared, then it takes that away, and
Yeah, exactly.
it would give.
So, guys, what do you think? What should be the next move?
Yeah. By the way, if Pragg loses, then
Arvind doesn't need to do anything.
Yeah, Arvind is the winner because
He's the winner because-
Liem and Wei is going to be a draw.
Yes.
So
even if Arvind loses, he'll be the winner. But let's have a look at Arvind because in his game after G4, Bishop E3, this happened.
C5.
He gained some space with
This
C5.
is risky though. It can go either way. DC5, Queen C7. Although White,
Double attack.
yeah, White is up a pawn, and let's say Knight F3, Bishop takes C5. I can definitely see this going in White's favor. Let's say Queen D2. If you take, I quickly go long castle, go Queen G5, put pressure on your G7 pawn. I somehow like White's position
But
here.
in this position after queen d2, if one goes, let's say, knight e7, quickly castles, is that...
Let's say
Oh,
bishop d3. Like, if you castles, I'm always going to have ideas.
It's an attacking position
Yeah.
for white, and
Yeah.
black will long castle. White will long castle.
So it can go either way, which is risky for Aravindh, but maybe it was his strategy today that he wants to play for all three results.
By the way, in the Pragg game, some people have mentioned some moves in the position.
Oh.
Knight h7.
Really? What's that? Oh, they want to bring the queen into h4.
And also creating a square back for the knight, other knight on f6.
But it seems a little passive, no?
Yeah.
Trying to go back knight h7.
No way. I don't think Pragg is going to do knight h7. Any other suggestions that are there? What do you think? Black to play.
b5, yeah.
b5, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what also Harshit feels, and
Yeah,
I think
that's...
that's the very likely move. Harshit bhai, should we check our database to see how many times this position has happened? Because it will reveal a lot of stuff. Maybe Anish has played it before.
Let's check.
By the way, we have Namaste, who's become the supporter of Indian chess on our channel. Thank you so much, Namaste. A big namaste to you. ED.
Rook e8, f3, c6.
By the way, just to tell you, this line is quite popular.
Yeah, and Praggnanandhaa has played this himself against Ding Liren.
Oh. H1. But Anish has not played it with white. It's first time for Anish.
Well, he might have played it online or in training games, but it doesn't seem like he has a game in this position.
Yeah.
Ding Pragg was a draw.
Yeah.
95, f4. Kramnik has played a game in this line.
Kramnik Ponomaryov with bishop g1 h5 also has happened.
Bishop f3 also
We have
has happened.
15 games with bishop f3 and 14 games continued bishop e6, 12 games queen d3.
Oh, so all of this has been seen before.
And in the game, Kramnik, by the way, Harshit bhai, you should be proud of yourself because Kramnik, instead of going queen d3, had played b3
Yeah.
with the move you recommended.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's the best move, but it's just one way to protect the pawn on c4.
But Anish played the improvement over that game, queen d3, and it turns out that there are 12 games played here, but most of them, it seems, are correspondence games. There are human games.
And White has a very good result.
Oh my goodness. That's great.
And out of all of these games, 11 out of 12 games, 11 times b5 was played. So I think
nice.
that...
But there's also one game where d5 was played. That was a human game, I guess.
Yeah, that was maybe a mouse slip.
I mean, human or a...
I don't think Black wants to go d5 right now.
Because it's like all the pieces are here. Why are you giving up? So, okay. I am pretty sure he'll go b5. But Pragg thinking here is not a good sign.
It's definitely not.
b5, b3. That's an interesting question. But maybe you just take and then you get this very nice square for your pieces
Maybe
somehow.
queen a5. Putting pressure on the c3 knight.
But b3 is not like a mistake or something.
Actually,
but
after after b4, now knight d7 might be a move.
Yes. Because the bishop is opening up to the knight, you can't take the pawn, and then our knight settles down. So, oh, by the way, Himang Ghosh with another scary statistic says all the 3 GM games that have been played in this line after queen c7, knight b5, take, knight c6 have been won by white.
Wow, that's definitely scary for Aravindh right now because h5.
Aravindh in his prep, it seems to me. Can we also look
Opening
at...
theory has advanced so much now.
Yeah.
Like, like especially in the top level, like all of the players really know what they are doing in the first few moves. Because who would have thought that in a line like Bishop G4, Bishop D7, there would still be so much theory?
Yeah, no, they are working so hard. These top players. I was actually discussing with Anish yesterday over dinner that isn't it very difficult now to be a top player? You have to keep revising your lines all the time, and yeah, it's just become a part of chess now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harshit bhai, when was the last time you did heavy revision of all your lines?
So usually I used to love revising the poison pawn variation with white, and I used to do it like every few days if to check if there are any new games played in that line. But now actually it's been I think a few months since like I really looked at some openings. I think it was during the Pan American Championships in January.
So if you now that tournament you will play on 27th of March, and you will have 20 days in between or 15,
Yeah,
18,
so
19 days, you will
after-
be working a lot on your
yeah,
openings.
after I go back tomorrow, I think I'm going to start working on some openings.
Wow.
Especially from this to check a game from this tournament because we saw so many new ideas.
Exactly. By the way, I want to correct Himank here because the position now, maybe he was talking about a different position, but this position which we have on the board, h5 is a novelty. It has never been played before. The moves that have been played before are queen takes pawn on e5 and knight ge7. These are the two moves that have been played here, but h5 now.
And the way with which he played it makes me think that it's all preparation.
Yeah.
Because if g takes h5, perhaps he wants to go knight. Now that the f5 square is in black's control, maybe he now wants to go knight h6 or knight e7, knight f5. And say that you had your pawn on g4, but now it's on h5, which gives me control of the f5 square. And if the bishop on e3 is attacked, that would mean that the c5 pawn is under pressure, and suddenly all of white's central pawns are going to be under pressure.
You know, Harshit bhai, sometimes I know that in such positions, white loves to put the bishop on d4, and although it's like a pawn now, defending this, but it's useful.
Very good point. Absolutely. I just think that in this exact position, black might be ready to go long castles and f6. And when you take e takes f6, he will go e5.
Oh my God.
And suddenly his pawn storms are going to advance.
So, in a way, both Anish, both Pragg and Aravindh have played risky lines.
Yeah.
But I get this feeling that Pragg's decision was a bit more risky than Aravindh's.
I mean, he goes for the King's Indian, which
Yeah.
I think Indians already give like 0.6 or 0.65, which is obviously a big risk. Also against someone like Anish, who loves these positions. Like he loves to stop his opponent's counterplay. But I think Praggnanandhaa was not expecting Giri to be so well prepared.
Yeah, I agree. And now, good news for Aravindh because Ediz has started to think. And you rightly pointed out, taking the pawn is one. What else can white do here is a big question. Can we go queen d2, just give up this pawn and long castle? That doesn't seem
Yeah,
right.
I'm curious if I can go. F3 is also too much because
f3, queen e5, no?
yeah, F3 is way too much. So I guess GH5 kind of seems likely
Forced.
to happen.
And if you play g5, that's also possible. You are giving up that
But I
square.
don't. I mean, even though the Indians like it, I don't like it myself because you really weaken your light squares now. So knight e7,
Yeah.
knight f5 seems very good for black.
Okay, so this one here, meanwhile, Pragg still thinking. He's been thinking for close to 16 minutes now. Hasn't made a decision. Wei Yi versus Le Quang Liem. Last move, AB3. I'm kind of thinking he'll take the pawn.
Yeah, he has to. Otherwise, b4 will come. So I think he has to take the pawn.
Yeah.
Now, maybe he's considering b6 actually. Might be something he's considering. So that's after cb6, ab6. The rook on a8 opens up. And he gets some counterplay, but I think he'll just take the pawn on c5 now.
Yeah, just take here and shake hands pretty quickly. Or
I mean, White
can
is definitely
press,
White is definitely going to try. He'll go king d2. He'll go rook c1 and say that your pawn on d5 is isolated. Maybe g6 first, and then you can do it. And now rook c8. And then after rook c1, you can even consider knight d7, knight e5. Oh, wait, knight d7 is a mistake.
B4 maybe. And
Ah,
then
B4 and the D5 pawn, yeah. So, slightly unpleasant for black, and he still needs to be careful, but I think this game is surely going to end in a draw.
Okay. Let's look at Shankland versus David Navara. A very pleasant position maybe for David if he trades the queens. I don't know.
But look at Shankland's clock.
Oh, 134. My
Yeah.
goodness. So maybe it's too much to say it's very pleasant. It must be Shankland's prep.
For sure.
And Keymer Nguyen here.
So, I think what Nguyen wants to do strategically, he wants to exchange these dark squared bishops. And now black does have this bishop, and my light squares are indeed weak, but it's hard for you to take advantage of that. And if I'm able to put my knight on d4 and exchange the queens, I'm going to be super happy in this endgame because I have a good knight versus a bad bishop. And I say that this is a bad bishop because all of black's pawns are of the same colored as the black's bishop, which is obviously a hindrance for black's bishop's mobility.
True. So
I'll just be
here-
right back.
Yeah. So this position is looking very interesting. After bishop f4, Nguyen can also later play a4 to strike on the queen side. That's possibility. And Vincent is out of prep. He has 1 hour 10 minutes. Van Nguyen has 1 hour 35 minutes. So this is looking good for Van Nguyen. Let's go to the challenger section and see what's happening in the game of Nodirbek. Yakkuboev, who is half a point ahead of the field, he plays a4 here, and now you will see that this bishop is opening up. His threat is to take. What should be a good move here for black? Any suggestions? I believe that might be the only move. I'm also a bit curious that black is thinking here. Yes, knight d5, exactly. I'm surprised that Finek is actually thinking here, because what else do you do? Yeah, he does play knight d5. So this one, still early days in the opening, will be exciting to follow. Bjerre versus Nemec went with the Sicilian with bishop b5. And we have some kind of an opening position where Bjerre says, I'm just playing something where I want a long game of chess because I want to keep my chances alive. And he's hoping that Finek will be able to hold Yakkuboev. If Finek manages to do that, then we could potentially see a tie breaks, providing that Bjerre wins. So these are the important games. Of course, we saw that Salgado Lopez won his game. Ivan Salgado against Marc Andria, did not come. So Marc Andria Maurizzi won. Divya Deshmukh is playing with the white pieces against Stamatis and has a great position out of the opening. Just very quickly to see how this game panned out. A6, it was the Ruy Lopez. D6 line, not very popular. Divya took, pawn takes, and d4. So she got an opening edge very quickly here and pushed the pawn forward, spoiling the black structure. And after bishop e6, we are at this live position which Divya would really want to win. You know, she has had quite a tough tournament here. She's won only one game and she would be looking for a win. Meanwhile, Marc versus Stalmach is another game that we will check in between, but white seems to be slightly better out of the opening. Going back to the Masters, we have b5 played by Pragg. Exciting. Rakshit says Divya will win. Yeah, today very likely that she will win. But b5, guys, Anish Giri now has to decide what is the move. We did see b3 as an option, which was not particularly great. The other option is to take. Yeah, what else to do? There's nothing else. Otherwise, he just takes bishop c4. Again, you will see if we zoom in on Anish, hardly looking at the board. He's just closed his eyes, recollecting his preparation. All those who have just joined, we see this on our screen. Anish, Pragg. Maybe we can also have Aravindh, Ediz. Yeah, these are the two key games to decide the title. And I say this because Wei versus Quang Liem looks very drawish, and both the games are crazy. B5, Anish trying to recollect his line. Let's see what he will come up with the white pieces. He has a small edge. We go to Aravindh versus Gurel. And you will see that Gurel actually plays G5. And Harshit actually mentioned about this move that it's preferred by the engines, but it doesn't look very human. I must say that the young generation which is coming up now are playing more and more the moves that engines are say it's good and that look humanly not so great, because the chess understanding is evolving. Ediz just plays G5, says to Aravindh, take away this square if you want, but I have an extra pawn, I have more space. He could even capture this pawn on E5, but it is not a good idea to take queen E5, because after knight F3, queen goes back. I simply do something like even queen D2 and long castle. White is way ahead in development. Not to forget, there are moves like G6 just simply breaking the structure completely. So, knight E7 played, trying to come to F5. Ediz brings his knight out defending the pawn. Knight does go to that beautiful square. And now bishop D4 played by Ediz here. And this is the live board position. Maybe instead of bishop D4, there were other possibilities which were nice. One was B4 perhaps. The other was bringing the queen up, but he goes bishop D4. And one question to all of you here is, after knight takes D4, white must take back perhaps with the knight. What happens if I take back with the pawn? Why is this a huge mistake? This is like
Queen A5.
exactly queen A5 check, and you drop the bishop. So that's the reason why I have a feeling that knight D4 may not be such a silly move. Yeah, well done in the chat. Knight takes D4, queen takes E5 falls with a check. And in fact also bishop takes C5, not to forget this move. So then the question is, what's the move here? Exactly, queen takes D4 is the best move, because the knight is pinned here and your queen defends this pawn. And then white is just saying to Aravindh that I'm a pawn up, where are you getting back your pawn? All three results possible in both the games that we have right now of the leaders. CB5 taken by Anish Giri, and I can actually bet here that Pragg takes back with the pawn towards the center, opening up his rook. The other pawn takes would be terrible move. It gives away the d5 square, it opens up the bishop. So very clear that you are not going to take this way. AB, very likely. KA says, hope the winner is decided via classical games only. Don't like when classical tournament winner is decided by rapid or blitz. That's actually a good point. The other way which I think some tournaments do is just have tie breaks, which are you don't play, but like there are some SB, Sonneborn Berger and so on. And at that point I felt like there is an incomplete feeling in the tournament. So I would say like this is maybe the best kind of arrangement that we have right now, where there are blitz playoffs. Maybe rapid could be also nicer if you have time, but you don't have so much time at the end of the day. Yeah, it is like penalties in soccer. Yeah, that's true. And I think it might be interesting. Although many tournaments, what they do is they split the prize money. So like all those who finish at the top, the prize money will be split equally, but the winner will take home the trophy and will be on the cover of the magazine, or when the next event is unveiled, there is this thing, the poster of the players are unveiled and so on. So for that, they need a clear winner. But again, Pragg is taking his time here, trying to understand, and I think it's important sometimes when you are faced with a new position, although you have prepared, to take your time to understand all the nuances, what's going on. So, one question that comes in my mind is what happens if I push my pawn to e5? It opens up the bishop here to attack the c6 pawn. If I do win the c6 pawn, I will be then having this double attack on your rooks. But it's actually a bad move. But why? Oh yes, bishop c4, not to forget this tricky move that comes in and attacks the queen and the rook. Well done. That is a possibility, but also possible here is just simply taking the pawn de5, because after takes I can take, the queen was hanging, so take here, and now it doesn't kind of double attack both the rooks. So that also, so e5 too rushed. And meanwhile, Aravindh Chithambaram continues to play quickly. After knight takes d4, which did happen, queen takes on the board, bishop e7 is played. So I'm going to put a poll in the chat here and going to ask you, what do you think will happen? Who do you think will win? Who do you think will win Prague Masters 2025? And there are a few options that I would like to put up here. Prague, Aravindh, or tie breaks, playoffs. I am not putting Wei's name here because I'm pretty sure that Wei versus Quang Liem is going to end in a draw here, or that's my feeling. I mean, I would be completely wrong, but at least that's the feeling we get right now seeing this game. AB5 played by Praggnanandhaa. He captures the pawn. By the way, you can see that two of black's pawns, two of white's pawns are there next to Pragg. If we can go full screen, but only one black pawn is next to Anish, which means he's taken that one black pawn with himself. Anish has somehow become very famous for stealing pieces on the chessboard for some reason. Okay, we see Anish not on the board here. AB5. Oh, Anish actually played his move and left. He went like rook f d1 in a jiffy. That's a bit scary, no? He just played rook d1 and he left. It's a natural move, but still. Queen takes d6. What's your idea now? How do you save the d6 pawn? Maybe bishop f8, but that's just so sad. You don't want to bring your bishop back. Maybe you go b4, hitting the knight. I don't know, maybe knight e2, trying to go to d4. But there could be some other tactical options here as well. Wow, this is I mean, just loses the pawn, sorry. So b4 cannot be played. Madhesh Kumar says, does bishop f8 e5 work? But e5 still d5. That's the problem. There's bishop c6. Ah, take, take, and now what's a good move for black here? Because both his rooks are hanging. Yes, any rook to d8 could be fine. Rook d8, or maybe you have to play specifically this rook. But actually, something else which is stronger. Wow. Maybe, but then I just simply move my rook away. Sorry? Bishop f5. Wow, that's a beautiful move. Attacking the knight here, and that seems to be the correct answer after rook d2. Maybe now rook d8. And this is well done, well spotted. Bishop f5. Oh, Pragg has gone d5 now. And actually, if you look at the bar, it has risen up in white's favor. So Anish's advantage rising here. Okay, first question is, can we just win the pawn here? ED. Oh, now we know what is the point of ED. Just the last move was a good enough indicator. Bishop f5, attacking the queen and the knight. And we could delve deeper into this line because the knight has to be protected. So queen d2. And maybe even take. Queen takes and b4 is what I was thinking, but maybe just d takes c6, attacking the queen. So not this. Queen d2, cd, 95. How does one continue here? Because it seems roundabout even. But the move is not so clear. So you take cd. Oh, he's about to. Oh, he's pushing his pawn forward. He doesn't want to take because taking is not the best. So he pushes it forward. e5, best move found by Anish. e5, attacking the knight. Now there is bishop f5 as a move to attack the queen. Or you can jump back with your knight to d7, which somehow feels wrong. I don't know. Maybe there is knight to b4, knight jumping in here, creating these threats. I also want to look at some f5 ideas at the right time, although it's not coming up here. Knight d4, just coming in, attacking the bishop and the pawn. So maybe the correct move could be bishop f5, attacking the queen. I drop my queen back to d2. Your knight jumps in to e4. Knight e4? Well, it does seem like the best line here. Bishop f5, queen d2, knight e4. And then white could take, pawn takes, and this is good for black. So maybe not with the knight, but maybe with the pawn, with the bishop. Pawn takes. Now I have a feeling h3 pushing away your knight. Because e3 should come in at some point here. Because if you have to go back, like let's say queen takes queen, rook takes, knight h6, then my knight just sits here on e3. And I thought this is very good for white, but turns out that maybe it is not. Maybe this position is good for black. Maybe just rook d8, yeah? Rook d8, rook d1, and then we have this, maybe the rook jumping into d3, or also later just pushing b4 and a2 hanging. Yeah, so maybe the problem here is to take, now white has to be accurate, this movement. What should white play here. By the way, Pragg does go knight d7. He doesn't go for this forcing line with bishop f5, knight e4. You are right. I think queen e2. Oh, the engine does not agree here as well. Maybe not queen d2, but queen e2 looks so natural. You attack the queen, you want to win the e4 pawn. But maybe queen comes to h4. Queen e1. Stopping. Wow. That's brilliant. Stopping queen h4, because queen e2, I think queen h4 is just quite a strong move, creating some threats here. And if you try to win this pawn, you are now losing. Can you find the move here? The winning move for, black? How does black take over? Maybe f6 looks like a nice move. But yeah, maybe f6 is the move. Wow. I was looking at some very cheeky tactics, but I don't think it's the best. Which started with bishop e4, queen e4, and queen h2. And then checking here, but it kind of leads to equal position. But your move, maybe f6, or someone in the chat mentioning Adiban, saying bishop e5. Wow, that's a beautiful move there. Bishop e5, pawn takes, rook takes, and this could become really, really dangerous. So, in the game, Pragg does go back with his knight to d7. And now Anish can simply block the pawn. Like, what a move. Knight d4 is such a pretty move, attacking the c6 pawn. How is Pragg going to continue? Maybe will Pragg play queen c7 to defend this? But then all of a sudden I'm taking on e6, rook e6, and this f5 ideas are in the air. Okay, I have to be careful. Okay, let's start with maybe queen. Oh, can't play queen b6. There's a bishop lying there. Queen c7. But then maybe just the rook comes opposite the queen. So maybe not queen c7. How do you defend this pawn? Rook c8. Because you don't want to be pushing your pawn. If you push, I take, and then you lose this pawn on b5 at the very least. So rook c8. I don't know. Maybe this is the way in which Pragg wants to play. Guys, just to tell you, the evaluation of this position already is 1.09. And if you play rook c8, it is 1.8. So there is only move here for black. And we have Harshit Bhai coming back. But I will only allow him to join if he finds the best move for black here. What should black play to keep his disadvantage to a minimum?
Is it some sacrifice?
How? Yes, guys in the chat, Azmain, Itachi, you will never know my name. Oh, okay, I will never know your name. Legend Reborn, you are right. Knight takes pawn. Pawn takes, knight takes, and then Pragg has to play such a position where he has two pawns for a piece. You can see that our spectators here are not very convinced by this sacrifice. Definitely looks, but I think just the nature of the position, yeah, or the decisions that Pragg has made.
Wow. I leave for 1 minute and they're already sacrificing material, yeah?
Yes. They were all like, let Harshit Bhai come. We are going to give him like nice surprise. By the way, knight d4 on the board, and I am expecting Pragg to chop off the pawn on
And
e5.
what's the evaluation after that?
+1.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
But if you don't play knight e5 and you play rook c8, it is close to +2.
No, I think he will take.
He has to. He has to.
Yeah.
By the way, AD in the chat here, let's go to Aravindh's game, because whenever Adiban is there around, Aravindh wins his tournaments.
Oh, really?
Yes, in
in
Chennai GM,
also.
he was commentating, he won. So,
By the way, white is having quite a pleasant position, right? He's just
This
up
happened,
upon
by the way. Ediz played g5.
G5. Yeah, I think G5, Knight F5, Bishop
Castle,
D4.
Castle, Queen e3. Because, yeah, now the queen is hanging, the king is out.
And now white is already threatening G6, I think. So black goes G6 himself. And I think black is creating a blockade. Like white has no breaks now. F4, F5 is no longer possible as well. Yes, white is up a pawn. But I think with opposite colored bishops, black is saying that I'm just going to be super solid. But it's not for given that black is fine here. I mean, let's say b4 at some point, you just chop this knight off and get knight d4, f4. I mean, white is up a pawn at the end of the day.
So why don't we start right now? Straight away.
Bishop
Take.
c6. Well, I want to.
Queen takes or pawn takes?
Well, I thought b4 is more flexible. Just go b4 and ask him what he wants to do.
Okay, but this is also nice, no?
Yeah, also looks pleasant. Because the problem with b6 is that knight d4 and c6 can be a problem in some of the lines. c6.
Also this, yeah?
Yeah, c6 is very good.
So then...
Queen a4 might be a way to get some counterplay. And if c6, then the point is that you already can break the position with a5, I assume.
So queen e3, g6?
And perhaps b4.
Oh, sorry. Queen e3, g6?
He's thinking, right?
b4...
No, b4 immediately, I meant.
Ah, okay. Directly here. Knight d4, queen d4. We are at, by the way, this position. So b4.
Oh, and
Here.
it's too early in the morning, yes?
Also speaks volumes about our commentary, Harshit Bhai.
Arey bhai.
That it is like, imagine this, maybe someone will have to shoot it, not wake him up.
Yeah.
Just capture it like there, angle, and then us. That would be a nice shot there. But oh, by the way, what
happened.
Oh, Pragg is
Sacrificing.
He sacked his knight for the 2 pawns, guys. Let's go. Knight d5, fe5, knight e5 on the board, attacking the queen.
Yeah, I don't know if Pragg is happy to sacrifice his knight, but
No, sometimes you just have to do it.
yeah, queen.
You have no choice.
But do you think he has enough compensation?
I think in general the nature of the position has changed now. And imagine that these pawns start moving like an avalanche with taking away this bishop, and you have these 2 bishops. Okay, you can't have 2. He will take one of yours. It doesn't seem very...
It's not that convincing to
Yeah,
me.
I agree.
Because queen c2, let's say.
I would love to go to f1 actually. No?
I like the queen on c2. Because, for example, c5 now, you already have to be careful about the b5 pawn. I'm now threatening knight takes e6, obviously, because if I get this bishop, I'm going to be super happy. And if you go back bishop d7, which might be the best move, I might consider... I want to somehow go knight b3, but I don't want to give this bishop away as well. So, bit of a tricky spot. Of course, I can just go bishop f2 and develop, but that's suddenly bad because black is threatening b4, c5.
Oh, it's interesting how you saved that bishop, yeah, on d7. I think that's a very cool move.
I think black has to save this
Because
bishop.
if you play something like b4 now...
Yeah, I think knight takes e6. This is a very, very good trade for white because
Also, rook e6, maybe already some sack.
boom, bam, already possible. Knight takes d5.
Knight f3?
Knight f3.
Knight b6.
Knight b6.
Knight d4. Ah, okay.
Knight d4 we just take and then take the rook on 8 and white is doing well. Yeah, lot of sacrifices and dynamic possibilities for black, but I think it all starts with him preserving his bishop on e6 by going bishop d7. Very important to keep that bishop and realizing that your counterplay and initiative lies with the bishops getting counterplay.
By the way, Travel with Nikhil Roshan says, hi chat wale dosto, please hit that like button. Make it 500 likes while 2500 people are watching, so that 2000 likes is also not bad.
Yes.
Arey bhai.
Thanks a
Please
lot,
do.
bye.
Thank you.
Or if you have not subscribed, then subscribe to the channel as well, so more
Yes.
and more people will join in the action. Queen c2 played? Or?
Not yet. Anish does look a bit Like it's like as if one phase of the game is over now.
By the way, what is Shankland's and Navara's game? Is it some chess 960 position? What is that? What is happening here?
Oh my!
Where is the king going, Sagar Bhai?
And look at Shankland's time.
Oh my god.
I'm like, I don't want to face Shankland here.
Does he know that it's 1 hour and 34 minutes and not 1 minute 34 seconds? Because he is not thinking even for a single moment. He's completely blitzed out all of his moves. Starting from Rook G1, Queen C7.
I think Harshit bhai, we must check on our database if this has happened before, because if it is not, then it means Shankland today has come up with some new ideas in this opening.
Sagar, by the way which you use the laptop and all the resources that you utilize with ChessBase, I think you should make a video
Yes.
once, because there are so many things that even a player like me are not aware about, and I think it could save us a lot of time and efforts.
Sure. Harshit bhai, many times I tell you, should I give you a one-on-one workshop? You are like, no, I'm busy today.
What?
Yeah, I have other things to do.
And you are the one who's always busy.
Okay, by the way, just to tell you,
Oh, this has all happened,
this
yeah?
final position which is there on the board right now, not this one, guys. This is not the position. This one has been played after Queen G7 6 times.
Yeah. By the way, look, people are also saying, you should make a video on this. It would be great, bhai.
Okay, sure, bhai.
Sagar
Blazing
bhai, you
Cloud.
got a super
Love
chat
your
saying,
work.
I love your work.
Arey, fan of Samai.
Samai.
Thank you, Blazing Cloud. By the way, Nguyen Thaidai Wan, who is playing there, has played this. And look at how Shankland is making his moves. He's making his moves as if he's just not interested.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I saw this 14 and a half times. It's all a draw.
Also, Queen B6 is the move in all 6 games. It seems everyone knows what's happening. But maybe Navara also knows it. It's just that he's thinking, like he's recollecting.
It's possible he doesn't know it and is finding all the best moves on the board as well, because Navara is super creative. And I like, one of the best ways that I resonate with Navara's style
Yeah.
is with his game against Radoslav Vostasek, where
yes.
he marches his king
From E1,
from E1 to G7,
H8.
H8 even.
Yeah.
The journey of the king, the long journey of the king in the Sicilian Najdorf opening. It was
Yes.
incredible.
It was Navara, right, who was white?
Yes.
And not Wojtaszek.
No, Navara versus Wojtaszek.
Right.
And it was in Tata Steel.
By the way, we have Queen B6, Rook G6. Again, this move, just checking in our databases, has been played all 6 games.
Yeah.
4 draws, 2 wins.
Ah, yes, Thorfinn. Thanks for that. It was 6 years ago, yes.
Okay, so this game, I mean, we could analyze all moves, but also it's like really kind of people know it.
Can we actually check the challengers section?
We did check a bit.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to see like the leaders? Oh, Rook C7 on the board.
Which was also the move that was played all the times. And now I guess Rook GD6. Knight D6, Queen F6. King C8. Bishop H3 maybe.
Let's just put the moves on the board. So Rook takes, Rook C7, Rook takes. What a crazy move, yeah?
Yeah.
Knight takes.
Oh, this happened.
Where?
Look. Queen F6. King C8. Bishop H3 check, I guess, after King C8. Oh, look at how Thaidai 1 is looking at this game. He's like, wait a second. That looks familiar.
I've played this with white. And Thaidai won and actually won that game. He had won against
Ivic.
Velimir Ivic.
Yeah, who's also an opening expert.
Yeah. So Queen F6, King C8 played, Rook takes D6. and then rook c6.
Whoa. Some crazy opening preparation. White has 3 pawns for the exchange.
This is 29 moves already, and maybe a very good moment to see like where chess has reached.
Yeah. And also, one of the reasons why top players sometimes want to switch to some new positions like chess 960 because of the depth at which normal chess has been analyzed and the freshness that sometimes can seem to fade away from openings like this. However, we can still see from Thaidai 1's game that even if you know all these openings, it's still possible to get a result. So,
Here you mean this game?
no, the game that Thaidai 1 played in the same line against
there one,
Ivic.
there one. Yeah, but also here we are seeing some preparation, and I
Yeah.
think today is the day of preparations.
For sure, because we see Anish's game, which is also some sort of a theoretical battle. This game, where the engines rate it as absolutely dead equal, and I think I disagree a little bit because White does have a lot of strategical aspects that he's fighting towards. Like let's say I ever exchange the queens. If White ever manages to exchange the queens, the end game is going to be very hard for Black to defend. I also have this idea of going a4 at some point, and if you take with the b pawn, my rook suddenly joins in and not only attacks the a6 pawn, but it's ready to shift on the king side with rook h4 or rook f4. So, lot of
I
ideas
won't be
for
surprised if a4 comes up anytime soon.
yeah. Right now, White plays rook to e3, it's stopping bishop to f3. You would love to go bishop f5, bishop e4, but the problem is bishop f5 runs into queen takes d5, and if rook d8. How would you do? Would you go rook a1? What would you do with white in this one? Exactly. You know how I.
He's there, like for now.
Yes, he
At
knows.
least he knows your style. That there are no straightforward questions.
Queen takes d5. If rook takes d5, there was rook to e8 mate.
Yeah.
And that's why white is winning a pawn. So, black still has some problems to solve.
By the way, Aravindh game, Ediz did go b4
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
keeping all the options open. And right now, if we see the engine evaluation, it shows 0.6
Yeah.
for white. So that's a decent edge for white. Quite a tough moment for Aravindh.
Yeah, and by the way, I think queen c2 was played by
Anish. He played your move. And this game now, think about it, like Aravindh, in a way, if he comes to Pragg's board and sees what's going on, he will get a lot of confidence as well. He's like, Pragg is in trouble.
I don't know if that's what he will think because he might think that Pragg has sacrificed a piece with the black pieces.
Yeah.
And is putting pressure on Anish. Maybe Pragg will win, which means that I really cannot afford to lose. It might change. I mean, it's unclear how he will rate Pragg's position.
You think that if a human looks at the game of Anish and Pragg, they might think that
They
Pragg is
sacrifice it.
better?
It's possible, right? Because the bishop on g1 is a bit weirdly placed. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, it's hard to rate it as black being better though because a piece is a piece. So, queen c.
I like your move, by the way, bishop d7. I think it's what is going to happen. I clearly don't want to give up this bishop. I already am a piece down.
Uh-huh.
So, Himank says, to be honest, now it seems to me that Aravindh is in bigger trouble than Pragg. Would you say so?
I don't think I would say that actually. But it's close actually. It's quite close because there are two different kinds of advantages. Anish is up materially, but black obviously has some compensation.
And it's also imbalanced position here. One that
That's true.
white can go wrong.
Yeah, and
somewhere.
Actually, yeah, I do see Himank's point now because in Gurel's game, it's only white who can win. I don't see a way where black can win
What
this game.
is the way in which black can even create some counterplay here?
Well, he somehow needs to break the position with like
B6?
b6 or a5. Like that's his only source of counterplay, right? Otherwise, either that or just sit and be solid.
Can I do b6 now? Or that's too much?
Well, b6, it's possible, but you just have to
Knight
be
d4?
we transpose into that line, right? b6, queen c6, knight d4.
Yeah, but that was kind of fine, right?
Yeah, because
take,
you have queen a4, but also not an easy position to judge because c6 And it's maybe black has b5, bishop d8, bishop b6.
Or black as a5. Just.
a5, I was a bit scared because a5, b5, and bishop c5 is what
Yeah.
you want. Yeah, possibly.
a5, a3, no?
Yeah, no, I think b5 is the classy move in that position. No, this looks good, yeah, rook f b1. This looks good for white. But I think b5 is the very, very nice idea that black has after c6.
Come on. Incredible.
And then bishop d8, bishop b6.
But it's not the best. Maybe there's something else, Harshit Bhai. Rook c8 with the idea of b5, a6. Hmm?
Yeah, maybe. Queen a6, queen c4, rook c8.
Looks okay.
Yeah, but it's
Black
still
should
unpleasant.
hold. Black should be able to hold this.
Well, he has to judge this position as well, which is not an easy thing to do. So I rate Ediz's chances quite highly.
What is the, if let's say I pass, let's say I play h4, what is the way in which black can create something here? Not so simple.
I guess this, I mean, to me at least, I thought that the idea bishop d8, b5, bishop b6 is the only way that black can create counterplay. Because once he gets his bishop on b6, he's obviously going to put pressure on the c6 pawn.
What a day. Again, it feels like a reminder
Oh
of
wow,
Tata Steel.
Pragg played bishop d7. Wow, finds the
Okay, that looked very obvious move, no?
a very important move
Yeah,
though.
very obvious and important move. But yeah, this
Wait, can white go crazy now somehow with sacrificing his own piece, or it's too much?
knight c6.
Or yeah, knight c6 or knight d5. Knight c6 makes more sense.
Because knight d5, I thought knight f.
Yeah, I don't want to give that. So knight c6,
Attacking the queen. Bishop takes.
bishop d5. But I guess it's should fizzle out, yeah. And with black having a very potentially very nice knight
Draw.
on g4, black even might be quite happy, but quite likely. But so I don't think this will happen.
No way.
No way Anish will try to
Anish is
fizzle
like, this is the best position I can get against Pragg right now. I have to milk it. I really have to try. By the way, Arshit, how dangerous do you think is knight f3 pawn takes? Because I'm wondering if I should move my knight and blockade.
You know, I really want to go knight b3 myself, but I was just scared that black will take knight takes f3 and then my pawn structure will be very weak. So we can actually analyze that. Knight b3, knight takes f3, g takes f3, and like with black having the bishop, light squared bishop on d7, I don't think white can afford to create such a weakness on f3.
Well, the engines do not like it.
Yeah.
Wow. So not knight b3. So there you can see, like, you can misjudge certain moves in this position. What else can... I think white can also try to just go bishop e2 back row. Then he's not worried anymore. And then keeping an eye here.
And if b4, just knight a4, knight c5, right?
Yeah, that's a huge edge.
Yeah. So, okay, after bishop e2, what does black do? Knight g4? Trying to go knight e3?
Now, okay, I mean, knight b3. Oh, that's queen h4. Maybe that's just terrible, yeah. Bishop f5. Or maybe queen h4.
No, I think the reason is that after knight b3, there's b4.
Ah, and no knight a4.
Yeah.
Okay. No knight b3 then. I just take it actually, bishop g4. What's the big deal? The more pieces that get off the board, the better it is for me.
And now knight b3. Maybe going bishop d4. This looks quite good for white.
So, important moment now for Anish. I think he'll go bishop e2.
I think so.
That's my feeling. So that
Is there any other move? Can we go rook e1? But then rook e1, you have to be careful about c5 business.
c5, that is knight takes.
But then knight f3, like, I never want to allow that. I also, can I just show this? Like rook e1? c5, knight b5. You can take and go d4. And now the c3 knight has to move, and if the c3 knight moves, the knight on b5 hangs. Bishop c6 is also going to be coming on this diagonal. This is completely gone.
Right.
So we can actually see so many lines where white can actually go wrong. So white has to be accurate. Perhaps this move bishop e2 is the way to go. By the way, in 3.5 hours, we also have a very crazy match that's going to start.
Dubov versus Niemann.
Yes.
Will you do commentary on it?
Yes, I mean, if all the games from this finish, maybe we can...
Really?
Yeah. Do you want to do it?
3.5. 4. I think so.
It's possible, right?
It's possible. But the closing ceremony and all would be going on.
I think... okay.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We can see. Maybe Harshit bhai, you will be here, I will be chilling. Okay. By the way, if you had some more time in Prague, what would you do here? Like, I think you are leaving tonight already, right?
Tomorrow, early morning.
Very early.
Yeah.
So you don't have much, but what would you do, like, if you had few hours here?
I would probably do a guided tour and learn more about this city and
The history.
and the history of the city.
Mm. You like history, huh?
No, but I mean,
Because that day we did take a tour and there was some historical things told.
yeah, but I just think that like Prague, also Budapest, like these cities have so much like history behind all the buildings and architecture that it would be very interesting to know. My sister is also an architect, which makes me a bit more interested and curious about their history.
Nice.
Ask you a question. Vlastimil Gord, is he here or not?
Who?
Vlastimil Hort. Yeah, I think
I saw the older gentleman, which was like...
here, you mean in this venue? I don't know. We didn't see him yet, Vlastimil Hort, but he could be here. Not sure. So Jaikar says, can we analyze B4? Oh,
Very very interesting.
wow.
Move. Very
Jaikar
interesting
with
move.
all the key ideas here. I think this is Anish's move. I can even say it like he loves stability.
Mm-hmm.
And B4 just gives him that. No, he'll play it. Harshit bhai,
Yeah, I mean it stops c5, which
Don't
is
even
obviously
doubt.
you think so, yeah.
it's just straightforward. What a move. It's like love at first sight. You know, that kind of a move. Just everything is sorted.
Hasn't happened to me before.
Or not on the chessboard. Never. You have never found a move that you
No,
fell
of course,
in love
for
with.
sure. I mean, there are some moves like you are just like so drawn by that you just play it immediately.
Like
yeah.
1 e4, yeah, for you.
Yeah, or Nachdorf Bishop G5. Like I like it so much that I always go
white?
for it. Yes,
Oh, it's your favorite.
it's my favorite opening.
It's so much theory.
It's so much theory, but I have a lot of experience, and I know a lot of ideas in that line that I really like going for Bishop G5.
Wow.
Yeah,
By the way, look at what Aravindh has done. Harshit bhai, he did go b6 and we might see that entire line pan out.
oh wow.
Because guys, remember, the one point which white can do is take the pawn. But after AB, what happens is that the A file opens up and the C file opens up. So this is opened and this is opened. And here in both cases,
gets
black
good
has
count,
enough
yeah.
compensation.
Because the rook can jump into A3 at some point.
Yeah, the rook can come in here. So this is very good compensation. And by the way, a big news coming in that Divya Deshmukh is winning the challengers.
Really?
Yeah, that's a good news for all the
What is
Divya
rook
fans.
B8?
Bishop D6, knight C3.
How does white win?
Queen G7, just snatch a pawn.
Queen G7, rook G8, knight F7. Nice.
Boom. Wow.
Yeah.
And what if I just simply come back? Like, even that's good, right?
Sagar Bhai is like, you found that fancy move, but why
I
not
just
queen?
wanted to grab a pawn and get out from there.
And the point being that bishop e5, rook e5, knight g4, you always have rook e6 ideas. And white is completely winning.
Yeah, this one I think it's going to be mate.
No, e6 just
Just take this.
chop
pawn.
chop, yeah. Yeah. Bishop h3. Yes, h3 is very nice.
H3.
Yeah.
Nice. With the idea of this check, but maybe rook g6. Let's see something strong. Let's finish off the game, Harshit bhai. I think bishop e3, you know. Bishop e3, knight e3, fe3 with the idea of rook f1. Oh, not so good.
Queen f5 check. Hitting the c5 pawn. King cannot go here because the knight hangs. If knight f6, bishop h6 check is there. So I think queen f5 check is the winning move.
Nice.
Yeah, so Divya only after 14 moves is winning.
Wow.
And I think if she wins this game, she's going to be like, okay, I had a tough start and very, very difficult middle rounds as well. But if I can win the last round, I'm going to bring back very good memories.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah.
It's always nice to win the last round and go back home.
And maybe we can have Divya with us finally because
Yeah.
we've never had her with us also in Vaikansy. I don't think she joined us.
She came once.
Oh, she did, okay.
Yeah. By the way, guys, look at this, Harshit bhai. It seems like Nodirbek Yakkuboev has got nothing out of the opening.
Oh my god. And if he loses this game and Bjerre wins, Bjerre is going to come in the master section next year.
Yeah.
Wow.
But what's the move? I mean, I was wondering because this is hanging on d5, bishop takes d5, and also queen is hanging. So
Well, queen d4 obviously is the question, right? Or no?
maybe there is this move.
Okay, let's try to see.
Because if you take here, rook takes, and maybe a6.
I
Yeah.
see a very, very interesting move. Queen to b7. The idea being that I want to push your knight from e5 away with the move f6.
But I feel, Harshit bhai, this is safe. Take. Now d5 and b5 both are hanging. Let's save one of them.
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6 is one way. But I would even say a6 perhaps, very strong.
And bishop d5,
Bishop
rook a7.
d5, rook a7, and
Uh-huh.
black is not worse here.
Yeah, but it feels as if he is worse.
Yeah, he is. Rook
It
a1.
feels as if, yeah. So I think queen b7 might be the best.
Okay. Queen b7, tough move. And here, Jonas seems to be doing well.
Yeah, he's slightly better. I really like these kind of positions with white because it's all about understanding.
He plays his queen up to e3.
Yeah. Getting rid of the pin from the g4 e2 diagonal. Wow, Marc is also completely winning.
Yeah. Let's go back to the Masters and see the game. Oh, Anish did not play a3. Sorry, b4. He played a3.
And it seems like the advantage has really withered down after this move a3.
It's still there, but not so much. Harshit bhai, can I come back in a minute?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. And then we can, I mean, would you like to continue?
Up to you. I mean,
I'll be back in
yeah,
2
sure,
minutes
yeah.
just. You can continue.
So we get this board joint scene of Pragg and Pragg who's playing against Anish and Aravindh playing against Ediz Gurel. Two of the leaders in this event, Aravindh with 5.5 points out of 8, Pragg trailing him with half a point with 5 out of 8. Very, very important games for both of them. And Rook F C1 played by Gurel. Actually, a lot of moves happened in that game. Let's just quickly go there because after B6, C takes B6 was played. A takes B6. Gurel pushed pawn to A4, solidifying his bishop on B5. Rook F C8 and white goes Rook F C1 so that the rook on A1 always guards the A4 pawn but also helps with the advance of A4 to A5. Bishop F8 played. And now black is basically saying that I'm going to put my bishop on g7, put pressure on the e5 pawn. If your rook from e1 moves, then the c3 pawn is going to become weak. So now white needs to make a decision. If he ever wants to capture the knight on c6 or not. I think that if he ever captures it, queen c6, this is very good for black because he has the c4 square and your pawns on g5 and e5 are a bit too overextended. So I think it's crucial that white keeps this bishop on b5 and tries to go for something like rook e1, and if bishop g7, then maybe perhaps he might have to go rook a c1 and just reroute his rooks to protect the c3 and e5 pawns. And guys, what are your predictions? Do you think Pragg will somehow manage to win his game and join Aravindh? Do you think Aravindh will hold? What are your predictions? Pragg win. Lot of people saying rooting for playoffs. Tiebreaker. I am rooting for a tiebreaker as well. Tiebreaks are definitely fun. Okay, so bishop to f8 was just played by Aravindh, and now Ediz is thinking we'll quickly go to Pragg's game right now because after a3, he needs to find this move pawn to c5. I think it's important that he finds this move pawn to c5 because if white gets this blockade with pawn to b4 and stops black from advancing c5, his material advantage might be decisive. So I think black has to push c5 now. If he goes c5, you cannot take the d5 pawn now, of course, because your knight on d4 is hanging. But maybe that might be some sort of a variation, like c takes d4. If bishop takes d4, maybe white is doing quite decently with two of his bishops eyeing towards the black king. Maybe this is the way that black plays, but maybe rook c8 and black is still doing quite okay. So after a3, c5, does black have any other ideas? Because I didn't want to go knight b3 because I was afraid that black will get bishop f5 and then knight takes f3, d4. I thought that this is quite good for black. 55 minutes for Anish and 57 minutes for Pragg, so they're very evenly matched on the clock. a3. Any other suggestions for black besides c5? Because I feel like we somehow need to dislodge the knight on d4 because we want to capture the bishop on f3 and spoil white's pawn structure with g takes f3. Yeah, I think that's the key right now to go pawn to c5. Pawn to b4. No, it's pawn to b4. What's the idea? We will just take, right? And then we get even a better version because we are up a pawn and we also stop c5. So I don't think b4 is a move right now for black. h4? Yeah, I think h4 is very interesting because we want to push h3 and put pressure on the g2 pawn. And if white pushes h3, then the g3 squares becomes a little weak. So h4 is definitely interesting. But I think Pragg right now is calculating a forcing line with c5. My prediction is that Pragg is going to go c5 in this game. C5, Jaikar says c5, bishop takes d5, c takes d4, bishop takes a8. But I was a bit afraid that after queen takes 8, the queen is going to come on this 8 h1 diagonal. The bishop will then come to c6. Okay, we can try to analyze. Bishop takes d4. Maybe knight g4 now, followed by bishop to c6 could be a very good compensation for black, because if bishop takes g7, wow, black to play here. Black to play. Can you find the best move for black? Incredible idea. Oof. This would be, this would really be a turnaround. Yes, Madhesh Kumar, GM from Mars. Mullins, Okuko, knight e3 is possible, but you have a much better move. You have a much better move in this position, guys. Knight e3 is not the move. Shashank also finds it. Queen to b8. Exactly. Incredible intermediate move. Threatening queen takes h2 checkmate. And if pawn goes to g3, bishop c6 check. And the white king is completely coming under fire, because after king g1, king takes g7, we are ready to go queen b6 check, and suddenly black is completely winning. So queen to b8 is a crazy intermediate move. After knight g4, bishop g7 would be a big blunder. So all of these tricks is something that white needs to be careful about, and I think Pragg is spending time so that he finds some sort of an idea like this. a3, c5, very important move for black right now. Will Pragg find it? I think he has to. Pierre Burelet asks, in what situation would there be playoffs? So the playoffs would happen if Praggnanandhaa wins his game and moves to 6 points, and Aravindh draws his game. In that scenario, both will be on 6 points, and there will be a playoff 5 minutes plus 2 seconds for 2 games with white and black. And I am secretly hoping for that. Maybe not secretly, openly hoping for that. In the meantime, let's see if we have updates in any other games, because I think that Navara's game is super interesting, because we left it here after rook takes d6, rook c6 was played, and bishop h3 check perhaps might have been the best move, but rook takes c6, bishop takes c6, king f2, bishop d7 Shankland, still blitzing out all of these moves. After its move 31, so I don't know how long he's prepared. Queen b6, a b6, pawn to b4, and white has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and black has 2 pawns, but black is up on exchange. So a small material advantage for white, but I think with such little material, I'm expecting this game to fizzle out. So let's say that Navara and Shankland's game is going to end in a draw. Quang Liem putting some pressure on Wei. Actually, I thought that Wei is going to have a very, very quick draw, but Liem is putting real pressure, because this pawn on d5 is a long-term weakness. White can go rook a5 and at some point reroute his bishop from d3 to b3, and this pawn is going to be very weak. So Wei is actually going to have a long defensive task ahead of him. So that's the evaluation on this game. Giri Praggnanandhaa, this obviously is the most exciting position right now, with black being a piece down but having 2 pawns for it, and a central mass of pawns which can be advanced with this move pawn to c5. Is Pragg in good position? Well, it's complicated. I mean, he definitely has good compensation for being down a piece, but at the same time, if he's not quick with his counterplay with c5, and if white is able to somehow put his knight on c5 or control it with b4, I think that that's going to be very difficult for black. So let's see. Let's stick to this game, because I'm very curious if Pragg will find this move c5. Oh, did he? Oh, he no, he doesn't go for it. He goes for h4. I think we had someone recommended this move. So I think it's h4, the move that was recommended. Good job, guys, because now you're trying to go h3. Also a decent move. Trying to go h3, put pressure on the g2 pawn, because if white ever has to move the g2 pawn, then knight will capture on f3 and the bishop on d7 is going to become a monster. So h4, not the best move, but still very, very decent. And now I'm expecting white to go h3, because I can never with the right mind allow black to put his pawn on h3, because black will have huge mating patterns. And Sagar bhai,
Yeah, hi, bye.
what have you brought with you?
Just a small drink.
I think you should clarify what drink it is.
Iced tea.
Wow.
Yes. H4 just felt like, going out. What's the mood there? Everyone's a little bit tensed. What will happen? Who will win the tournament? Ediz, I saw his mother there looking a bit relaxed today.
Yeah, because Ediz is playing for 2 results. So his mom is like, okay, both results are great for me. And if he manages to either draw or win, very successful tournament for the 16-year-old from Turkey.
Do you think that Ediz made the right choice by taking and playing this entire sequence? Because we were very heavily thinking of taking and knight d4. But he took and played a4.
Yeah, also a very interesting decision. Very principled as well, because now he's simply a pawn up, and at some point he's also ready to push pawn to a5 to create his own pass pawn. So very principled in a way, but bishop f8 is a very nice move, rerouting his bishop to g7 so that it can put more pressure on the e5 pawn. Knight e7, knight f5 is another idea that black will always keep in his mind.
Wow. So Ediz looking very, very strong here, having a good position. But Pragg versus Anish, this game h4 move, very, very Pragg is making such moves that is putting pressure on Anish, and Anish is neutralizing them. He'll go h3 here.
He has to, I think,
Yeah.
because if he allows black to go h3, black is going to be super happy.
No, he'll play h3, and then I think he's about to make his move. So the time on the clock is around even. Did you see the Shankland
Yes.
Navara position?
I just moved from that game to this game. I think that although white has 3 pawns for an exchange,
Yeah.
I think with this little material on the board, I think the game should end in a draw.
Draw, you think?
And I think the best way to show it is just rook g8 check, king back to f2, again rook h8. You can't really protect the pawn on h2 besides with the king, because h3 black will simply take the pawn. And I think king g3, rook g8, and this game is going to end in a
Draw.
peaceful result.
Okay. And people were also asking, like, do you think Wei has any chance? Because now with, let's say, Pragg and Aravindh both losing, I mean, not losing, it's too high,
Yeah.
but in worse positions, Wei might get some chances if he wins, but
There is no way he wins this
No
game.
way.
No way.
Wei might be a bit regretting choosing a very dull opening, yeah?
I'm not sure. I mean, you are playing with the black pieces, and you are playing against someone who's also very, very solid. So, I think it was...
No, I mean, it's fair, but if he had kept some juice going, he might have been very excited. At this point, he could have won.
That's the thing. You can either be very excited or just be much worse, like Aravindh is right now. So, and then you are like, why did I do this? I could have instead just gone for something very solid. So it's not as white and black as it seems.
By the way, h3 is here on the board by Anish. What will be Pragg's next move is the question.
Well, I was really preaching about this move pawn to c5. Get your pawns rolling, Sagar bhai, because if I am going to stop them, then where is your compensation? Obviously, if you take knight f3, knight takes f3, you can already see that this is
Resign.
terrible for black, because bishop d4, and if I can ever exchange this bishops, it's finito.
Resign.
Resign is Sagar bhai is like, don't...
Don't take that knight. It's resignation. So what about c5? As you said. But
Has
what
to
about
play.
I take now? This. Sorry. I was thinking about this.
No. If I can take knight takes f3, I'm going to be again dancing in my chair.
And then gf3,
gf3, d4, bishop c6 coming in, queen c8. Everything is working out for black.
I get it. c5. But this, I have to take bishop d5.
Yes. So bishop d5, cd4, and bishop takes d4. How do you evaluate this position? Because white has these two.
Rook is hanging.
Look at those bishops in the center. Oh my
All
god.
of a sudden, I gave you back all the material I had, but gained back all the activity.
Exactly. And with the pawn being on h3, I also prevent you from going knight to g4. And yes, my square on g3 is weak. But do you remember we explained this concept that whenever a knight wants to move diagonally 2 squares, it takes it 4 moves to reach there. And I don't think that white is going to be very worried about this knight coming to g3. Very unlikely.
So Pragg wants to play c5, but he knows that Anish will take on d5.
Wow. So if Anish wins this game, he moves to +1, and all of a sudden, with him winning the last 2 games back to back,
Yeah.
he's going to go from having a very bad event to a very, very successful event.
Yeah, very good feeling for him, because I think he would also gain some rating.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, right now he's at -3 elo in this tournament. With this win, he'll gain 5 points.
So he'll be +2.
+2, which is nice actually for him.
sure, because he really wants to establish himself again as a top 10, top 15 player. Right now, with his rating down to 27-33, I don't really think it does justice to his strength. But obviously, he needs to show some
Yeah.
good results, and I think today is a great opportunity for him to do that.
Agreed. Look at the standings, by the way, that we have just for all the people joining in right now. A reminder, this is how the master standings are. Aravindh 5.5, Pragg 5, Vei 4.5.
So basically, only Aravindh, Pragg, and Vei have a theoretical chance to have to have the title in this event. Vincent is already out of the race.
But imagine, Harshid bhai, like with the probable results, Aravindh losing, just saying,
Yeah, sure.
Pragg losing, Vei draw. So it will be 5.5, 5-5. Vincent draws, most likely, right?
Yeah.
By the way, Shankland Navara ended in a draw.
Oh, already, okay.
Vincent also might draw. Ediz wins, so 5. Anish wins 5. So that means on 5, we will have 4 players.
Yes. Actually, could we have Shankland? We've never had Shankland join us after the end of the tournament just to
Yeah.
get his thoughts about the event and maybe even
That
get
would be
his
really cool.
opinion
in case if we can make it happen, we can.
because
see.
he's the only player who has not joined us.
Really?
Yeah, and Liem. Yes, those are the only 2 players that we have not had.
Oh, wow. We had so many people.
Yes.
That's nice to know. If we can if we can try, that would be amazing.
Also, I'm really looking forward to have Divya join us because I think she's on the verge of winning her game.
She won?
On the verge of winning
Yeah,
her
but
game.
she did your move.
I know I know her style. She really likes to play aggressively and dynamically. And okay, knight takes f7. Divya is, bless you, finally showing why she's a very dangerous player.
Wow.
This is how she should have been playing. Yeah, like just aggressively attack. She's so good at this chess.
Yeah. But okay, she was not getting those kinds of positions, no?
Yeah, but she was also choosing to be kind of solid. Yeah, and today she just like went
Unleashed
in for
herself.
a kill. Yeah.
Yeah. So the point being, take knight d8 and then e6 is hanging, and then she's 2 pawns up.
2 pawns up
I think
and
her opponent is already can resign, yeah, this position.
It wouldn't be premature.
Yeah. Okay, so that's and by the way, this did happen in Finek game. He did take and play a6.
But white is doing quite well.
Yeah, white has a nice position,
I suspect Yakkuboev to win another game.
and Jonas looks very likely to win.
The thing is, like, as I said, this position is all about understanding. Jonas understands that now that black has taken b takes c6, he can go queen d4 and knight b3. Actually, he has direct problems. Queen d4 attacks the bishop on g4 and the pawn on g7. White might just be winning because of tactical reasons.
Yeah.
Wow. So Divya is winning. Yakkuboev is better and Bjerre is much better as well. Queen e7 played. Can we actually just analyze Divya's game? Like how exactly is she going to finish it off?
Oh, first sacked bishop h2, king h2, and now queen e7.
Wow, it's not that easy, no, for white to find a way. Because if you go queen at 6, knight g4 check.
But, oh my god.
Maybe we should do a dance, yeah? Maybe it will wake some of us up. Dance a bit. Cannot believe.
I wanted this clip, but like we are commentating and someone takes it like that.
I think
It will be a memory forever. Yeah, let's look at the leaderboard of the challengers here. We have
that's the Masters. Yes, that's the
Yes.
challengers. If we can just have that on the screen.
Yakkuboev is leading with 6.5 with Jonas on 6. Marc Andria Maurizzi won his game
So
already.
he moves to 6 points. But I think that Bjerre is much better against someone who's also lower rated than him. So I expect Bjerre to move to 7 points. But imagine an event where you are scoring 7 out of 9 and you still don't win. So Bjerre is like, what should I do? Like, I'm scoring +5 in this event and I'm still not winning.
Well, that's because you have Yakkuboev who is also doing it. And by the way, my feeling is if we go to the Yakkuboev game,
It's
I feel the chances of this ending in a draw are not that
no,
impossible.
I mean, white's structure is incredible. Look, no, like these central pawns, like I think that it's very hard for black to advance these pawns. Whereas with white, like I have a very, very solid structure. I'm attacking the f7 pawn. Rook a1 already.
But
Threatening
also,
rook takes
I
b5.
have not a bad structure. Like, for example, did you play rook a1?
Yeah. Threatening rook b5 already. So it's a bit unpleasant.
But I'll move my rook away.
Yeah, also very, very
Knight?
possible. Knight c6.
But I take. You mean here? But I just take.
Bishop takes.
And rook c7. I have a feeling that this should be okay for black. If Vaclav manages to hold this and Bjerre wins,
Wow,
we will have a tie break.
I think
Playoff.
we just want tie breaks. Yeah, we are just finding ways to get a tie break.
Yeah, true. Let's go to the Masters section
Sure.
and do the game of Pragg and Anish.
It's-
Pragg has had a very long thing, yeah. Like he's not made his move for last 10 to 12 minutes already.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Aravindh has just dropped his queen back to b8.
And I think it's hard for white to find a plan because I can never push a5 because it's just going to open up too many files for the rooks. And it's also a bit weakening. I don't even think I can push c4 because of my b4 pawn being weak. So I think even though white is a pawn up, because you have these advanced pawns, I think black is just very solid.
Yeah, also now if I give up my bishop for the knight, which I want to, because I want to move my knight, and I cannot do it straight away because the e5 central pawn is hanging always.
Yeah.
So I want to take, let's say here, this pawn is hanging in the center. So the thing what I want to do is, I want to take on c6, rook c6.
Yeah, but then the c4 square. What about your c4 square?
and also the a4 pawn.
Yeah.
So it seems like
I think that Arvind...
the worst seems to be behind Aravindh.
Or
somehow.
maybe we just misevaluated it. Maybe he was always fine. We just thought that he is down a pawn and that he doesn't have compensation. But I guess Arvind saw the position a lot more deeper than we did. And he always had good
He likes it,
compensation.
huh?
Yeah.
So then if Aravindh manages to hold, then his chances of winning this tournament are very good because
I don't see how
Pragg
Pragg
cannot
wins.
win this.
No, he can unless... I don't see how he wins unless Anish goes berserk.
And also, if right now Anish had like 10 minutes on the clock, it would have been very different. But with 52 minutes, I think Anish is also very, very comfortable.
Confident. And also he won yesterday.
Yeah.
And Anish is someone who definitely loves to ride on that momentum, and he's going to try and win this game as well with Pragg.
Yeah.
And he beat Pragg in Vaikanse as well.
Yes.
So he also has that like psychological advantage that he just is off of a fresh win against him, and maybe he wants to improve his score against Pragg even more.
Yeah, let's see if Pragg manages to create some mess. He needs to create some mess, guys. The main problem for Praggnanandhaa is that he's piece down. He does go c5.
Oh, he does go for it.
And now, it's a key moment in the entire game, in the entire tournament. because if Anish goes wrong here, then he will be in big trouble.
I mean, let's say he moves the knight, it's black is completely win.
Finito.
Knight takes f3. Finito la comedy. G takes f3, d4, and boom bam, bishop c6, queen c8. Everything is coming. All black's pieces are shifting towards the white king, and look at that king.
Too bad.
He's going to sing that song that you very well sing, Sagar bhai.
Lonely.
I am Mr. Lonely.
Oh, look at Anish.
Oh,
He's-
instantly. He's like, I don't want no one to be lonely in my position right now. Quickly chops up the pawn on d5.
Wow. And Pragg takes the knight.
Pragg quickly captures the knight on d4 and bishop takes d4. The material is equal, but I think Anish has a fantastic position with these two bishops. Queen p3 is going to come next. The rook on d1 is very well placed against the queen on d8. I think that Praggnanandhaa definitely is going to be feeling the heat of the two bishops right now.
Yeah, and so if we just decide to save our rook, which is right now hanging with rook c8.
Okay, let's say I go queen b3. Trying to put pressure on the f7 pawn. Can we turn this off? And knight c4, but after bishop g7, king g7, I just thought that it looks a bit scary for you.
Yeah, because of this pin.
Exactly.
But I don't know how you will.
Can I not just capture the pawn on b5? Or am I too greedy with this? Maybe bishop b5, queen b5, knight e. No, bishop b5, bishop c4. So knight e3 immediately, right?
Knight e3, queen c, queen. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe knight e3 immediately is
Then
quite
take
powerful.
this.
Can we have a poll? Who will win this event?
Yeah, I did make a poll.
Oh, you did?
Yes, on our channel.
So what's happening to the poll?
And we have had 54% people thinking Aravindh will win, 34% think Pragg, and only 12% think playoffs.
Yeah, I think that
They
Aravindh
are
should
right,
be much
actually.
higher.
Maybe now with we have around 5,000 votes, but I think with Aravindh doing so well,
I think Aravindh should be like 75 to 80% that he will win, 10 to 12% that Pragg will win, and 10% playoffs.
right? By the way, people have been asking what is the situation of the FIDE circuit this year, because this tournament will be part of the FIDE circuit, and last year we know that Fabiano Caruana. What happened?
No, nothing.
Why are you laughing?
No, I was just looking at some comment.
Can you tell us?
Sorry, no, it's fine. Chat is crazy.
Ding Liren has 40 circuit points.
What?
Yes. Praggnanandhaa has 25.
Yeah.
Ding Liren got 40 points from the World
World
Championship match.
Oh, so that's why he's leading, yeah.
Gukesh got 22 from Tata Steel. So actually Pragg will gain few more here, because he'll
Marc
finish.
Andria Maurizzi. Whoa.
Yeah,
The
because
player who was playing in the challenger section has 16 circuit points. Wow.
And,
because he won the Djerba, yeah?
Yeah, the Djerba Masters, and yesterday Jan Nepomniachtchi won the Aeroflot. So he gained 18 points. But it's clear that from here, Arvind Chithambaram will gain roughly around 22-23 points.
Wow.
Which will be a nice add-on for him if he does, for the circuit. And he has mentioned that this year his aim is to reach the candidates.
Yeah, yeah.
H3 played. Look at Ediz's move. He's like, I don't know what to do here, so I'm going to play H3.
Yeah, he's just waiting and asking
Waiting.
black what he wants to do as well. And I think black can simply just go queen b7 and wait himself.
Or knight E7.
The thing with knight e7 is that it does allow knight d4.
Some improvement.
And now, if I'm able, the thing is like you don't want to get into an opposite colored bishop endgame because the bishop on b5 controls the c4 square.
Also, whichever way you take, one pawn will become weak.
Yes, if you take with the g pawn, h5 becomes weak. If you take with the e pawn, the d5 becomes weak. Also allows white to push e6. So I don't think black can move his knight. I think he should just wait, queen b7, queen c7, and like pass the baton to white and ask him, okay, it's your move. What will you do? So we might see a very, very patiently improving position for both sides. Rook b8 played by Praggnanandhaa, which I don't know if the engine likes. The bar is shooting really high up for Anish.
Oh my god. Because rook c8 was so natural, right?
Is it plus? Oh my god, this is almost winning for Anish
Plus.
now.
Anish Giri in the driver's seat very comfortably here. Very nice position. He must be enjoying himself.
He must be really enjoying himself, and I don't think that any other tournament he's going to eat anything besides hot pot.
Hot pot is his secret. Yeah, 2 dinners at hot pot, 2 wins. Yeah, that's huge. And
Yeah.
he didn't win a single other game.
He didn't, and also yesterday, Sagar bhai, you lost the bet. Though.
Yes. Today I will make him pay for it. I cannot keep on spending.
Yesterday, guys, by the way, we had Sagar bhai had a friendly bet that if Nguyen does not manage to draw his game, then he will pay for the dinner at hot
Yes.
pot.
I had said I'll pay for Anish's dinner, but Harshit Bhai also didn't pay. So turned out that, but it was good fun.
Yeah, it was amazing fun.
Of course you had fun. You didn't pay for it.
Yeah.
But no, today we'll have Anish who will because he might finish joint second. in this
Yeah. No,
tournament.
I mean, finishing with 2 wins, it kind of reminds me of Arjun's event in
Yeah.
Vaikanze, where he won the last 2 games and finished very, very strongly.
But Arjun had like a so bad event.
Yeah.
Like Anish has not had such a bad event.
But he was
Only
on -1, which for his standards in this event was definitely
-1, but now it's
+1 after if
Yeah,
this with
yeah,
this win, which will
yeah.
be great, yeah, for Anish.
Wait, did you take some medicine? Is what chat is asking.
I will take some medicine. Why?
You want to go and take?
No, it's fine. I mean, tomorrow I'm going back home, so I'm excited to go and rest finally.
Harshit Bhai is homesick. Yeah, finally, like he's been traveling from Wiesenhaus.
Yeah, and then
To
I was
Hamburg.
in Hamburg for a week, and then I came here to Prague and
Missing
now,
home.
Yeah.
Although you're home in India, you will come in May.
Yeah, I'll go back to India in May. I'll go to Portland right now, and I'll be there with my sister, and I'll work on chess for a few days. Also take some rest. So I'm looking forward to just relaxing for some time before I play my tournament from 27th March, and then again it starts. 27th March to 31st March I will be in New York, and then from 6th April I will be in 6th to 7th April I will come to Paris with you for the freestyle event. Then I will go to Grenke in Karlsruhe in Germany to play the freestyle event, and then to Sardinia in Italy to play a classical event. So I'm going to have an incredibly
Wow.
packed summer.
That's amazing. The amount of travel that a chess player can do is just that's one of the perks, I would say.
Perks, but at the same time, people think that we are traveling, that we must be doing a lot of sightseeing. And Sagar bhai, from your experience, you can say that you went out of this hotel twice, and most of those times are only for dinner or something. Yeah.
Yes. No, and I mean, tomorrow I intend to look at a bit of the city. But tomorrow I think very likely that I'll be interviewing Hari Krishna,
Oh wow.
who lives in Prague. And on the streets of Prague we will go and so that would be a
Oh, that
nice
would be
event.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get lost by.
By the way, this Nguyen Thai one might be trying a bit. Huh?
No, for sure. I love White's position. I mean, as I was mentioning from a long time, Black has gotten a very bad bishop on e6, and after rook d1, White is ready to go rook d4 and rook h4. Also, rook d4 at some point he might consider rerouting his knight. Rook e5, knight e3 is another idea that comes to mind. White has a lot of ideas that he can play for in this position.
Can we just try to analyze why is Pragg so worse? in this position, what went wrong? Like, my first thought, Harshit bhai, was to take here. You'll take
Oh.
back with the bishop or rook?
Why do you want to give up your bishop?
Because I want to win material after bishop c6.
Oh, very nice point that after bishop takes e5, bishop c6, black can simply capture. Bishop takes c6 and
Oh, by the way, that's,
oh yes.
can we ask our viewers?
After bishop e5, how can you take advantage of the pin from
Yeah.
the rook on
How
d1?
can you take advantage of a pin?
Yeah,
That's a good question.
tricky. Yes.
Wow. Absolutely right. Boom.
And white is completely winning. So I guess black had to take with the rook. And if queen takes g6 now, can we ask the chat what's the best move?
Yeah.
Exactly. Very strong audience members.
Yeah. More than members, it's one member. And maybe it's time for you to play some tournaments. You might do really well. Queen G, instead of Queen G6 here, I was wondering if Bishop C6 made sense.
Yeah, but I think black is very happy to give up his queen because look at this beautiful bishop on this diagonal. Your king is going to be weak, and I think at some point when the bishop joins the party and goes to g3, black is going to have a deadly attack. Rook g5 is coming as well. Can't do this with white. I think, oh, he plays the best move in the position, knight e4.
Anish is in the zone, huh?
Anish is in the zone and he quickly gets up from his chair, threatening knight d6, threatening knight c5. Guys, the advantage is +2 for white.
Wow.
This is huge. Borderline winning, right, for white?
And also, black doesn't seem like having any counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, if you play knight c4, I will take bishop takes c4, b takes c4. I will capture your bishop on g7, king takes g7, and now queen to c3 check. And look at the knight and queen's coordination towards the black's king. This is completely over. f6. And what's the best move for white, Sagar bhai?
Rook d7.
No, white has a better move.
Knight f6.
Yes. Knight f6. I'll really like this move. Knight takes f6. Because if queen takes f6, rook takes d7, black is unable to defend the queen on f6 and white is completely winning. So, you see, all of these, patterns that us players can spot very quickly. Many people ask me, how are you able to spot these patterns very quickly? Because they also want to improve. We need to solve as many problems as you can. For example, now I showed you this pattern that queen c3, knight f6, and now you will know this pattern. And the more patterns you expose your brain to, the faster will your brain pick up these patterns in your own game. Which is why a very good thing to do at any player rated below 2100 is solve as many puzzles as you can and try to solve puzzles where your brain doesn't find the answer automatically. Because if your brain is able to find the answer automatically, that means that you are already very good at that concept. And of course, sometimes it's good to do that to just like brushen up what you already know. But it's important that your brain struggles to find the right idea because that's actually when that you will learn something new.
Yeah. Ajit bhai, does this advice also stay true in life? Like, the more problems you solve in life, you get better.
I think you should know that better.
Yeah, I'm always trying to solve problems with different people in my life. But it's like in chess, maybe the number of patterns are limited. But in life, the number of problems are unlimited. So every time a new problem comes up.
Yeah. I wouldn't exactly agree with that in chess the problems are limited.
Here
but
also.
yeah. I do completely understand your point.
Really?
I do understand the point. I don't think I relate to it, but I understand
Oh,
it.
right. Okay, knight e4. IIT JE asks, Harshit bhai, do you think that by analyzing and commentating your game also improves? I would say IIT JE, we have to wait for 27th of March
Oh my god.
to know. Because if in that tournament Harshit bhai does well, then we will take some credit.
Yeah. No, I'm going to try my best to do well in that event. So
Please do well.
yeah.
Otherwise, people will say, please stop commentating and then we will lose you. Lose a wonderful person. By the way, Harshit bhai,
Yeah.
coming back to chess, What should be Pragg's way to come out of this alive? Is there any way? Is there any move? Doesn't feel like I just want to get the queen out from here. Can I go queen e7? Does that make any sense?
It does, but are you not afraid of bishop c5?
And knight d6 next.
And then your queen has nowhere to go besides back to d8. And if you play queen e7 and then you go back to d8, I don't
Yeah.
really think that's
No,
something
not this.
you're wanting to do. That's the thing. It's hard for black to make a move if rook c8, which seems much more natural.
b3.
Queen b3 or even queen f2. Queen f2 is also a very nice idea. Trying to
Threatening
put
bishop takes knight
exactly.
and f7.
Also, if the queen moves, I'm very, very quickly going to jump with my knight to f6. So I think after this move, queen to f2, white's advantage is just crashing through. Yeah. So knight e4 and super hard for black to come up with a move.
Yeah, tough. Actually, for Pragg, this tournament had been so good. He had been unbeaten, right?
Yeah.
And he had 2 wins and 6 draws. He beat Nguyen one Nguyen, and he also beat Shankland, yeah?
Who?
Pragg.
Pragg beat. No, he did not beat.
Vincent.
He beat Vincent, yes.
Yeah.
And he had a good position against Navara in the first round, but he did not. He couldn't
Yeah.
manage to cash in that advantage. But he's on +1, +2 right now. No, he's on.
Yeah,
he's on +2.
He will finish with +1.
Yeah, if he loses this game.
Which is okay, I mean, but
Well, he chose a very risky line today.
yeah.
And that's the thing that can happen when you choose a risky line. Like, it can pay off quite well, but on the other hand, you can just struggle. And Anish just showed why,
Anish will go back with such pleasant feeling, no?
for sure.
Like this last 2 wins. I was thinking for when Anish lost to Aravindh, that his tournament is ruined
Yeah,
by that point. But it wasn't.
it wasn't. I mean, but it was super important for him to believe that his tournament was not over, because many players would have just tried to kill the game in the next round with the black pieces, just play solid. But he chose to play the classical Sicilian,
He came.
and it paid off. Yeah, and black is just waiting. Rook a7, rook a8.
Can we see a repetition happening here with Queen
It's
e3,
possible.
Rook a7?
It's quite possible.
And then maybe Aravindh then becomes champion
Then become the champion guaranteed.
without doubt, because Pragg will definitely, I mean, it's only a miracle that can help him win there.
Yeah.
I like how Aravindh realizes that there is nothing much he can do. So
he's just waiting,
He's
yeah.
waiting.
And today is the last day. If you want, we can even show our directors who have always been
Oh,
helping
yes.
us. If
Yes, our directors will join us.
that would be great, yeah,
Yeah.
because they have been working tirelessly to
Absolutely.
make sure that
Absolutely.
we are able to do this.
We didn't have to handle anything apart
Anything,
from
yeah.
the chessboard.
Yeah,
So that really made our life
easy
easier.
for sure. Just to quickly round up today's master section right now, maybe we can just round it up and then take a short break just to understand what's happening. Navara drew his game against Shankland. Shankland showed excellent preparation. So if you guys are curious how to play in the 2 nights with black, definitely check out that game. Nguyen, Thaidai 1, playing with the white pieces against Vincent, coming off a tough loss yesterday against Wei. But today, he's back. He's putting a lot of pressure on Vincent in this isolated pawn position, and he's pressing. Quang, Liem, Wei, slightly pleasant, but I think Wei is not going to lose this. I think we've seen Wei in much worse positions, and he's a supremely good defender, so I expect Wei to defend this. Anish versus Pragg is obviously going to be, in my opinion, the only result in this round where he's going to cash in this advantage with his pieces really controlling the center.
By the way, Queen e3 in Gurel Aravindh game.
Oh, so they are repeating.
They are repeating Rook a7. Maybe this is the moment where we crown the champion. Oh, yes.
Queen f4. Wow.
Repeating. Wow.
And Rook 8 back. Does that mean that Queen e3 is going to...
Can we go full screen on
yes,
this?
this is a huge moment, of course, in
Ediz
Arvind's
Gurel.
career, because he's been playing fascinating in this event. Slightly worse today, but if he manages to hold, which it seems like he is, He's going to be the champion of Prague Masters.
Yeah, and Ediz made 2 repetitions quickly. Aravindh is looking at the screen just to check if Pragg's position, whether he should be continuing or not. And I think anyone can clearly see that Pragg is in trouble. So I think Aravindh would definitely understand that and is ready for the draw. But Ediz Gurel might want to play and say, Pragg, not so soon. You'll have to play for another couple of hours. But
I don't think so. I
yeah.
think Gurel will be happy with the draw as well because
Because you can see like Gurel is a little bit sort of fidgety. He's not his calm self like sitting and completely focusing. So
yeah, he has a draw in his pocket and it's hard for me to. Oh yes, Queen. Oh no, King G2. You are right.
What?
No draw.
No way.
No way.
Ediz Gurel.
No sir.
What a guy. He's like not so soon.
No.
Amazing moment in this tournament. Again, a very key moment that shows how the youngsters
Has so much fighting spirit.
Yeah.
They're not afraid. Like I know so many people who would think that I'm playing someone 120 points higher than me, and he's in good form. Maybe I should just make a draw and go home.
Also, my tournament was good.
Yeah.
Everything
Just
great.
go around the Prague castle, have a good time. But Ediz is like, no, I'm instead going to focus on winning this round. Yeah. Incredible.
Yeah, I think overall, just great attitude.
Oh my god.
What?
Look at Pragg's move. What? There is a pawn on h3, bhai.
Mouse slip. Pragg has just played his bishop on g4 and is telling Anish, I have just
What is that?
gambled everything. No, he just wants to take the bishop on d5. So if you take hg, let's say,
What is bishop g4, bhai?
attacking the rook. Queen takes d5, black is better.
Yeah, of course I'm not going to take the bishop on g4.
But what a move.
Yeah, look at Anish. He's like, what? Again, yeah,
Anish is like, okay.
Time
yeah,
to
yeah.
take my jacket off, Sagar
I
bhai.
have to get, let's
Let's take our jacket
We
off.
also have to calculate a bit.
Yeah, we have to calculate a bit, yeah. Get serious.
Like
Oh, and all three of us, look, Anish, you and me are all wearing blue.
Oh, wow.
Also, the strong audience is also wearing blue.
Yeah, blue is the color of the day. Also, Pragg is wearing blue.
Arey, bye. Oh, bishop what? Bishop e5. Yes, because if no, but it's
Pragg, tricky.
bishop takes d1, rook takes d1,
Rook e5.
rook e5.
Bishop f7.
No, bishop takes e5. You want to put your bishop here. And if bishop f7, king takes f7, if you take, I mean, black has 2 rooks. And the bishop on e5 also gives a mating idea for black. So, you have to actually be accurate.
Okay.
There is only one way.
Let's think. We haven't seen the...
Have you found
No.
the way?
Have you found?
I have not. I'm just waiting for you to find it.
Let me find it. Bishop f7. Bishop c6, knight c6. No. Not knight c6. We have to, like bishop f7. What if just knight takes f7? Also possible.
Oh,
King takes f7 also possible. Like there are many possible, because our rook, what a move by the way by Pragg. Like let's take a moment to appreciate this move.
very creative.
Yeah, it reminds me of Vidit Gujarati's move against Gukesh in the first round of candidates. Bishop g4, where the pawn was on h3. I think it was the same concept. I mean, something like this, but wow, it's a tough moment. What is the move? Oof. Harshit bhai, it's not clear. Check. Okay, knight takes. bg7. bd1.
No, not bg7.
bg7 losing. Wow.
Oh, wow.
No,
I
no,
see
no.
it. I see the win.
Wait.
I see the crystal raindrops fly.
Oh, knight f6 check.
Yes, knight to f6 check. If bishop takes f6,
Queen g6.
queen takes g6 check. Following
Game
it up
over.
with bishop takes f6. This is
Okay,
completely
but
over.
come back. Knight f7, knight f6. What if king f7?
King f7, then I simply just.
Wait. Do we go bishop e5 here? Bishop e5.
No, I think you just take the Bishop, no? Just take the bishop back, no? Simple chess.
But that's
Why
not
to complicate
so simple,
it?
no?
And now you're still having all your threats with bishop e5 and bishop moving intact.
But the material is equal.
Queen
right now.
b3 is also a powerful threat. So this
What
is
about I go queen? Oh, queen c8 now.
Queen c8 would be a great way to ask a question for white.
Oh,
Yes, knight d6
what
check.
Anish gets what is Anish doing? He's exercising.
Yeah, maybe even we should do it. Yeah, copy Anish.
Yeah. Okay. Can if he doesn't find the move, is it the only move?
Only move, bhai.
Oh, it's the only
Oh,
move, guys.
well, what is happening, Sagar bhai? He cannot believe that he has this opportunity.
If Anish doesn't find this, I will today take him to a hot pot. If he finds this anyway, he will take me.
Big moment. I hope he doesn't think that I hope he doesn't think that black is fine right now, because it's important to believe that you have something.
Of course, he believes like for the last 10 moves he was better. Suddenly, Bishop G4 can't equalize.
Yeah,
this.
but Bishop G4 is a cold shower.
No,
like
look
you
at
would have-
look at him. He's having great time there. Rocking the chair.
Max Mado is like, I will also take him to hot pot. Arre, bye.
Yeah, exactly. Alok Datta, you are right. Thing is, Anish has enough time. Yeah, that's one of the. If he had 10 minutes, maybe we could have had some excitement.
I've never seen Anish thinking like this though.
No, he's just very happy.
He's very happy,
Very
yeah.
excited. He just looks like, oh, this is my game to be. But on the other hand, Ediz Gurel is just playing with his king there. It's not drawn,
He's
guys.
toying with his king and he's
Yeah.
toying with Arvind's emotions,
Yes.
because Arvind really
But
wants
Arvi-
to finish the game.
Arvind is like, if he comes here and sees, he can be like, even if I lose, I'll be the champion now.
Oh, true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
If Anish wins, and then he doesn't even have to. But of course, he doesn't want to.
No, of course,
win
you don't want to end in that
loss.
way.
Yeah.
Vansh Desai says this is the Giri redemption arc.
Yeah.
Could be. Guys, you never know. Look at Pragg walking around there. Pragg is also trying to create some pressure. Who knows what's happening? Like
Bishop
we
F7
have,
is the only move. It's not that easy.
and also Bishop F7. If I move my king away, then just E8 is hanging,
Yeah.
right?
It's not. I mean, it's.
Also at G4 is hanging.
Yeah. I mean, also we know that there is a winning move for white, which made the job of finding it easier. And I don't know if Anish knows that he's completely winning. Okay, but this is huge, by the way. If he doesn't play Bishop F7 and then comes back home and looks at the engine, he won't be able to sleep.
This would be the I can even say to that extent that he might just say this is the worst blunder of my
Yeah, I mean, everyone says after a game that it's the worst blunder of their life, but it's not actually true.
No, but this one definitely. By the way, just so that people know, we are not taking this bishop straight away because our own bishop is hanging in the center through the black queen. So that's the reason why we cannot. So once you sack it here, if black moves away, we just take the bishop, will be a piece up.
Yeah.
So this is the very beautiful line here where such a move works, no? This is so cool.
Yeah.
And if queen f6...
Well, then bishop takes f6 and you just don't have enough, because I can go queen takes g6. No.
Yeah, because this is fine, yeah, for black.
Yeah. Queen takes g6 and yeah, it's game over. Oh, by the way, Arvind's position somehow seems to have repeated, because the king is back on g1. So, could he have repeated, after rook 8, king g1, could he have repeated? No, I'm genuinely curious. If he played rook a7, could he have repeated a draw?
What is he doing, Ediz?
Ediz is doing triangulation, by. Very important triangulation.
I think now Ediz will take a draw. Yeah. Now I think you can claim it just.
Oh, king g2. Okay,
Just
now
claim it.
just I would. You know what I would do in this position? I would raise my hand
Yeah, and call
the arbiter.
Yeah.
and get the trophy.
Arbiter, please, my
Please,
trophy.
my trophy.
But has it happened 3 times just to see?
Oh,
Queen
but
F4.
Sagar bhai, we need a dance with Aravindh if he wins this tournament.
Oh, yes.
We absolutely do. I
Yes.
think that would be
He's
incredible.
very good dancer.
He's very good dancer, yeah.
You know it, yeah? You have danced with him
I
before.
mean, I think if an expert is saying that he's a good dancer, then
We are all experts until Harshit Bhai starts to dance.
everyone is a superhero until the real superhero comes in.
Yeah, no, I mean, clearly, I think one of the things that Aravindh doesn't want to do is claim a draw somehow. I don't know. He just wants to agree to a draw.
I don't know the difference, but okay.
Like claiming a draw means you have to be like you look too
It's a beta
eager.
move, yeah.
You look too eager for the draw. Here it's like, okay, I believe in my position. If you want to play, let's play. That way.
Okay, I have a very important question. Do you think he will find bishop f7?
Anish, no?
Yeah.
I think we should stick. I don't know where to go because this is also.
Oh, he's about to make a move.
Yeah.
Okay, what are the chances, Sagar bhai?
99.9% he plays it.
Really?
Yeah.
If he doesn't, what will you do?
That's what I said, right? Like he'll take him to hot pot.
No. Some.
I will pay for his next 10 dinners.
Really?
Yes.
Can I also join? Yeah, he's calculating something. I think he definitely spots something. Almost 5,000 people watching, guys. This is the last day today. Do like the stream so more people can witness Arvind's historic win. Oh my god, bishop f7. Wow.
Good move.
Crazy.
No dinners. Bishop f7, and I think Anish has done
This
it.
is over.
Takes his. We have to wear the jacket.
Oh yes, we have to get the jacket back.
I like how he. I think he'll make a move.
Yeah,
At least couple of moves.
Yeah.
But I also like how Anish removes his jacket, does his calculation, and then puts it back on.
Yeah. It's also.
It's like his. Someone puts on their thinking hat. Anish takes off his sort of unthinking jacket or whatever it may be.
It's uncomfortable to sit with a jacket, but when you're walking, maybe it's a bit cold in the playing hall, so he puts it back on. Yeah, and look at Pragg, yeah. He knows he missed something, and it's going to be a quick day, yeah, because only 2.5 hours into the game, like Pragg is going to go down.
Yeah. Yeah, I think last day everyone's a bit tired.
What do you think about the round being early?
Yeah.
You think so, yeah? Because I feel like
accepting it as a
but
part of
everyone
life.
has a routine, right? Like I feel like for 8 rounds, all the players have a routine. Like for example, if I am playing, let's say I wake up at 10 o'clock, I prepare for 2 hours, I go get lunch, I sleep, and I come to the round. Now suddenly, if I wake up at 10 o'clock, I need to take a shower and immediately, instead of getting breakfast, go to the playing hall. So the whole dynamic completely changes.
I know. And I think that sometimes that's why we see in last rounds players unable to play their best chess many times.
For sure.
It does impact them. But I think it's part of being a professional player now. So they have to really, really be ready from day one, not to get into such a habit that last day they are unable to shift it.
Well, but
Like do it this way, do the first 5 days like that, and then by the 6th day already start thinking about your 9th day. If you don't do it, it's
yeah, it's an
not
interesting question to think about.
no, I just think that it's part of, you are told before the tournament, you know everything.
Yeah, look at Prague. Yeah, he's very frustrated. Yeah, it's such a nice event so far. 5 out of 8. He was really cruising in this event, and then suddenly, I think everything just went wrong right from the opening, where he chose to play this risky opening. But Anish knew the nuances, and that's obviously the downside of playing a risky opening.
Yeah. By the way, just very importantly, Wei's game starts to get quite important now, Harshit Bhai, because but if Arvind draws, then
Yeah,
it's not.
exactly.
But still, Wei.
No, there's no way there is going to be any result besides a draw in this. No way.
Yeah, I also agree, but I think Wei will continue playing with black, at least hoping that Arvind draws.
I think we should stick
No,
to.
Arvind loses.
I think we should stick to Prague's game right now because we might see a result here.
He's going to resign.
You think so? Yeah. Yeah. Look at him. He's very dejected.
Just
Wait,
so
what
that
was the line?
people
King
know,
F7?
King F7.
Just Edge G4. Okay. Very important.
This is interesting, yeah.
Queen
G4.
E7. I mean, Sagar bhai, you're up a pawn in this position.
And also, this is a major threat.
No, I mean you're up a pawn and you're attacking. I mean what?
Also, threat is bishop e5.
Exactly. Bishop C5.
And I want to remove my queen,
Let's
but
say
if
queen
I go
E7.
here, then this,
Yeah, it's over.
followed by knight d6 check. And if I go, where else can I go with my queen? There's just no square.
If rook c8, you can even do queen takes c8 if you want to be fancy.
Yeah.
Queen takes c8, knight d6, and exchange the queens. That's all she wrote.
By the way, beautiful move by Nguyen in the game against Keymer. He's just pushed
Whoa.
his pawn to f4, and look at the dark square control he has.
I didn't see that one coming.
I think he's going to do this.
Yeah,
He
or
will
even
win.
rook e5, knight e3.
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
he-
look at this line. Rook e5. Let's say you go, I don't know, h6, rook e5, and you make a passing move. I go knight e3, and if rook g6, rook h5, your queen is trapped on h5. So, I think this is his idea to go rook e5 and knight e3. But obviously, the highlight of today is going to be Anish just playing super accurately.
Yeah.
Because whenever your opponent sacrifices a piece, usually what happens is that you get a bit nervous and you make a move which allows your opponent to come back in the game. But Anish did not give his opponent this chance.
No, Anish played well today, that's for sure. So maybe the focus should shift to this game, Aravindh versus Ediz.
Yeah.
And Ediz, after making a lot of king moves, pushes his rook up to e3. One of the questions I have here is knight takes b4 possible? Queen takes, sorry.
Yeah.
I wanted to take here because if cb then
the
rook
rook.
hangs, but there's just queen, takes.
Yeah.
Should we check challengers very quickly?
Yes. Because I think we should try to get Divya if she wins her game. Oh my god, it's not that easy.
She'll win it. 2 extra pawns.
Well, but do you remember the game of Prague versus Wesley?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
And it was completely similar. It's just that I don't think black like there were these pawns on a6 and a3, and black actually managed to hold himself. So there are definitely possibilities for black to save this. But obviously, white this should be technically won.
By the way, Bjerre seems to have lost his edge,
advantage.
and Nemec is back. And on the other hand,
Nodirbek's game. That's obviously.
Finek is also doing well.
What?
We
Is he
did-
better?
We did see this line after rook a7, which we
Oh,
were...
knight c6.
Yeah, your
Someone-
move was on the board.
Not mine. Someone recommended
Yeah,
it. d5, rook d8, and black might be taking over. f5. Wow. Imagine if Nodirbek loses this. Oh my god.
And Bjerre draws.
Yeah, tiebreak.
One tie break we need. It's
One
not
time.
It's not happening in the open, in the Masters.
Yeah. Do you think Pragg will resign? Or do you think he'll play? He'll resign, yeah.
Because knight f7, knight f6 is easy.
Yeah. It's so forced, exactly.
But king f7, at g4 is worth trying. Like, and now resigning. Like, just take with the king and then hope that your opponent does something like queen b3 check. So then you can jump back with something.
Hope dies last, as they say.
We are all very quiet here.
Yeah, I think Pragg is just trying to understand what went wrong. Yeah, I don't know if he's calculating about this position because it's clear that he's completely lost. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure he's calculating, but
Yeah.
can we look at what is the plan of Ediz now after rook lift?
Well, he wants to ask Black whether he's ever going to make a decision or he's just going to keep waiting.
Rook a7?
Well, yeah, rook a7, and at some point I think White will try to go perhaps rook e1 and try to go knight h4, rook f3, put pressure on the f7 pawn. Some ideas, yeah, for White. It's not that White is without any ideas
Rook
at all.
a7 just defends. No?
Yeah, that's the problem. Rook a7 is... Black is just so solid. Yeah. Black is very, very solid.
Oh, by the way, Vincent is almost lost.
What? Oh, this is happening? Rook e5 now, or what?
Yeah. Your plans are on the board, Harshit bhai. You need to get on the board soon and start playing.
Yeah. By the way, something happened. King takes f7 played, and now of course h takes g4 is a simple.
Wait. Is there any other move?
I just play simple chess.
Wait.
Arre.
Bishop e5.
But why?
Bishop d1, rook d1.
Why to complicate the
Threatening
thing?
knight d6.
I mean, I can win the bishop and be a pawn up. I'm a simple guy, Sagar bhai. I think Anish is too. I think it's Anish's style to take h takes g4 besides calculating like some crazy lines like bishop e5 or rook f1. Yeah. He's about to take it.
Yeah, he is.
About to. No. He's like, enjoying himself, yeah? Yeah, he takes h takes g4. And yeah. Yeah, I think now he's a okay.
King,
Queen
queen
e7.
e7. Threat. What? Bishop c5? Maybe some.
Can you make it queen e7?
Yeah.
Bishop,
So
c5 is
c5
easy.
and knight d6.
Now queen b3 check or what?
No. Knight b3. Okay.
Sorry?
Queen b3, there is knight c4
Yeah,
somehow.
exactly. And then it protects the d6 square. So that's why bishop c5 is the easiest way to do it. Again, just simple chess. And if you cannot even go to e6, by the way, because there's knight g5 check winning the queen. So it's just completely gone.
Yeah, maybe we should try and get Anish today.
Yeah, for sure.
And then if later, maybe whoever wins.
Yeah, I think bishop c5. Of course, we have to get Aravindh to get his dance.
You think Aravindh will dance here or later?
We would hope. I mean, let's see. Because of course, if Anish wins this, it's clear that he's the winner of this event.
Not clear. Not like technically there is still way win. I mean, you can't as a commentator say like it's clear because technically there is a chance for Wei to catch up. No matter how improbable chess wise
Yes.
it is.
Well, also Aravindh has to lose for that to happen. You know, like
Yes.
it's
No,
like,
if Aravindh
it's not
draws-
just Wei that needs to win,
Once
but also
Aravindh draws, it's done.
yeah. But I think we should stick to Giri's game, no, because we are going to get a result there.
Seems like it. But Anish is taking his time.
Well, yeah, but like there's no other game that a result is going to happen. So he's taking his time, but yeah, bishop c5 is obviously super natural, right? Rook f. I don't even want to consider rook f. I mean, I can obviously, like, it's like, you know, but like, why should I calculate
King g8?
king g8 and like, I'm sure there's still a way for white to keep his advantage.
Knight f6 check again.
No, that's a blunder.
Why?
Okay, just take.
Bishop e5.
What? No, why are you giving away a piece?
Oh, I want to give a check. Yeah.
Like,
No, first.
no reason to complicate it. Like that's one of the things you should do. When you have a simple win, just play it. Exactly. Bishop to c5. Don't try to over calculate and find a second win. Exactly. They say that if you find a good move, try to find a better one. But if you find one win, just play it.
And Anish has done that in his life. Everywhere he's done that.
Yeah.
Bishop c5. Because this is what he once in his podcast he has mentioned. That when someone asked him like you got married very early at a young age, he said like I saw a good move and I just made it. So that
Is
was
that what you did as well, Sagar bhai?
Yeah, for me, well, I was much older than him. He was, I think, 20.
Yeah.
I was 24.
I'm slacking.
Yeah, you became a GM, so.
No,
I mean, he is a super GM, so of course.
I'm slacking in the way that he got married when he was 20.
Yeah. You are 25 already.
What? No, I'm 23.
23. Oh, you're 2001 born, right?
Yeah.
I kind of, with Aravindh coming in, I thought, 99 born. Yeah. Have you played with Aravindh ever?
I'm sure I have. Like, I'm 100% sure I've played him. I don't recall the game, but for sure I've played him in like some youth event.
I have a one game with Aravindh, draw. And why? Because at that point, he's old enough that I was still active and he was young.
Yeah.
I think he was 13 years old when I played him.
So he was young enough to be very good, but you were experienced enough to hold him, yeah?
But I was better. I was actually unhappy with the draw because I was higher rated than him at that point.
But now looking back.
Now it's all good. But I could never play against Pragg, Gukesh, Arjun, all these. Although I played with Vaishali.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I also played Gukesh when he was still young and very good, but somehow I was able to do well.
You won?
That's how I got my Grandmaster.
But he was actually higher rated than you.
Yeah, he was close to 2600, but...
Wow.
But like also during that time I was...
Can you make a video on your YouTube channel how I beat the world champion?
Yeah, but like also during that time I was in like everything was going really well for me, and he was just about to like become like, I think after that loss, like he just like never stopped, never looked back. He's like, after losing to Harshit, I need to change something. Queen b3 check. What? Knight c4, but now still knight d6. Yeah.
You had to play your knight in between, because what else, right? If you play rook e6, there is knight g5.
Yeah.
Check and you lose the rook. And if you play, you can't go here, you can't go here, you can't go here, you can't go here. So this is the, this also you can't go. So this is the only move.
Yeah.
And now knight d6.
Knight d6 now, for sure. Or bishop d6 also. No, knight d6 for sure, yeah. Max Mado asks, is any possibility that Pragg can hold this game? I don't think so. I think the ship has sailed. White is completely winning. Not only is he an exchange up, but he's also up a pawn. And Black's compensation is nowhere to be found right now.
But he's just won an exchange, huh? Not much.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, there could be more now. Queen takes b5, attacking here and here. No? Seems like a good move.
It seems like a very good move. Queen b5, yeah, just ends it. I think queen b5 and we'll see resignation. I'm sure that if queen b5 happens, there will be resignation. Do you agree?
No, the rook is hanging. You mean bishop c5 to d4. Okay.
Yeah. Also very, very good. Yeah.
Also good move, I think. Yeah, maybe this is his kind of move. Just keeping
things under control.
And Arvind, after rook e3, seems a bit stunned. Huh? He's not making his move for a long time.
Well, he only has 9 more moves to make until he reaches the 40th move. So he has quite some time to spend, and he's just using it because he's going to get 30 minutes after 40 moves. So why not to take some time and figure out the position
Yeah.
as well as he can.
What a final day.
Yeah.
And did we already see what happened in Challengers? You
No,
were talking about this endgame being not so easy for Divya to convert.
yeah. I
But
mean,
let's see. I mean,
it's. I mean, it's obviously she has great winning chances, but I don't think that it is automatically winning.
right.
Still some work to do.
And we have here Jonas Bjerre, who is maybe slightly better, was better much more.
Uh-huh.
And now Finek is actually having a close to
Oh my
big
God.
advantage brewing.
Imagine what, like, last day kuch bhi ho sakta hai, bhai. I mean, anything can happen. Like, we expected Yakkuboev to cruise today, and then suddenly Finek comes and says, why did you underestimate me? I'm playing this tournament for a reason. I'm invited for a reason with the black pieces.
He just wants to draw now. Yeah,
I think even he wants to see a tiebreak.
Yakkuboev is like, please draw this game. I can't afford to lose it because if he loses and Bjerre wins, then he's out of the race for first
Yeah.
spot.
Okay, so that game is very, very exciting. Rook takes e4 happened, by the way. Queen b5, rook e4 has happened on the board of Anish. Pragg still playing a few more moves. Can I go rook d7? After rook e4?
Rook d7.
Yeah. My point being that if you go queen g3, I have rook takes g7. King takes g7, queen b7 check. And
Nice,
your rook on
nice.
e4. So
Very cool. I think black's only hope is to push h3, but
with my queen on e4, I think I'm also protecting it. So I think that this would really be over. And of course, Anish is being very professional. He's just making sure he doesn't allow any last minute tricks because it's common to just blitz out a move now and allow black some counterplay. But Anish is like, okay, I have 20 minutes. There's no reason to rush.
yeah.
No reason to rush at all. Just making sure he finds the right moves because the result is in his completely decided now. I mean, if he just accurate for one move, 1-2 moves. And Nguyen actually might be another player who wins today.
By the way, Arvind has played rook a7.
Yeah, he's like,
He's like,
I'm
I
just
can't
gonna
find
wait.
a better move.
Yeah. Just keep waiting with rook a7, rook 8. The point being right now, everyone watching, that white is up a pawn, but he doesn't have a breakthrough because his pawns on e5 and g5 are fixed. The f pawn can never break through because there are 2 pawns controlling it. c4 is too risky because it weakens the b4 pawn. And if you go a5, ba5 will open up the queen. So, as things stand, you are up a pawn, but I'm very, very solid. All the pieces also putting a lot of pressure on the e5 pawn so that your pieces are kind of forced to defend it.
I think for Ediz to make progress, he has to take bishop takes knight.
But I don't know if that's progress or not because it might just allow black to come back in the game because
That's very nice.
rook to c4 is going to come in. So I'm not exactly sure if that's progress. And that's exactly what Arvind wants white to do. Take risks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aha. Did he go back and come back? Oh, he went.
Other rook to e1. Yeah. Bishop d4 played by Anish. Whoa. He's just having fun, yeah?
Nice move.
Trying to go queen d5 check. Wow.
What was the other move here?
I thought rook d7, like that was my idea, but now that I see bishop d4, I like it a lot. I really like it. Exchanging an important bishop on g7 and then
What do I take here?
then takes and queen d5, queen d4. Like just exchange more pieces when your material up, and this is over. Yeah. Yeah, I think we might.
Anish actually has quite a good score against the young Indians. Huh?
Yeah, also
Against
against Gukesh, he was really pressing, but he doesn't
No, but
because.
he had 2 wins in Vaikanse, 2023-24.
Oh, if against Gukesh?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And now he has this 2 wins against Pragg.
But he lost, by the way, just to remind, he
This year
did
he
lose
lost.
against
This year he
Gukesh.
lost.
It could have been a hat trick, yeah, if he won.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anish is enjoying himself. Like, I was really struggling in this event, then back to back 2 wins. Now he'll go back and have a good time with his kids and then prepare again and then with its wedding
Oh, yeah.
on 1st of April.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
He will be there in India.
I think at this point both players know that it's like completely gone and just waiting for the handshake.
People are asking what's happening in Wei's game because it is a important game from the final standings perspective. But doesn't seem like much is happening here.
Yeah.
Very likely it will end in a draw.
For sure.
Which means Wei will only go to 5 points, cannot reach 5.5.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Nguyen might score his first win of the tournament today.
Yes. Against Vincent, who
And
was
I think
actually
he's
very solid in
very,
this event.
very close now.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I was hoping for when this position started. And White has gotten the dream setup with his pawns on f4, rook on e5. The bishop on c8 is very, very unhappy because he just doesn't have an open. And, as White, I might not even want to capture this pawn. I'll just say that I'll keep this pawn so that your bishop is always going to be a very, very passive piece.
Yeah. No need to be
Oh,
greedy.
knight d4 played, by the way. Oh.
Because he moved his queen.
Oh, we've
But
got
why
a
did he-
very big change in the position.
Because, he defended this pawn.
Oh my god,
well.
that's...
So
knight
now he
takes
was
d4.
ready to prepare knight d4. He takes.
Queen takes, I expect.
Queen takes or pawn takes?
That's a good question.
Because if you take with the pawn,
Black gets control of the C line, but on the other hand, I mean, White's position seems to have improved a little bit.
yeah. But if you take with the queen, it's also playable, but
Yeah, I mean, I would probably prefer with the queen, but of course, capturing towards the center is the most logical response.
I don't understand. Like after I take here,
Uh-huh.
you come here. What is the
He
play
takes
that
with the
white
queen. Yeah.
has?
He takes with the queen. I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. I also felt it like there was not much play. And the bishop on b5 is now defending a4 and c4 squares.
Yep.
So black cannot get in easily. And now the question remains, at some point will f4, f5 work?
No. F4, F5 is never going to
No,
work.
at some point maybe.
No, I don't think F4, F5 is ever going to happen. It weakens your king too much, and I don't think that will happen. But White will probably try to somehow make use of these passed pawns here and try to push A5 at the right time, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, some sort of a fortress, I think, Vansh.
Donald says, please note that there are two A's on Aravindh. A-R-A. Even though the second A is sometimes glossed over in the pronunciation of some people. Yeah, I think Rook C7 played.
Yeah. Doubling on the C line. Knight E3 played by Pragg, by the way. But now there is Queen B3 check, no? A Queen B...
He played?
No, I think he's thinking.
What if I take here,
You obviously want to take on...
but knight D1, no?
Yeah, first take here, rook takes. And now rook D7. Yeah, it's completely winning, yeah.
Threat?
Threat, I just double on the D line, go
Queen
Queen
G3?
D5. Yeah, maybe I should be a bit accurate. Let's see. After knight e3 was the most accurate way to do it. Okay, I should start with bishop e3, I guess. There's also rook d3 though. Ah no, d4 is hanging. So I have to take. And maybe rook c1 is also interesting.
Just rook c1 and then.
Oh no, rook c1 actually
No,
allows a
it's
lot of
fine.
counter
It's
play.
fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't see any way that white doesn't win this. Bishop e3, rook d3 is the cleanest.
Just
Because
trade more pieces.
exactly. Rook cannot go to e4 because of queen d5. Rook cannot go to e2 because there will be rook d8. So I guess that he will take and go rook d3. Do you want to keep Anish and Pragg's camera and take our first break and then come back to see what happens in the game of Aravindh?
Okay. I think so. That's fair. And maybe we'll also have Anish joining in.
Yep.
Maybe we can keep both Anish and. Oh, I think Pragg has written something down. What is he writing?
He's just drawing. No idea.
Yeah, if we can have that on the board, we'll take a short break
Yeah.
and be back. Welcome back, everyone. Anish hasn't made a single move yet. He's thinking about here whether to take on e3 or not, and he's winning in multiple ways. But quickly, let's head over to Aravindh Chithambaram, because over there we have had a couple of moves that are played after Queen d4, Rook c7, King g1, Queen b7. It feels like there is some kind of a deadlock here, but if Ediz wants, maybe he can try a bit here. And what are the possible ideas in this position is the question. Yes, for example, if I go, let's say, Rook d3, you wait, Queen a8, maybe b6 is hanging. So I'm not so sure, like, what is the way, like Queen a7. If there's any way to make progress here, he goes Rook a1. Maybe he's trying for a5 break. In the Anish Pragg game, we have bishop takes knight, the last two moves. Bishop takes knight, rook takes. And now Rook d7. I think that makes a lot of sense. But it might be a bit sharp, I don't know. Because Queen is coming into g3, some counterplay with h3. So white has to be careful, like Rook d7, Queen g3. But maybe there's Rook e1 check as well. So you have to be careful of that check. King h8, check, King h7, Queen c7. This might be the easiest way to win, because now I'm attacking here, and if you give a check, I take, and there are no more checks because g3 square is covered by the queen. Meanwhile, we can see Aravindh Chithambaram there playing bishop to f8. And actually, Ediz has been trying to figure out what is the way in which he can at least make some progress, which is not so clear to him. Actually, it's not so clear to anyone, because even if you try to sort of go like this, bring the other rook, and try to attack f7, which seems like the only weakness, I have it well covered. So in a way, there doesn't seem a way to make progress. So while Aravindh isn't playing his move, Ediz isn't coming up with a new idea, I'm sure that there could be some way of trying to create something here. Any suggestions like what to do? Because it's a serious edge according to the engines. But look at this move that Anish has played, and this shows how you can be absolutely clinical in winning positions when your opponent is trying to sort of play in a lost position. Try to take away all his counterplay, And rook d3 is just such a great move because after take you have queen takes and you traded one of the key pieces. And if you go rook e2, now there's no more queen coming into g3 business, and already it's very good for white. So I really liked rook d3 move. I think, guys, it's almost clear that Aravindh is going to become the champion of this tournament. Oh, by the way, Ediz did make some progress. He pushed a5. But this does seem a bit risky actually. He's actually made a move that might hand over the edge to Aravindh, sorry. Because after takes, rook takes, the bishop is defended now. You have to take with the rook. Yeah, he takes. You have to take with the rook, defending here. But now a very important and a nice move. Which is rook a8. And now after rook takes 8, you take it. And you might ask, like, what exactly did it change? Well, the point is, now the queen is ready to enter in. King g2. And I mean, white has no way to even continue trying now anymore. For example, just bishop e7. I'm waiting. What do? You don't have c4. The queen will open up. You don't have, maybe you go back with your bishop, hoping for some b5 stuff. Okay, this is hanging, but h4 maybe. Bishop e7, h4. Maybe bishop d8 with the idea of moving the rook and then coming up with your bishop out to b6. So a lot of possibilities now for Aravindh Chithambaram. He takes the rook on a8 and he offers a draw. Oh, there you see. Can we go full screen there? He took on a8 and offered a draw, and Aravindh just confirmed from his opponent, did you really offer a draw? Because that seems to be his title. Now it's up to Aravindh whether he wants to continue fighting here where he's maybe having his chances. He looks up, he sees Pragg's game and he knows he's losing. He agrees, and guys, Aravindh Chithambaram, 99.99% is going to become the champion of the Prague Masters. The only reason why I would say anything other than that is because Pragg, if he beats Anish, which is highly unlikely to happen. And there you can see Aravindh discussing with Ediz. What a tournament for Ediz Gurel. 50% score, 4.5 for just 16-year-old boy. Watch out for him. He's the next big thing in the world of chess, in Turkish chess. And Aravindh Chithambaram will be so thrilled that he's going to take home the title of the Prague Masters 2025. And what a rate this guy has of classical chess. He's played 2 super tournaments, one in Chennai, the other this one, and both he won. Ahead of players like in Chennai, there was Levon Aronian, MVL, Arjun Erigaisi. He won there. And now in this field where he won it ahead of Vei, Praggnanandhaa, Anish, Giri, Vincent, Keymer. Wow. I mean, we'll wait for Aravindh to join us. But now all eyes on Pragg versus Anish. Because if Pragg manages to somehow change something here, which is unlikely, the engine says right now 6.5 advantage to white, which is essentially like you are 2 pieces up as white. It's huge. I don't know. Generally, I put my house on stake for some funny things that happen here. I can put everything on stake that Pragg's not going to win this. Because this is just Anish will win clearly. Harshit, yeah, we'll call Arvind here, and maybe at that point we'll also have Harshit Bhai joining in with Arvind. But I think the best time to call Arvind would be after the end of this game, I think, because then we could also very clearly tell him that he is the champion. If this game doesn't end, you have to kind of tell him, yeah, you are the champion, but 99.9% and so on. So he plays rook d7 now. After the rook comes to g3, taking away the queen's spot, he simply goes in and attacks the queen and the bishop. So imagine that you get in here, threatening a mate in 1. I give you a check, defend the pawn. Let's say king h7. And now I guess there are so many ways to win, but perhaps the easiest one should be rook f1. If you go h3 trying to checkmate me somehow, then it's natural to sack. King takes, and there are many ways to finish this off. Maybe the easiest is check. If king h8, I have check and other rook joins in with a mate. So king h6, and I go for a check again. Queen f4 also does the job, winning the rook. So yeah, that's how I believe this game could end. But Pragg has to decide where to move the queen. I think for last round battles for Pragg, maybe for the last couple of events haven't been great. Tata Steel also he lost to Vincent, now losing this to Anish. Today I would say he took a good choice by playing the King's Indian, but was unfortunate that Anish was so well prepared. Like Anish played a great game. And Adiban says, my job here is done. Adiban, a huge congratulations to you. He's like a very, very close friend of Arvind, like an elder brother to him, and has always been rooting for his success. And Adiban, one of the great players of Indian chess, is in the chat and is very, very happy for him. I believe a lot of people in Indian chess and in the world of chess are happy for Arvind. And I think more and more people will get to know about him, who he is, and about his journey of reaching here after the victory at Prague Masters. Maybe when Arvind joins in, you guys can ask him some questions. I think last time the gentleman there had asked a very nice question to him, which was like, how did you manage to improve at such an age of 25 years? And Arvind had mentioned that I always felt I had the strength of about 2700, and he believed in himself. So queen f4. Also for Anish, these victories are very encouraging for his own career, because Anish is born in 94. He is 30 years old, and often at this age, sometimes you start doubting yourself. You know, you've lost like a lot of rating points and so on. But with these wins here, it gives you a renewed energy and vigor to keep continuing your chess journey, which I anyway think Anish would have done, but it's just reassuring, because Pragg has been improving at a rapid pace in the world of chess, and to beat him so convincingly is a great result. Anish is like, let me be 100% sure that this move works. Springing his hand there, and now finally, queen b7. So he plays his queen up there. And now he defends this and also attacks g7, as we have Harshit Bhai joining in. Harshit Bhai, how are you?
I'm going great, bye.
Did you meet Aravindh?
I did not.
Uh-huh.
But it seems like he's won this tournament.
Unless something really tragic happens here, which I doubt.
No, I mean, for sure, I think we can safely say that Aravindh is going to be the champion of this event. And what do you think this does for his future?
I think more invitations for sure to more strong events.
Well, for sure, he gets an invitation for the next year in Prague because he's the winner of this tournament. So he'll be the reigning champion. So we'll get to see him again next year in Prague. But I think that he might even get some invitations. It's possible that in one of the freestyle legs.
Oh, possible. Yeah. You know, I was outside, and we have Dirk-Jan, who is here, who is the editor of...
More money, Adiban says.
Yeah, true. More money for sure. And he was out there, and he has been handling the Nguyen Chess magazine for years. And I think he was saying about an interview with Aravindh. Maybe he'll make it to the cover page of the Nguyen Chess magazine. And all of these things just build up. You know, more people get to know you and stuff, and it's nice. Your story. I think the Aravindh story, it's like an untold story.
Yeah.
And
but I think more and more people are getting to know about it now with this win, with also winning the Chennai Grandmasters, like the Super Masters.
I must tell people here, because I think while this game is going on and Anish is taking his time, there was a phase in Aravindh's chess career when they were so short of resources. They did actually crowdfunding for his GM title. And this was actually, there's a website called Indiegogo, which raises funds. And they were able to raise 10,000 euros back then when he was an IM.
No, he comes from very humble backgrounds, and for people to see that no matter where you come from, you can still do really, really well. It's a very inspiring story for a lot of young people out there, that if you are able to mold your talent into something special, it's possible that you can do wonders.
Yeah. In fact, I think the first time I met Aravindh was 2008.
Oh, really?
Mangalore Open, where he was 11 years old. And in that tournament, I fell in love with Amruta.
So you had different priorities.
No, but the funny thing is, Aravindh and his mother were Amruta's roommates.
Oh, so they helped you.
Sorry, maybe next year, 2019, or one of the years. 2009, sorry.
Sagar, if you don't remember this, Amruta is watching.
Sorry. Because that 2008, I fell in love. That is true. But that year, the next edition of Mangalore, this was in 2010. Sorry, Aravindh by that time was 11 years old. He's born in 99. So 11 years old. And he was in the room. He was a little kid. His mom and Amruta. And, one of the things he used to do, which I clearly remember, and which used to irritate his opponents to no end, was that he would sit on the board.
Oh, resignation.
Play. Oh.
Anish has won his game, yeah. Anish won.
Wow. That means Arvind Chithambaram is the champion of Prague Masters 2025. What a moment there. And what a game for Anish Giri. I think we would love to. And,
Pragg is very
Pragg
upset,
said, I don't even want to analyze this game because clearly he didn't even play to his potential at all.
Yeah, it's tough. Last round, having a chance to win the event and continue his streak of winning the events after Vacancy would have been special. But Anish Giri says that I'm not going to allow you to do that. Wins with the white pieces. And yeah, very unhappy
in
Pragg.
The background,
very unhappy
Pragg walking out. If he made a draw, and even finished second. It was fine, but this loss is going to hurt him.
Yeah, for sure.
And for Anish, what a finish, yeah?
Yeah, back-to-back wins with black and white against Shankland and Pragg. Very, very good result for him. I think he gains 2 rating points from this event.
Yeah, I mean, if we just look at Anish, he is now gaining 2. He's reached world number 17.
Yeah.
Closing in on 2740.
Yeah.
He's 2739. And
By the way, this website, very nice website that people
Yeah.
can follow all the live ratings, 2700chess.com.
Yeah, brilliant
It's a great
website.
way, tool to look at live rating for the top 100 players.
I actually interviewed the person who has made this website.
Oh, really?
It's an
Okay.
amazing work of effort.
It's instant, like Anish's
An-
game
Anish-
finished
yeah.
and his result rating is already updated. so-
Exactly. It's a lot of amazing work that happens
Yep.
behind the scenes.
So, what are the results? Can we just update our viewers
Can we
about
also see challengers then? Because there we more action, than
Yeah.
in Masters.
So
But
quickly-
by the way, just to say, if Wei wins this game, he finishes sole second, not even joint second.
wow.
Because Pragg is now on 5 points.
Yeah, but he's never going to win this. So, I mean, I think we can safely say that the results and the standings are decided. Okay, I am ready to do whatever dare if Black wins this. There's
Really?
no way. Yeah. I mean,
Okay, let's see.
No way.
No, come on, guys. Any creative things that we can make Harshit Bhai do? I think we still have left the main thing, push-ups on the Charles Bridge.
Yeah. But
Yeah?
no, I'm ready to do it, but I'm leaving tomorrow morning.
Yeah, tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight. If Wei wins.
Mm.
Yeah?
Dance? Don't know what that is.
Dance, people are saying dance on Charles Bridge.
Mm.
That's also possible. We'll do something on the Charles Bridge, but
I'm definitely not shaving my head, Vinish. Please.
I think you might win it, because for him to
Yeah, I mean, like, look at this. Like, your pawn on d5 is kind of isolated. My rook on d8 is putting pressure. So, your knight can never move. If you ever go rook d7, I'm going to chop it off. King d7, king d3, put my king on d4, and then at some point try to go f4 and create a passed pawn.
Yeah.
But okay, I think the material is too little. I just don't think that we are going to see any result besides the draw from this.
right.
Oh, yes, you were saying a story of this 2010 and you
Of
met.
Arvind.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
so
you
he
met
used to-
Amruta and.
He used to do this, like he's sitting on the board, opponent is thinking, and he would do like,
What?
and actually he used to be in his own world. It was his imaginary plane that he would fly, and
What?
then the opponent would make a move, and then he would make it instantly. Like, he was so talented, he didn't even have to think much on
He
the
used to
board.
do this.
Yeah, he used to do like this. Then he would and then suddenly, like, if someone would see him, he would like and put it down.
In that Karate Kid, that snake, like he goes on the top of and he does this to the snake.
Yeah, like there were many little things that he in the break, like when the round was done. By the way, rooks are traded.
Oh,
Or?
this is happening
Yeah, it's
actually. Rook
happening.
d7.
He had this. There was this ball which when you threw on the wall, it would like
Come back, yeah.
it would go in. What was that?
Crazy ball.
Crazy ball. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he would be playing with it and so on.
Oh, yes,
Very
sir.
very filled with lot of childlike innocence.
Yeah,
you know,
and I know so many times that during events, like all of the chess players, like Indian community, we used to, in the room, this has happened so many times, we used to use like a tray, and then we used to have some paper ball or something, and we used to play cricket in our room. I think I have so many memories playing cricket with all of these people. Aravindh used to love playing cricket as well. Especially in Aeroflot, we remember how we used to play
Yeah.
a lot of the times. So, very, very fun personality. But and in this tournament, he's really proving that.
Actually, one of the things I'm very curious to know is what is Arvind's team.
Yeah.
Because he's never revealed it.
If
Only
he has
thing we
one.
know, of course, you can't reach 27-45 without a team. If he's doing this, it would be insane. So we only know that RB Ramesh is his coach.
Yeah.
But we know nothing else. By the way, a huge result. Yakkuboev drew with Finek.
Oh, he's very. Yeah, that was a good save by him because he was much worse.
No, I mean, he just offered a draw in a worse position. So now, Jonas Bjerre, who is sitting there,
Has to win.
is like, what an opportunity for me now. Look at him there. He's really excited, or you can say nervous. I don't know what. But a chance for Jonas. If he wins, he forces the tie breaks.
Yeah. But I think that Black has done a fantastic job to put some pressure on Black's king. If I go G3, very curious if Black has something direct. Like, is there any direct tactic that gives him a draw, or the game continues? Because if the game continues with 5 minutes on the clock for Nemec and 6 minutes for Jonas, it's very possible that Jonas tricks Black.
Yeah. By the way, I'm hoping that at this point, while we are looking at this very key game, that we will have Aravindh joining. I'm sure he's doing interviews.
Yeah.
And maybe even Anish joining in.
Oh, that would be great.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Anish, Aravindh.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, what's happening in Divya's game? Yes, I was talking about this move Bishop D1, and I was looking at it in the analysis, and F4 is the move that I recommended. Because if Rook takes E3, there is Rook E8 check, winning the Rook back.
Very sharp.
And if King E7, White has this very
Bishop
nasty
C5.
Bishop C5 check, followed up with Pawn to F5. I think this is completely winning for White. Very, very aware. Divya, of course, goes for F4. Rook C3 played. She still needs to be a bit accurate. Because if Black is able to give this Bishop for these two pawns, then it's a theoretical draw. Rook, Bishop versus Rook. Rook D8. Again, very nice move.
Yeah. So today, like, Divya is going to win this game. But I think really...
Oh, look at this mate. I don't know why this mate came to my mind, but let's say F5, King E7. What's a good way to show it? Like, I wanted to show like
Oh.
Bishop F4, Bishop F7, and this would be checkmate.
Wow.
But okay,
So beautiful.
of course, this is not going to happen. But what is going to happen?
Yes,
is
we are
have a-
going to have an amazing guest joining us who is on a roll. We have Grandmaster Anish Giri, who will be just mic'd up before
Yes.
he joins us. If only the tournament was starting now, Anish would have been 2 out of 2 and in hot form.
Yeah.
But what an end to his event,
Yeah,
guys.
absolutely. -1. And I kind of felt that, okay.
Plus
it's-
one.
No,
From
he was
-1 to
-1.
plus
Yes.
one.
He was on -1, and it kind of felt that, okay, maybe it's not really turning out to be a good event for Anish. But in the last 2 rounds, he really puts his pedal on the gas and wins the last 2 games. And suddenly the event turns out to be very good. Anish, please join us.
Congratulations, Anish. What a huge win today, and deciding the tournament in like complete dominating style.
Yeah, now I'm going to only play tournaments in location where there is a hot pot restaurant. My condition. Please pay for Sagasha Hotel and hot pot.
Anish, can I consider tonight's dinner on you?
Sure, yeah. if you are
I
not,
made that work before anything goes wrong.
yeah. That's a good one.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
But I think
Of course, it was obvious that one of the scenarios would be that Prague will overpress and lose.
Yeah.
That was a scenario that was
you
yeah,
felt
likely
it
one.
yesterday, like you felt like Pragg will come all out at you.
Yeah, the problem is that it's not that I want to make a draw, and he knows this. But if he plays a calm opening, he might have to suffer for without any prospect, and that is the problem. It's not even that with black you have a choice to just grab a draw, because that's a different story. Even then, he probably shouldn't have do it. But yeah, it worked out. I mean, he had great prep.
Did you? How did you decide on one d4? Because it must not have been easy which move to play.
Doesn't matter. I mean, you
Anything
can
could
choose
have.
any move. You just have to prepare it afterwards.
But King's Indian was on your radar?
Yeah, of course, I thought about it.
Uh-huh.
Even before. Pragg has played it already. He's played it in some important games. He played against Dingleren. He played it also one more time in some big game. It was Bishop E3 happened, and I don't remember whom he played. But he's part of his repertoire. And also, in candidates, he played against Abbasov, simply. So he had candidates preparation. So I knew King's Indian is...
It's very likely when he wants to win.
Yeah, I mean, today I still didn't think it will happen because I once spoke to him briefly about it, and I sort of told him that, okay, why are you play King Cindy? It's no winning chances at all.
Maybe that's why he played it. Yeah, to prove you wrong.
By the way, to our directors up, can we have Jonas Bjerre game on there, because in the challengers?
He's about to win the tournament or not?
No, actually Yakkuboev drew. He was half a point ahead, and so now Jonas in a must win. If he wins this, they will have a tie break. So Jonas is 6 points. Yakkuboev was 6.5. He moves to 7, and Jonas has to beat his opponent here.
But this is not a position.
No. It
15-minute delay. Yeah?
No. I mean, this is not a position anyway. This is my game.
Yeah. We are seeing your game only, but just the video we are.
You want the
putting
video? Okay.
so
okay.
that it was blank video,
Yeah,
so the
yeah,
people
yeah.
can,
Yeah, nice.
just.
No, so he did ED against Ding as well. That's what I told him. Like I said, like, okay, I said that I was hoping you have something great prepared for a win, and all you did was ED. That was my. That's our conversation before, and now he did again ED. But now he had a different.
But this is like a line which.
That time he played this against Ding, and it was it's some sort of a draw that Carlsen showed in. I mean, not draw, but this line works for black. Carlsen showed it first time against Ding in Rapid, and even in that Rapid game, Ding already managed to equalize. I think he went something safe, like I don't think I would have done that, by the way. But what Ding did is something really safe. He went, I think, knight d5 simply. I guess he just took and went bishop d5, something like this, and you just get a draw. That's
opposite color.
yeah. I mean, I don't think I would have done that, but it's sort of the easiest white can. So this is not a winning attempt. This time he played knight d7, which is a better winning attempt. Of course, I really, I was as a kid, I was a big fan of all this kind of stuff, these setups with Geller played and Bronstein. I played myself ton, and so of course I tried to make this work as well, desperately. But bishop e3 is a good move, and actually a6. This is the game of Ponomarev. Ponomarev against Kramnik played it already.
Yes.
Ages
You
ago.
knew it.
I was there also.
Wow.
Yeah, no, the thing is that some kids, they maybe know some games, but I was there when they were played.
They look at it on the database, but you looked with your eyes.
Yeah, they don't even look in the database, but I simply was there. So and on it all, I saw history unfold in front of my eyes, and now they're preparing something with engine. Okay, no, knight to 95. This is how the game went. But
it was same line. Actually, it went on the same way until knight e5, h5. You knew it, yeah? When was the last time you saw this position? Was it yesterday or no?
Not yesterday, of course not. But I have seen this position not that recent, but many, many times.
Wow, because the way in which you played queen d3, I thought Pragg was already starting to regret his decision by now.
I had seen it many times. I seen it when Kramnik played it. I had seen it again later, then
But
again
Kramnik
later.
played b3, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I've looked at the line with engine many times because every time I look at this position in hope that new engine will show that black has something nice.
Oh.
And every time the engine says you have to go into an endgame, which is worse. So, the line goes. I was having only one doubt. Was it rook fd1 or cb? And I suddenly started doubting because I thought it was cb, but I can actually play rook fd1. Actually, rook fd1 would have avoided continuation in the game. So what I did is better to allow an extra option, maybe. Because the line goes, I think d5 is... Yeah, so the line goes bishop h6. Take. So the point of bishop h6, I believe, the point is that after g3, whatever, there's some point, I forgot. The queen d6, is the main move, and now you take. Bishop f4, rook c6. Yeah, and this endgame you can sort of hold on a massive depth. Knight d7 first, because I was trying to remember, was it 95 or I couldn't understand. Maybe probably both moves are holding. But there is also this line, knight d7. Yeah, I remember some exchange sack. Yeah, you can do like this. And black's suffering, but computer holds it somehow. Computer holds, fe bishop b5. Computer holds
you
it.
knew everything.
Pragg was, I think, chose the wrong line today.
Really?
I mean, look at the depth. Like maybe
coach realized.
my point is, like, you only play such risky line at the hope of surprising your opponent, and you were like not at all surprised.
Yeah.
In fact, you were happy.
I mean, I'm not generally why to be happy. I'm happy after games, not during. But okay, yeah. I mean, it's not so simple. You have to surprise me, but not with obvious moves. I mean, you surprise me, maybe play h5. Okay, I'll be surprised, but not. It just makes no sense. But of course, I have to. I mean, I also look at this. It's all already played, and I mean, okay. But it's still you have to do this. Everybody looked at everything. For example, Sam Shankland, I played against him yesterday, Classical Sicilian, but he had a course about it, right? So it's normal that both players are prepared. But it's just that sometimes one remembers more, sometimes one remembers nothing. And okay, it happened so that this line is pretty straightforward, and it was easy to reconstruct it because there was no other way to get that. I remembered position with rook takes c6, so it was easy to reconstruct that line somehow because I just all the moves were natural, and I realized I basically remembered this position. Sort of not immediately, but it all came back to me. So basically, I realized that this is the line, and then I tried to recollect how it comes, and then I realized obviously this is the way, this only way to reach it. And I suspected already when he started thinking here that he probably knows all this, and he's going to try to do something over the board, which is crazy.
And there's not much,
But I thought, okay, let's do it, and then I'll have a huge advantage according to computer. Position looks good. It looks just objectively very, very nice for it. So okay, let's then. Do this. So I was very lucky that we were fighting on my terms. There was though, I think he was okay though.
Sack. You
tell me, can I take here? I regret it very much. I should have done this. I mean, hindsight not, but.
But actually, what you played was nice.
No, but I think this is very strong. I was initially calculating. Why are you smiling?
I was telling Harshit why queen goes to f1 and he really wanted to keep it on c2. But maybe
no, I initially rook 8, not even. I thought bishop back. So initially I thought that this is okay for him, but then I thought, okay, wait, queen e7. Okay, I blocked queen e7. No, but anyway, so this position I saw it thinking it's okay for him, and then I was thinking afterwards like, okay, this is such a nice position for white. I'm better here. There's absolutely no risk, and it was. I really regretted not going here, and because
did you like after queen c2? Here, did you consider this move b4? Because you
rook
thought
a3,
like
no?
You did not like rook a3.
Yeah, of course. That's why I played a3 to go. For some reason, I thought rook a3. Yeah, because there's some kind of third rank annoyance, and I felt a little bit like that's why I went a3
now,
threatening.
Like you can do like bishop e2 and stuff, right? Slowly. I don't know.
Yeah, I consider bishop e2 first. Well, it's easier to say when the bar is with you to say there's no tricks.
For sure.
But when there's no bar, okay, you see a rook joining, knight, because okay, problem is that of course I'm blocking before c5, but I created an unstable knight on c3, and there is knight on c3, knight on d4, rook, bishop on e2. It's all kind of hanging between h4 coming, so there is some sort of a sense of being overloaded, some sort of. And I have to say I didn't consider before long. I just dismissed it very fast due to rook a3 for some reason. No, I regretted queen c2 because here, so I was very annoyed. I initially planned, I think, knight c2. Then I realized he can play maybe queen e7. Okay, it's just very difficult for me to move. I'm completely stuck here. And I thought, okay, maybe c5 comes. So then I moved on to bishop e2. Okay, but I started thinking about c5. c5 d4 was it, or before? I don't remember. Something bothered me here as well. And I just thought it's not so simple. So then I like this a3 move because I want to go before now clean, and if c5 then I'm going to return, and I was really happy to return because now we are.
This was.
But
you
should
did
have done
it so quickly.
You should have done it immediately. You should have done without h4 because now in the same.
Actually, after b5, knight g4 was a cool trap that I was showing, like bishop d4, knight g4, bishop a8,
yeah, queen calculating this queen h4, yeah or not? No, hang on.
Like if you ever take on g7, then there is queen b8 and black suddenly wins.
Yeah, all these things were, of course, knight g4.
But I think you have knight g4, queen g6. Okay, I didn't see that.
Yeah, no, queen g6 I saw. Yeah, knight g4, queen g6. Yeah. No, actually, this I saw. Yeah, I saw this. No, I thought rook b8. And I was calculating, so...
But why not rook c8? Was it bad?
To protect the pawn. And queen b3 I go anyway. And then I thought maybe if I was calculating this, I'm not sure queen b3 is good. I think it's not good. I was thinking about maybe knight g4. I was just not sure. Okay, wait, maybe somewhere I was calculating this knight g4 move, and always knight g4 is there, and compared to the game, so the reason he did this is actually quite simple. I think he thought, here I have bishop a8 option, and now after queen a8, bishop d4,
That's
he
right,
would have bishop h3. But I think that anyway he has compensation. Queen a8, bishop d4, and now tempo down.
What if knight g4 actually? That was actually
No,
how
knight
it came.
g4, knight g4, bishop just here, you mean?
Bishop g7, queen b8.
Ah.
That's the point that's how I came actually. Now I remember.
Yeah. I might have somewhere knight g4 I was thinking about, but actually I thought also bishop f5, let's say, and then h4.
No,
I
black
was,
has come.
practically very unpleasant. And then I started to think, okay, I'm gonna take here, and then I was thinking, maybe I considered to go h3 here simply. It was an option. And then when he went h4, I realized, oh my god, this is great, because now we do the same thing, and I already have h3 for free. And h4 is only weakening, it doesn't help him at all. And I was extremely thrilled with this, because now I have a dream version. And I was going to go queen b3, which is better for white, I think. But then I realized that in this version, I even have knight e4. And I heard that the computer said that that's why I go rook c8.
Yeah.
To stop. But I think he was looking at queen b3. And then pawn is not hanging in this version. So I think he included h4 for a wrong reason. It's kind of typical. There are two options for your opponent, and then you want to make a move where one you get a better version, and another you get a worse version. But actually, you should realize sometimes that that other one is more important than the other one. So this was just I was not gonna take this exchange, I think, anyway. So it wouldn't. He would have just gotten a better version. I was not gonna take this. I think I was considering it. I was at some point thinking I'll do it, and then I just didn't like it. I just didn't like this. And yeah, knight g4 is nice. Yeah, you say.
It's crazy. Yeah, this queen.
And not sure. I saw some other version with queen comes to h4, but this is really very neat. Yeah. And then bishop c6, queen a7, and mated. Yeah. Yeah. No, doesn't surprise me. My king is a little bit soft, and knight g4 is huge. So yeah, and this is now a completely different story with the knight not coming to g4. I'm just having all the fun for free.
Yeah.
And I think it's already lost. And actually,
Were you surprised
Yes.
with this move?
no, actually, I didn't see it. Like I saw bishop h3. It was something easy, bishop e5. I saw bishop f5, also bishop e5. And I thought against everything bishop e5, and suddenly bishop g4 he came, and I got completely panicky because I thought that first that this looks good, but then I realized it's completely fine for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was fortunately, although okay, my position looks overwhelming, so it's probably normal. I don't know, do I have more wins or only one win?
Only.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's hard to say. Are you lucky that or not?
But actually, you removed your jacket and all, and then you sat down. We also removed our jacket when you removed. We were like looking at it. Then you properly thought for the move, and then you wore back. So it's like your style, yeah? Like when you are thinking, you remove your jacket.
Anish is like,
So you think I've generally never thought in this tournament? Because I'm always in a jacket. No, I probably saw the win first, and then I removed the jacket to see if without jacket it also works.
Right.
Yeah. And if it works with jacket and without jacket, then it for sure works.
Yeah. At this
Actually, the
point,
nice line is knight f7,
you
of
know,
course.
I had made a deal. If you don't find bishop f7, then like 10 dinners, but I was like lifelong all dinners. I was full faith.
No, the
that
nice
you-
thing is knight f6.
Yeah, queen g6.
Yeah, queen g6, and here also that I have queen c3. And rook c8, I have bishop takes g7, and bishop takes back. Because otherwise, I could be losing my piece. Some rook c4, and or maybe also not, but this is the easiest, yeah. So actually, after bishop f7, knight f6, yeah, and the main line, of course, goes here, yeah, in queen g6, yeah, like I said. Yeah, it's just very straightforward. Yeah, I don't know if I was lucky because
No,
but
you
maybe
are
it's
not.
in
Come
the
on.
maybe
Like,
in such position it should be there. I don't know.
You played all the best moves, so you should.
No, but I mean I didn't see this, so then you could say that you got lucky. But yeah, fortunately, yeah, no, this is no chance. Yeah.
So Anish, how does it feel like to end this tournament with 2 victories?
No, I was really happy, of course. I didn't see it coming. I thought I played okay before, and I was really okay with the tournament in the sense that I didn't regret coming here. Sometimes there are tournaments that I even think afterwards, like, shouldn't have even come maybe here. But this is not such. I learned a lot. I thought it was very useful. So I was happy with it. Also, I stopped caring about my rating. It's way too low, so that doesn't matter. You know, okay, it can go just to. It's also nice that there is some kind of there's no more pressure to keep this, to maintain the rating, because otherwise you're always maintaining your rating your whole life, and at some point you realize that instead of playing, you're just maintaining rating. So that also I didn't mind very much. I was just focusing on improving as a player. So I thought, yeah, I learned a lot. Also, to be fair, I think nowadays the ratings are just. I mean. I probably am where I should be, but in general, the ratings, if you look at the rating list, it's complete nonsense, like complete nonsense. I mean, like,
What?
like so many retired people at the top, and so many people who are definitely good are still at the bottom, and they keep coming, and the retired people are going so slowly because they're playing some. I mean, just the system is working as long as everybody was playing, but the moment some people stop playing, the system just stops working. And if you see the list, like many very strange things are there. People who are not professionals are there. Simply people who are doing other jobs are in the top. They're not even playing. I mean, they're playing sometimes some games, but they're not professional chess players. So it's remarkable. But anyway, that aside, I was happy with the tournament. But now that I won 2 games, I'm even more happy.
Amazing. And also, this gains you a couple of rating points, which is nice. As you said, you learned things, plus you gained rating. You're closing in on 27, 40, 27, 50. You're moving. You're 2739 now.
Yeah, sure, yeah. So I remember actually, it was funny. At some point, I was a kid, I broke into 2700 already. I was 2720 or something. And at some point, I was talking to Kramnik, and he says a phrase like, something like, yeah, then I was 2740, which was my lowest in years. And I thought like, wow, 2740 was your lowest in years. But now I sort of relate a bit. But at the time I thought like amazing, yeah, that the guy says 2740, that was his lowest in years. But yeah, ratings, there's deflation. In a strange way, there is some kind of deflation, but there are some guys who win a lot of it anyway, like Arjun and Gukesh. Okay, Arjun now dropped a bit, but there's some sort of a weird hybrid of deflation, just weird situation happening. I mean, ELO system is amazing. It's really, really good. But you need for it to work people to play. There has to be liquidity in the pool. People have to play. And then very quickly it would be all sorted out. But some people, they don't play. And then, and some are slow. And post-COVID also, of course, but still like people were improving and didn't play. So there's some kind of
minimum number of games per year or something
that's the basic thing. Yeah, basic thing. Whereas minimum has to be at least a tournament. But even then, then gradually it will shuffle out. But it's fine as it is. You just, I mean, it's also okay. So in a way, who cares? Anyway, it's not about ranking so much. Like, who cares? You are number 17 or 22 or 13. Nobody cares. But yeah, of course, you have world champion. So these things matter. Yeah, to win world championship candidates and. Ranking also matters, but
actually for this tournament, because you will finish most likely joint second, you will also get some FIDE circuit points, which is I think quite important in a way.
Yeah. No, FIDE circuit is another thing. That, but it's actually worked really well last time because the race was between Fabi and Arjun, who are both incredible players. So it works in that sense really well. It does some other things that are not good. That. Sure. It basically makes the money disappear from Top Chess, from the sub-Top Chess. But okay, I guess at some point it will be also fixed. So happy with the circuit, but I think it doesn't matter. Like FIDE circuit, somebody said, the race is heating up, but the thing is, FIDE circuit is always decided in the last months. Like the whole point is just you sort of start. It doesn't matter how, but then in the end, that's when the race, when it ends, it begins. Yeah, as we had seen. We had seen that with me and Gukesh. It ended literally on December 31st, and we had seen it with Arjun and Fabi. It ended at the last moment. So the beginning is sort of irrelevant. You can be really bad, and then you don't get a chance. But usually, the FIDE circuit is going to be won in the end, and it's basically. I think it's right now early to look even at the standing. And Tie-Dye is winning or not?
Tie-Dye one is winning,
but I wanted such a big eval.
Yeah, it's. I think he played an incredible game today.
Yeah, no, I thought that he. Because somehow these pawn down end games, you assume that they are not that bad, but this one is really good. Yeah, for white.
No, also he just kind of ground out
epic
this.
prep. Tell me after bishop f4. Yeah, bishop f4. Can you go back a bit? It's an epic novelty bishop f4. Yeah, I was wondering during the game, is not bishop c5 stronger move to try avoid the trade? Because I must say that I know this position, of course, this one, but I don't remember move bishop f4, which is an incredible novelty. They all usually take, and then they go queen g2, and then this is this draw. They take, and this endgame is draw. Even before is, I think, forcing it. So bishop f4 is a really nice novelty, and I thought that it is shocking to allow a trade, but okay, I don't know. So what was the issue here? Can you tell me?
Yeah, maybe he had this b4 idea here. to shift the bishop away.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Yeah, and then I go.
Oh, can you go bishop d6, bishop c5 or something like this, or it's too much?
Well, yeah. Then
Or
you
actually,
create a
bishop no,
weakness.
I go bishop e5, bishop d4.
Bishop e3. Yeah, maybe you go.
Yeah.
Bishop g4 is a difficult move. Queen d5 is rook d8, I guess, or bishop e3, rook d8. So queen f4.
Queen f4, bishop
Bishop
d8.
d8. Okay, I just want to basically keep the.
Queen g5.
Yeah, nasty. Yeah. Okay, this is also. I kept the bishop, but
Yeah, suddenly.
looks unusual. Yeah, unusual.
So good. I think Taiwan has had great prep in this tournament.
He
Yeah,
always
for sure.
he always has great prep. Yeah. But this, by the way, practically is better than the game. No, I think that. But okay, this at least you mobilize the pieces. Let's see. It was probably good. Maybe he was remembering his prep. Ah, yeah. Look, you see, it's all Compi likes it. Maybe he just. Ah, yeah, it's Compi likes it. So it was just prep. Yeah, it was just prep.
And step by step, he just went rook d1, rook d4, f4.
Yeah,
That's
he had,
clear.
I was thinking here, by the way, when I was watching the game, I was thinking d4 feels good. D4. And now, yeah, activate this. I was thinking that maybe you should do d4 because he
you
didn't
were
take.
also looking and finding moves in other
Because
games.
because he didn't. No, I just found this very interesting. This new bishop f4 idea. So I was thinking a bit. So I thought queen d5. He didn't do because bishop d7, right? Yeah. Although he can play queen g2. So I realized that he's playing for compensation. And then I thought if that's your concept, which is very nice, then why don't you here do kind of similar? Of course, I have passed pawn now, but it's some similar thing. Allowing bishop e6 is a crazy. Oh, okay. He wanted to go d4. He wanted to go d4 clearly. And then he probably missed rook e8 or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think he wanted to go d4 because otherwise he couldn't have. I mean, he couldn't have wanted this. This is a disaster to blockade. And also, the endgame. Yeah, this I saw. It was so unpleasant. Yeah.
By the way, Anish, what are your thoughts on Arvind's performance here and how impressed are you with his play? He won the tournament with 1 full point actually.
Yeah. No, amazing. He had some amazing games. I mean, yesterday was the insane hiccup that he did. I mean, that from the opening, there was an easy win. And it was clear in what direction to think of. So, but I guess, yeah, he was just switched off. He just wanted to make a draw. Though it was very strange because what he did was very ugly draw. He doubled the pawns, which is not even on the pretty. And instead, yeah, yesterday was probably a crazy thing. But he had some incredible games. Of course, against me, he played well. Also, this one, he had one more very nice game against Vincent, yeah? This wicked idea, and then he played very well after.
Against Wei was unbelievable. Like he went for
Against
this
Wei, remind me?
this 2-pawn sacrifice, and he had this pawns on e4, f3, and then Balak had pawn on f6. He went this
Oh,
g4
yeah,
idea.
yeah,
G4
that was
idea.
epic. Also, some kind of prep, yeah.
Bishop c6, b6,
Yeah,
g4.
no, I mean, Aravindh played just amazing here, for sure. Yeah, to have 3 games.
With this
No, it was
bishop takes
Praggnanandhaa.
c6 and this
Praggnanandhaa.
g4,
King e7,
knight,
remember?
knight g3, knight
When
f.
my wife was here, remember, knight was on f5. There was some win, queen a3 and all
That
this.
was, I think, for me,
okay.
like, for him, that was the turning point for sure. Yeah, like, I mean.
Because you don't get such games against top players normally, like, that are so instructive, you know?
Yeah.
No, but he was just... And I don't know, because, I was, to be honest, I had a mind trick when I was playing Aravindh. Because, I was a bit in the must-win tournament-wise. And, I was trying to pump myself up. So I looked at him, at his face, and I thought, Aravindh, I've seen you for many years. You are 2650, yeah? You were 2650 for years, yeah? So I'm still, like, hypnotized myself that, okay, Aravindh is the old Aravindh, I'm going to treat him like the old Aravindh, so I have to get some confidence, yeah? Because, I have confidence issues. So I pumped myself up, and, I looked at him the entire game. Okay, it's 2650, yeah? Played the same way. Got completely crushed. Then after the game, no, he's 2740. Okay, I'll know. Next time I'll know. He just, I don't know, like, he looks the same. I mean, the beard doesn't do it for me. It's the same. It does the same. I don't know. Okay, I saw one thing that I noticed, that I saw his game from 2023 when he was 2630. 23, by the way, and he's 25 or something. Yeah, it's not even like the age is not. You barely change at that age usually. But I saw one game where he got such a terrible position from the opening with black, and thought, okay, maybe his openings have improved a lot. Probably, maybe he started working. I don't know. Maybe the prep for. I imagine that maybe he helps Prague for candidates. Could that be?
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm very curious is to know who are his team members. Because
he's the team member. I don't think he has. I think he's the member of the team.
He has no team and he reached 2750.
No, but I think he's the team. That's the thing. I think I would suspect the only explanation I can see is that he was Prague's in the team of Prague for the candidates. I suspect, and I guess that in that work, he's basically started working a lot, and he has seen a lot of work, and basically now they basically taught him. I would think that his team members taught him to work on chess. I would think so, but I'm not sure about it. But there has to be some very big change for a 23-year-old, a 26, 30 player
yeah.
to become 27,
He's
40.
99 born, yeah. So
Yeah, it's
24.
it's like Jordan. Jordan is 99 born, no?
Yeah.
And Jordan is not a 2600. Jordan is 2700 player, and he's trying. He's still not improving or not breaking through to where Aravind
So
broke through.
actually, Arvind's case is quite unique in the world of chess
Extremely.
right now.
I mean, I think Aronian used to be the case of late bloomer. But do you know when Aronian broke through? Do you know what is his birth year? I think it was 2006 or.
He's 90. He's sorry,
80.
86.
82 born.
Okay.
Oh, he was 24 at 2006. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aronian a bit similar. Aronian a bit similar.
So Shakhriyar was very similar, no?
No, Shakhriyar was winning World Junior under 20 already, crushing.
Oh, okay.
No, Shakhriyar was early. Levon a little bit late. Hari Krishna also a little bit late. I don't know. Hari, okay, he had 2040 at the pick, yeah? Easily. Yeah, no, Hari also late.
Yeah. No, Hari reached his peak 2770 in 2016 when he was 30 years old.
Yeah, but let's say he switched from 2600 to 2700 at age of around, I would guess, 25, yeah? So you have a few cases in history like that. But yeah, it's possible for sure. But it's not common because your biggest growth comes when there are all these childhood steps. I think the last big growth is supposed to happen between 17 and 21. This is like the last one.
And how would like a player of your caliber who has been at the top for years know that Arvind, like, is it only the performances or you just see his play also that he is really world class?
Frankly, I never seen his play before. I mean, I played even him, like maybe Blitz, but I never watched it up close. So I don't even know. So for me, it's mostly the results. Yeah, well, what impressed me in our game is, okay, maybe was a bit, circumstances were such, maybe that the game turned in like 2 moves. And then it all came. Okay, knight g5 is an amazing move. To be fair, at that point I saw the option also already because you see these things. So in some sense, maybe it came a bit too easy in a way. I mean, it was all extremely difficult, but yeah, maybe it was sort of a relatively straightforward win. But I don't know. I think the games are really good now. I haven't seen before his games this close. I don't know. I mean, also he was clearly he was the original Indian youngster, yeah. Like before India.
OG
Yeah,
talent.
he was the OG. Yeah, before I think Chess India didn't exist at the time, no.
Yeah, at that point I think I
Qatar
wrote
Masters,
my
this
first
one.
article for him in chessbase.com.
Yes, yeah.
For
Qatar,
him
I
and-
remember this Qatar Masters. He played Carlsen round 2.
And he played E4, C5, B3. Yeah.
And he got chances, but he didn't. He lost.
Yeah.
And I think that's where like he was going like this. Then he got the chance to beat Carlsen. Maybe he would beat Carlsen. He would go like this, but then he didn't, and it went like this. Like not his rating, but his sort of career at the time. Like he was going to be this big prodigy, and before that, like he was always everybody spoke to him, Aravindh this, Aravindh that. He won some tournament in Chennai. He was like Pragg before Pragg, and or like Nihal before Nihal. So he was really the OG, and he was really very very gifted early on, and collecting all this, the big prodigy. At the time also there were very few prodigies. Now we have 2 guys from Turkey, like 25 from India, a couple from Uzbekistan. So there's so many prodigies. Back then it was very few, and Aravindh was that one. And somehow, yeah, that game was last thing I heard of him. Like, I mean, I saw him play, but he somehow didn't deliver. And in some sense, okay, Vei had a similar thing, right? But Vei got stuck at a much higher level. So somehow, yes, people assumed that there's something like with him that was not like maybe psychological issue. Maybe he doesn't work on openings. Some kind of big flow that he probably had that prevented him from growing further. And maybe he has overcome that flow. I don't know. But it doesn't shock me that, let's say, it's Aravindh who makes it, because I did hear he was the prodigy, right? So also prodigies often do this late. Like, for example, Vidit was also kind of prodigy. Also came a bit late. Nepo actually really came also late. Like, of course, it was 2700 for many years, but he was not really breaking through. And only when he started working on chess, he broke through as well. So often the prodigies, they get a second chance.
Amazing.
Well, one thing I also noticed with Arvind, just like that, he still has such an inquisitive mindset. Yeah, like usually it happens in very, very young players that they're so curious and like like they are like a sponge. They want to learn a lot because every time after the interview, he starts like, I hope I played everything well. Like like even after winning a game, he
Yeah, but
wanted
that's
to.
fake, of course. I mean, this is just for the public. Aravind, no, he's a gangster. He has this, he has this. He's like, he's just faking for just based India that I'll play well, and then he comes back. He writes rap songs in the evenings. I played knight g5 and I crushed him. No, it's just Aravind is the. What do you think? Look at him. He's a thug. Thug life.
Yeah,
He's a beast.
It'll be amazing to have him. Before we let Anish go, any questions for Anish that you have here? Anyone, if you would like to ask? And yes, please.
How much psychology plays a role in big level? I would like that.
How much does psychology play a role at your level?
Yeah, it's hard to take psychology out of chess because it's part of the game, kind of at the high level. Yeah, so it plays a big role, but it's difficult to take it separately. That's why also when I at some point had some consultations with psychologists and Cookie, he has his guy.
Yes.
Paddy. But okay, they can be helpful for sure. But it's difficult. The big issue of psychological prep in chess is difficult because in other sports you have to put psychology like it's a problem. Yeah. So let's say you're doing like this archery or whatever. Yeah. You have to just do with hand like just do your thing, and psychology messing with your head. Yeah. But in chess, psychology is messing with the head, but also it is part of the game. Like it is part of decision making. In other sports, it's not. Like there's no psychology in the decision making. So in chess, the fact that psychology is intertwined with the moves, it makes it extremely difficult. So when I was working with a psychologist for a while, like psychologist at some point said that I cannot do it anymore. Like he quit. He said that
it was too complex.
Yeah, he quit at some point. But he didn't realize he helped me a lot. Actually, it was really helpful.
He didn't realize that.
No, he did help me a lot. But in the way he used to work with the sports people, he felt like he cannot because he told me like funny thing. He said like we're supposed to solve. I said I usually work like this. I identify a problem and then we are solving it. But every time you come, you bring me 5 new problems. So then, this is not problem. I didn't bring him problems. I brought him just chess, It is how it is in chess. It's psychology. It's part of the game. I mean, you cannot separate it from the game. You play King's Indian. There is psychology in there, in the King's Indian.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty deep there, I think. And Anish, maybe just
Divya is winning.
Divya will win. We have Marc, who's actually played well in this tournament, will win against Richard Stalmach. But Jonas Bjerre might also win this with one.
Then it will be a tie break.
Tie break in the challengers.
Do they play?
Yes. So Jonas,
he
what
choked
is
with the
your
Nodirbek.
thought between Jonas and Nodirbek Yakkuboev? Who do you think is stronger? Because both are really good.
Yeah, I think tiebreak. I remember how Yakkuboev beat.
Oh,
yeah. So
Qatar.
when I
In
remember,
Qatar.
yeah.
Crazy.
And Jonas, I remember. Okay, he's a great player, but I remember him
Global
as
Chess League.
that first season of Global Chess League when he was the guy who was losing everything, poor guy. And then he won the final game, which mattered, right?
Salgado.
But even that game, he kind of got lucky a bit. So. What the very limited information I have, I would think Nodirbek Yakkuboev is the favorite. But today, though today the momentum is. It looked very nice position. What did he do to it? This looks very nice, no?
No, Black played very well as well.
Okay, but this is nice, no? What
I
was this
think
knight
take-
c6? How can you go knight c6? How you trade that
Yeah,
b8
yeah,
knight? It's absolutely
yeah.
insanity. Knight is on b8.
Yeah.
How can you trade it?
I think he just thought that d5, he'll have a strong pass.
Yeah, I understand, but it's very wishful thinking. It's going to be blockaded.
Yeah.
Okay, b3, was the move.
And this would have been nice
He
position.
would
Yeah.
have
He
won
would have
this, of
won.
course. Yeah. Huge chances.
Yeah.
Lower rated player. Knight 6 is a horrendous decision. What is the I mean, when he made that move, how can you do that move? Just
Yeah, in the end, actually, he was slightly worse, but he at least was very smart to offer a draw. And not in this.
it's very important when you.
Yeah, he was slightly worse and he offered a draw.
Very important to offer draw right moment. Not too late.
And
Not too
Divya
early.
actually, this game, I've thought that Black will have some chances, but I think she's playing well, and I think F6 is just easy now,
Oh,
yeah?
F6 is no. F6
Bishop
is, F6 is
G4,
strange,
Bishop
yeah.
C7.
Okay, yeah, but it's not happening. I think. You sort of.
Why
you want
not
to
F6?
No, you want to maintain somehow this. You want to maintain pawn and no. F6 is not happening. Let me think what's gonna
If
happen.
Divya plays F6, will be epic.
So what if Bishop F6?
Yeah, it's also you're threatening rookie to check. And
Paying for hotpot today?
what?
You wanna pay? F6? You said F6 will happen? Wanna pay for the hotpot?
Something will come on
I
F6.
realize
Anish
Anish
just
is a tricky guy. I remember a story of Garry Kasparov, which Frederick always says. He used to be like very strong, and he would ask people to play blitz for some money so that he could.
Kasparov?
Kasparov when he was very young.
Oh, I didn't know this. Really?
Yes,
But
yes,
you-
I want to pay for hotpot.
Oh my god! She played F6. Oh my god,
Wow.
Anish, you lost. Today, like
Who wants to come?
Concrete thinker, yeah?
Yeah.
You know your Indian chess school, yeah?
I don't know if it's correct, but
No, it's a very concrete move because many people would have it blocked. Like for me, like this F5 G4 structure, like I want to maintain that light square, the non-blockade thing, yeah. So I'm blocked from looking at F6, and you have to see F6, Bishop G4, Bishop C7. But of course, Divya might be a
D7 rookie.
Exactly,
She
yeah.
might be a very concrete thinker, and if you're a concrete thinker, like Gukesh, I mean, I seen her very few of her games only. So, yeah, if you're a concrete thinker, then maybe it's the way to go.
I think she is the concrete.
Probably
thinker.
she- yeah,
You
obviously.
should have known this before the hot pot bet. Come on. You,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
was
but I thought somehow
unlike you to
Yeah.
take risk. So much
Also, the
risk.
funny thing is, it already has happened 15 minutes ago. So it's
yeah, he was just like actually, like free. Yeah, it's
so true. Never have you lost the hotpot already, knowing that it was 15 minutes ago.
no, it's important.
Wow.
I think, like
It's happening also.
to finish on a good because like even if you're struggling, especially like I think your tournament also like because you can carry this confidence
Oh,
in your next tournaments, right?
Which
When
is
you
5 months, yeah. Mm.
Where will we see you, Anish, next playing?
Actually, I'll play a very interesting open tournament.
Oh, where?
really?
Wow.
I don't know if it's announced yet, but I'll
Okay.
gonna be very exciting.
What?
Oh wow,
Okay.
that will be fun.
Is it in which month? But
It's in that's in May.
May.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay, we'll be looking forward to it. Which month will be that open tournament?
Yeah, and otherwise I'll play some things that are like small ones, like the usual, you know, but not the no big tournaments for me. Not big tournaments because it's no chess happening, only freestyle chess. So no space for chess in the calendar anymore.
Like there are this Grand Chess Tour, Norway Chess, and all of that.
No, it's
is
happening later. Yeah, I'm not playing there actually either,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's
yeah.
happening later. Yeah. No, I'll probably only get to play the rapid event in the Grand Chess
GCT.
Tour. Yeah. But it's okay. I've played so often. You know, last time I was sitting in the St. Louis in some sort of cafe. It felt like a ghost town because no spectators allowed anymore there. And I really felt like, okay, I played here so often, you know, and I was probably again making like 7 draws in a row at some point. And I thought like, okay, you know, I want to. At that moment I thought I should just play maybe Rapid and Blitz or something. But now I see I can still play classical chess. But I need to, you know, I need to play it very fresh.
Yeah, I mean these wins against Prague in both Tata Steel and here are actually, I think, a great indicators that you are like in such great form. And yeah, we are looking forward to seeing more of you, Anish. And thank you for
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you,
stopping
guys.
by.
So, you have this game still, yeah?
Yeah, we will finish this.
Yeah.
And
And,
then there's Hans Dubov.
Tomorrow
yes,
or
people
Today.
were,
Today.
Yeah,
Yes.
today at 8:30 Indian. It's at
4 p.m.
It starts in 34
okay, I'm
minutes.
going. I'm gonna watch. Okay.
Oh, you will watch it?
We should commentate on it, no?
But you guys are gonna commentate at the same time with the tournament or what?
No, okay, we don't
You
know
will
it. I was
see.
just saying.
Oh, you mean me and you and
No.
He'll be just paying for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Anish. Wow.
Guys, that was Anish Giri with us joining in after 2 spectacular wins in 2 rounds,
Yeah.
showing his class.
And also insights about many things besides just this
No, it
tournament.
was fantastic to have him. I think we are having a great game between Vincent and Van Nguyen, where Van Nguyen might win. But of
think-
course, we are all waiting for one thing to happen.
Yeah,
Harshit bhai, which is
Aravindh.
Aravindh. I don't know if Aravindh will join us. He will. Oh,
That is, oh yes.
yes. That would be epic. And please, guys, think of some questions which are there on the top of your head, because many times I ask questions and they have already answered them. But when some new people ask, then they get inspired to answer. So
Yeah, for
looking
sure.
forward to your questions here. Also in the chat, if you guys have
Any questions? Yes.
any questions. Hobby Talk says Anish is simply so joyful and an amazing commentator. I
absolutely,
agree. I
yeah.
agree. I agree. By the way, we should also, if we Divya won, maybe
That's
we
good,
can
yeah.
ask Divya to join at some point. She played quite a tough event
Yeah.
for her, but ended on a high.
Yeah.
And but for sure, the most important
Bjerre's
game,
game,
right
yeah.
now is in the challengers between Jonas, Bjerre, and Nemec.
Because if Bjerre wins, we are going to be here for tie breaks.
Yes. And I think likely. No, by the way. Oh, this. Yes, likely.
In the live position, yeah.
Oh, what a
what?
blunder.
What?
Absolute blunder. Bishop c5, missing a huge
Oh my god,
tactic.
guys, white to play. Can you find it?
Yeah, very tough.
It's tough but very instructive. Oh wow, this kid is super good. Knight h6 check.
Can you tell us the analysis after takes?
Wow. And if knight e4, can you find the crushing mate? The cute mate. Ooh, wow. King h8, rook h5, king g8 and rook h8 mate. Very beautiful.
Wow. Well done, Elliot. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
And knight h6.
He's ready, yeah. His mind is sharp. He's looking sharp. Elliot is ready for business today.
Yeah, ready for playing in the Masters soon.
Yeah.
Maybe in few years. Rook g5.
Rook g5,
absolutely.
yes.
Knight takes
Queen
and
h8.
mate.
Yep.
So
Knight h6 is crushing.
Is he going to find knight h6, Jonas? You think, because it's a little bit weird move, right? Sudden,
definitely is.
weird tactic.
It definitely is.
And with the bar rising up, we are like, oh, it's weird, something is happening. But with them, it's not so clear.
yeah,
No,
he's
they
just
don't
attacking
know.
his queen. Yeah, he's like,
Yeah,
what?
he's like, where to move the queen? Oh, queen d3 looks good. Queen f3. So I will be surprised if he finds knight h6.
The good thing is that even if he doesn't find it, he
He's
still
still winning.
maintains a huge advantage.
But I can sense excitement. Can we go full screen on him?
You sense excitement in Bjerre.
Yeah, he's like, he's seeing that side, I think.
Yeah, he's looking on that side. Oh,
And
look.
look at that guy also, like you can see Nemec also looking suddenly at knight h6.
If I was Nemec, I would just not look on this side of the board.
I would get up from the
I would,
board.
yeah.
Like no.
I would just focus on the right side of the board. Okay, queen d3.
Yeah, it's happening. It's
because
happening.
now I think he's
It's
spots
happening.
it. Yeah.
He's looking at that. At some point, we should get this eye trackers, yeah, in chess. This would be very cool. Which square are they looking at?
I think with AI, instead of eye trackers, we are just going to get mind trackers. We will even get to understand their thoughts.
Oh no.
I mean, it's
Then
possible.
I think people, like, for example, are playing chess and like, oh, when will this end? What do I have for dinner? All of that.
Yeah. I wonder what will be in my mind.
Let's not discuss Harshit bhai.
Bishop c5, knight h6 would be. I mean, imagine if he wins a game with knight h6 check and qualifies to play a tiebreak.
Yeah.
I think that will really boost his confidence. Oh, wow.
Well
That's
done,
a great tactic.
Jonas.
Yeah.
That is brilliant.
And he resigns. Wow. His-
Amazing.
His
We
opponent
have
is like, that was beautiful. I'm not even going to test you. Knight h6 check. Hands up. Yeah. Like, yeah.
Yeah. What a finish to this challengers section. Not a finish, but like the classical part.
Yeah.
And now we'll have a tie break between between the top two seeds actually.
Yeah. Nodirbek and Bjerre.
Yakkuboev and Bjerre.
7 points out of 9. I mean, that is simply astonishing from both players. They just cruised through the
Actually,
field.
how many rating points did they gain? It's a good question because both of them played incredibly well.
We can check at 2700 chess as well. Yeah?
Also possible, but here we have Yakkuboev one draw today, so around 12 elo points he gained.
So he's going to be 2670.
Yeah, and Jonas, by the way, is third seed.
And he's going to
He
break
also-
2650. 2653.
Nice.
Incredible.
And look at the arbiter. He's like, we are going to play there. I hope we will be recording that. We'll also be. We need Aravindh, by the way.
Yes.
Aravindh Chithambaram, will he join us? Maybe. Oh, we're not sure, huh? But is he gone back to his room or? Okay. Director Saab is like positive.
Yeah.
Maybe he will join.
I mean, we really hope so. I mean, after this result, we really want to, congratulate him and have everyone.
It would be nice.
Special, yeah.
There are many questions on the minds of everyone.
For sure. And also a lot of excitement that everyone has to see him, right? Because, everyone is rooting for him, cheering for him for the last 2 weeks. And after this amazing victory, I think it would be great if he can join us. Not yet. Every time someone comes in, I'm like, oh, is it Aravindh?
So we are waiting for Aravindh, but in the meanwhile,
When does the tiebreak start, by the way?
I think 4 o'clock maybe. Once all the games are over, I don't think they'll start before all the games.
Yeah,
are
and
over.
also the players need some rest, of course. Like they just finished.
No, I was told 1 second. I was told that the closing is at 5:30. So maybe the tiebreaks are also that point,
Around,
at 5 o'clock
yeah.
or something. We are at 3:30 right now. So maybe there's a break.
They should be after the rounds.
All rounds end. So that might take some time, right? Because then I think this is the perfect time for us
To take a small break or
to find Aravindh. Yeah, take a small break, but also just I think maybe the best game to focus on is this one.
So if we can have the camera for this game.
And also Wei, Quang, Liem, because while it's completely drawish, it has that element of like if Wei wins, he finishes second,
Yeah.
sole second. And that won't happen most likely, but still.
Yeah. I think Nguyen Keymer is a good game to stick to because quite likely will we see a result in this game unless Vincent defends very well. So I think we can keep this game and wait for Aravindh to join us, yeah?
Yeah, we can go full screen and we'll take a very quick break and be back.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last part of today's stream, which will be pretty long, Harshit Bhai, because we just got confirmation that the tie breaks in the challenger section will begin at 5:30 p.m.
Oh wow. So will
So
we
which is-
keep going or?
We can. And
What?
we could also, I mean, it's just 1 hour 48 minutes. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
But we have this game. We have Aravindh coming in.
Yes,
so I
that
think
would be
there
nice.
will be there will be few things that will happen.
Do you think Arvind is? Do you think Arvind will like keep his beard after winning the tournament?
Oh,
or
this question, can you ask him? Like, I was wondering, like, what is the reason behind it? Is it just a style? Is it some kind?
It
you know,
could be
some people-
superstitious.
Yeah, some people are like, I will. Like, I remember. By the way, this is the story of the boy who became the world junior champion today.
Pranav.
V. He became the world junior champion, and I think at some point his father had made a thing that until my son doesn't become a GM,
I want.
I won't shave. And I was like, okay, this is.
It could be really.
I'm very happy that he became a
Yeah,
GM pretty
quickly.
soon. But yeah, there are many things.
Also,
You know,
Aman Hambleton.
Exactly.
The chess bra, like very, very, of course, great people and commentators. He had made a deal when he was an IM that he won't shave until he becomes a GM. And
Yes.
finally, in Sitges, I was also there. He became a grandmaster and then he shaved live.
Oh, he
Maybe-
shaved live, huh?
I think so.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
So maybe. Oh, we have the
The
winner.
man of the moment.
Great, great.
So excited right now, guys, to have the champion of Prague Masters 2025.
Yes.
He is played a brilliant tournament.
I mean, absolutely.
+4, +3,
Plus
+3,
three.
3 wins and 6 draws, and also his rate of victory in super tournaments is 100%. In classical chess, he has played 2 super tournaments and won both
Hi,
of
congrats,
them.
Arvind. Please join us.
Chennai Grandmasters first, and now Prague Masters. Guys, let's have a huge round of applause for Arvind. Arvind, kind of an hour has passed since you have become the champion. How has this time been? What have you been up to?
I'm extremely tired, to be honest. I mean, like, I did not sleep for the last 2 days.
Really?
Yeah, like, because of the, like, tournament pressure, and as you could have seen me, like, during the games, yeah, like, I was extremely tired. Yeah, hopefully I will have a good sleep tonight.
Was it like the tournament pressure that led to non-sleep, or was it some other reason?
No, I was completely fine till, like, till 7th round. Like, once I got that lead, so...
Sole lead.
Yeah, so lead, I was under pressure, yeah, for sure. It's, probably I have to work on that, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Was it like winning the tournament meant a lot for you? That's why the pressure came, or was it something that was not you didn't even think about, but it was coming?
Like, it's not every time you like lead Prague Masters, yeah. So it's, yeah. I mean, also, I will take this moment to like thank like many people.
Yeah, you
Yes.
please tell us. Yeah, we are. We want to know who is part of your team.
So, I'll start with, of course, my coach, like Ramesh sir, like he has been my like mentor for many years. And like regarding seconds, like actually, I have couple of seconds, but they're also chess players, like so I could not like hire them like full time. So they were part time. So so I would like to take this moment to thank them as well. So, but I cannot name them.
Oh,
and
not
such-
yet.
so-
We don't know that. Maybe after you win the candidates or something. You will maybe.
It's too much.
No, I mean, at which point will we get to know? At some point in the future.
Let's see.
Okay. So basically, you have like Ramesh sir is the trainer, and you have couple of people who are sort of working with you part time. There's no like someone full time who is working with you.
Yeah, true. Like I'm thinking to hire someone like who can work as a full time second. Yeah. hopefully I will get someone else. And
This is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was thinking, we were discussing this, and I said like to reach 2750 without having a full time second is kind of I thought impossible.
it actually it is possible. Even like till 2700, like I was mostly relying on my like middle game and end game skills. And but yeah, once you like break 2700, I mean it's you have to work on. I mean you have to be good at every areas. Like you have to put pressure like right from the start. Yeah? So so now I'm like working on every areas.
This entire tournament, you've played some incredible games. We were talking about it. Vincent Keymer, a great win. Wei, what a phenomenal win. Anish Giri, maybe.
What was your favorite?
Yeah, which one would you call your favorite?
Maybe I would say Anish came. I felt that was smooth. Yeah, like in other games I misplayed like here and there, but yeah, with like in Anish game, like I think I played a good game. So.
And today, why did you choose the Karokan? I was very surprised because yesterday you played like the super solid rookie one line, and today you went like something maybe you wanted to press for a like keep the game going. What was your thought process?
Actually, like if I would have been like, I mean like I thought C6 would be a surprise for him. If I like most expect, I mean he would be expecting E5 from me. C5 unlikely, yeah. So yeah, basically I wanted to surprise him. But yeah, C6 would be the least expected. So.
And I had one question. Like yesterday, for example, I don't know if you went back and checked. You had this one moment where Black played the move King G7, and you could play Pawn to G3, which gave you a big advantage. Did you look at that at all after the game? And if so, did that like change the way you looked at today's game?
To be honest, like I did not want to check previous game, like yesterday's game. But like my mom told me that G3 is winning. Yeah, so it's,
What your mom? Your mom was following.
No, like she can check with the engine, of course. Like she doesn't understand. I mean,
So it was like, I thought maybe some coach will tell or some second will tell you, but it was like your mom told you.
I mean, they understand me better. That they would not have like told me like to miss such an opportunity. But my mom like doesn't know like understand chess yet. So
this was the moment actually. King G7 he played, and we were all like, okay, Arvind's going G3, no doubt, and suddenly you didn't play it.
Yeah, I told you like I did not like sleep well at all. I mean that I was fine with the draw, to be honest. So.
You just wanted a draw.
Yeah, I just could not calculate anything at all. I mean, so,
And Arvind, you're like always traveling with your mom usually. Like I've always like she's always been such a big supporter of you. Is it different to like travel alone, or you're getting used to it now?
No, like it's been a while. Like I mean, so I'm like already traveling alone. So it's
Yeah, I think
nothing.
Harshit has seen you when you were very young. Since last few years, I think you've been traveling alone, or since when?
Yeah, like since like probably the last 5 years I've been like traveling alone. So
But I think mom has been a big support in your career.
yes, of course. Like whatever I win, it's for her. It's for her. Yeah.
It's for her.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So like I would like to thank like one more person. Like
Yes.
I would like to thank like Kidambi, Sundarajan Kidambi.
Oh.
So I was going through some tough time like during this tournament. So like whenever I have tough time, like I would call him and he would give me some life advice. And
Oh, wow.
so yes, I would like to dedicate this award to him.
Oh, wow.
For all the people here and back home, GM Kidambi is one of India's very wonderful GMs, but also very deep and philosophical person. He has read a lot of things. In fact, he writes a lot of poetries which are very deep,
On
has
the spot,
great
right?
knowledge
He can write
about
poems.
Tamil literature and so on. So that's wonderful to know. Any particular thing that you can share he helped you with here?
No, I would like to keep it like
It's for you, okay. I also asked the people if they have any questions, can they ask you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
If you guys have any questions for Arvind. Yes.
Arvind, if you can reveal what is your next tournament?
What will be your next tournament, Aravindh?
So I'm getting a lot of invitations now.
Oh,
like even
wow.
during the tournament, like I got so many invitations.
Wow.
I'm thinking to play like Grand Chess to this Rapid and Blitz in
Wow.
Warsaw. So
You got invitation to Grand Chess Tour? Wildcard? Like
yeah, I mean this like,
Rapid and Blitz.
Poland like Rapid and Blitz.
Wow.
Oh,
Congrats.
Wow, that is
So,
amazing.
thank you.
That's so nice. So you will be playing in Poland Grand Chess Tour maybe.
I mean I haven't like confirmed
Yes.
my entry, but I'm thinking to play it. So,
Okay. And what else? Anything else?
Classical chess. I'll be playing Sharjah, BL. Yeah, so all those lineups.
Oh, you are playing Sharjah Open as well.
Yeah.
You might well be the top seed there.
Yeah, maybe.
Amazing. Yeah, anyone else? Any questions? Yes?
What is your long-term, middle-term goal as term of a ranking? Like to be top 5, top 10, top 1, maybe
Okay.
higher than Magnus?
What's your long term and middle term goals?
So my like short-term goal would be to reach like 2800. So I will try to do like within 2 years. So then I will. But my long-term goal would be. Actually, I don't have any goals. Like just going with the flow. So let's see. Yeah.
Superb. That's a great answer, yeah, like to reach 2800. And anyone else?
What suggestions would you give to people who have similar background like yours, you know? Like you have no financial or, you know, social capital, but just with pure raw talent, you're progressing.
So the question from our one of our viewers here is that what advice will you give to someone who comes from a similar background like you, maybe from a humble background, modest background financially, but has loads of passion and talent?
So what I feel is like in any field, like the initial steps would be difficult. I was like struggling in my initial days. I mean, like once I became a grandmaster, like everything like went smoothly. Yeah. So till that point, yeah, like everyone have to like give their 100%, like even like more than that. But yeah, once you made the first step, and I think rest, I mean, it will take care of itself. So the initial steps are like crucial.
There it will be tough, but you don't have to give up.
Yeah, it's very hard to say, but yeah, like it is the case in
You know, one of the things that Anish said here when he was here, he was like, when I faced Aravindh, I was thinking of him as like 26-30, 26-40 opponent, because that's where he saw you for many years. But then it was just his way of trying to sort of feel more confident. But then he clearly realized after the game and so on that you are very strong. So this phase of 26-30, 40, which many people get stuck around there, was there anything particular you did that helped you break into 2700 beyond? Is there something specific you can share?
I think it's important to like create your like own formula, because it for different people, I mean, it works differently. So I think you have to like find which one works for you. That is more important, I think. So I think I figured it out. Like so hopefully like everyone figures it out.
You figured it out on your own, or did someone help you?
Yeah, everything like I mean all together. Yeah, of course.
You know, Arvind's story is such an amazing growth that a lot of people want to know about it in general. And I think you will, of course, get a lot of questions around it because people want to know how this happened. And I think Anish also mentioned it's one of the most unique cases in the world of chess.
Which one? Like
Improving at this when you are 24 and you are 2600, and many people just stagnate there, then choose something. But to go like to 2750, it's very uncommon.
So in general, like my coach, like Ramesh sir, like believes I have very good potential. Also that gives me confidence. It's I believe in himself like more than I believe in myself. So
Wow.
so yeah, yeah, he believes that I have very good potential. So,
I think since you are a very little kid, Grandmaster R.B. Ramesh has always been on your side, right?
yeah, like since 2011, I think, yeah, like we are working together.
11. That's almost 14 years now.
Hmm.
And so, and did it help that, like Pragg, who is also somewhere in the same chess academy as you, and there, him being around and him reaching 2760, also reaching the candidates, did that somewhere inspire you?
Yeah, I think we get inspired by each other. I mean, we keep improving ourselves by beating each other, like in training games or anything. So yeah, I think that's how we improve our game. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I think Pragg also mentioned when you won your game against Wei, that day he also won, and he came and said, it might be come as a surprise to others, but for me it's no surprise because I've played so many games with Aravindh and I always knew he's strong.
Yeah.
So all of this is no surprise to him.
Yeah, like Ramesh sir and Pragg knows me well. It's like more than others do. It's just
Brilliant,
general.
brilliant. Any more questions from anyone here? Does anyone have any particular questions for Aravindh? Did you speak with your family? Your mom?
Yes, I did. Yes. Yeah.
What did she say after your win?
They asked me to sleep. I mean, like,
Yeah, I think it's very important for you to take some rest. Arvind, Harshit bhai, for you.
No, I'm just super happy. Of course, I in the last few years I didn't really get to see you so much, but I'm super happy and proud to see you do so well. So congrats, and yeah, maybe you can take some rest before the closing ceremony.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do take some rest. And Arvind, thank you for joining us. As always, a huge, huge pleasure talking to you.
Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know what I spoke, but I mean,
You spoke amazingly
Yes.
well. Thank you for coming here and speaking. Yeah. Welcome back, everyone, to the last game that's going on at the Prague Masters. We have Nguyen, who is really pressing against Vincent Keymer. And this is the board position that we have. And really, Vincent is under big pressure right now is the last move that was played was f5. And with this, like, black has a few options, can take the pawn or can push the pawn. And I was wondering, like, what way should he continue? He takes the pawn, and you can actually think about going into this rook endgame, because after take, rook takes, white has all these weak pawns to attack. However, after knight takes, there seems to be a very good move that black has, which is not so clear here. So maybe taking that is not a good decision. Guys, if you are all the people in the chat wanting to follow Hans versus Dubov, can go to Hans YouTube channel. There I think it's live. Maybe you can watch it there. It will be an exciting match to follow for sure. But we cannot stream it here on this stream, so we will continue with this. And also there's a tie-break game coming up between Jonas Bjerre and Nodirbek Yakkuboev. Okay, so by the way, knight e6 played here by Nguyen, which is a nice move. But just so that you know, in this position, instead of knight e6, if he would have gone for knight f5, then rook h1 is already very good counterplay for black, which leads to equality. So good decision here by Nguyen to play knight e6 check, which is the best move in the position. Okay, not easy to beat a player like Vincent. You know, it's said that when you play against opponents who are rated 2700 and above, you have to be very accurate right until the very end, because the amount of resistance that they show is huge. So he goes back to c8. By the way, maybe a better move was going to b7 or b8. We'll try to understand why. Because after king c8, now white can go for the move rook d6, attacking here this pawn. And if you go king b7, then c6 is super strong. So the question, of course, is that after rook d6, how do you protect your a6 pawn? It's actually very tough. But Nguyen actually here went check, king b7, check again, and now he went back king c8. No, there are no playoffs for second position, guys. Actually, this game will determine who finishes second as well. King c8. I think he gave another check, king b7. And he shouldn't check again. It would be a threefold repetition then. Has to be careful. Yeah, rook f8 is possible. The main problem being that I can give you a check. Let's say you go king d4 up. I give you another check. King b4. You want to go the other side, yes? And a5 maybe, so another check. King a5, maybe there is rook b5 check. And then after king a4, maybe just rook b2, attacking here and here. Now? Now or before?
Instead of king a5.
Yeah. King a3 is a much better move here. And then maybe king c6, rook takes f6, king b5. It's still very difficult to perhaps convert this into a win, especially with your king on the sidelines. So actually for Van Nguyen, after check, king c8, he goes check on c7, king b8, and now plays your idea rook f7. So a good kind of pushing him back on the last rank and then going for this. And now for black, I think there is a very interesting move that has to be considered, which is f4, attacking the knight. And after knight takes f4, maybe just trying to give this check, because you can try and win this pawn, although it doesn't look very simple. King b4, check, king a3, and it's not so easy to win this pawn. If rook c1, I have rook f6, rook c5, and we play this position where white has very good chances to win because the a6 pawn also is falling. So let's see what Vincent does now. A key moment for him. He's down to 2 minutes on the clock. Van Nguyen is on 1 minute 49 seconds. Also, from the perspective of becoming check number 1, this is an important game because he'll get like precious rating points here. There's a big race to become check number 1 going on between David Navara and Van Nguyen here. Check. Okay, basically you go king b4 or king d. Actually both moves possible, but king b4 much better, so that after a check here, you can go king a5 even further in, and it really helps that you have cut the king out here. So very, very good technique. In the open tournament also, I think has come to an end. I believe we would have a winner by now. It's the tournament in open section has been won by Thomas Bjerre along with Karen Grigorian, both scoring 7.5 points. But Thomas Bjerre had better tie breaks, so he won it. We already have the winner in Masters, that is Arvind Chithambaram. But in the Challenger section, we have a tie break that is coming up. And in the futures, we already have a winner, Maria Sunia from Romania. She scored 7 points, and I think she performed admirably here. Yeah, I think I would love to. Rook f7, check, and he goes king b2. Maybe much better was to play king b4 and go further up ahead, but he comes back. I think winning this position is going to be very tricky for Van Nguyen. It looks easy with all this wonderful knight, pawn, winning this pawn, but the amount of resistance that black can put up is huge. For example, just a variation, if you play rook c4 and now rook takes f6, already it's not so simple how to continue here. I was wondering if we could go like f4, because then the knight is hanging here. And if you take knight f4, I can go rook c5. But yeah, a6 is hanging. So I guess you have to first save the a6 pawn, which is with a5. And then continue this. If you go king b3, I guess I have rook c1. Trying to come here, attack this. Oh, by the way, he goes c6 here. No, wait a second. What happened? he played rook king b2, he went rook h1, attacking h2, and now c6 pushed, and he misses the key moment which actually he wanted to play check here and make a queen. So let's say if rook h2, king b3, and now, but what he missed is, and this was also possible, is the move f4, just completely, and now he takes. So the thing is, you just deflect the knight away from e6, which is defending the c7 pawn because the bishop attacks it, and the moment he takes here, now knight f4, you give a check, and now this c7, you can just play king b7. It's not easy for you to queen anymore. King c3 played here. Can we actually go and even snatch this pawn here? That seems quite a juicy one. And I think there was a reason why he didn't keep up this pawn, king b3. Maybe at some point he was afraid that this check would come in. Thank you. So, but maybe it was worthwhile to keep this pawn. I think now Vincent might just capture the pawn as well on a2. Vincent has 2 minutes 20 seconds. Nguyen has just 36, and you can already see the game is equal. So tough to beat these top players actually. So he plays here 123. He has a minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Hasn't made his move yet. He can take on a2. He can even play, think about playing h4. I don't know if it's a very weird move, but after rook takes, you trade off few pawns. But I'm a bit afraid that the knight jumps in and you have these check possibilities along with the knight. And this is a very beautiful mating pattern, by the way. Just so that you know, knight b6 followed by rook b7 mate. There's just no way to stop it here. It's a wonderful mating idea. So king c3, and he doesn't take the a2 pawn. He actually goes bishop f3, which is also a great move, attacking the c6 pawn, maybe forcing white to go c7, and then you go king b7, and it's not easy to queen here because you would love your knight coming into d6 to push the pawn to the queening square. He does push c7. I think Vincent will go king b7 now. So king b7 played. Now what's the move here?
96 probably.
Yeah, 96, but it'll take you like couple of moves to like rook f8 and this, but I'll continue to attack you. And if you give a check, I can go king b6. My bishop controls this square. It's very, very tenacious defense here by Vincent actually. This is... And you can see Van Nguyen down to 6 seconds. He plays your move 96. I was also wondering if bishop d5 is an option because that would really pin you here. Bishop d5. Knight c5 check. But then king c8. Rook takes, king takes, knight a6. Maybe still some winning chances here because you are a pawn up. But not sure. Let's see. Vincent also has very less time on the clock. 45 seconds left. bg4. Attacking the knight. It's the best move. And now check maybe. Knight c5 check. He's going to go for it. Yes. And king b6. Bishop g4. Knight c5. Very important not to go back here because of a check. No, actually, it's also possible to go back. It's not at all bad because this pawn is hanging. But I think safer, because here you might lose a6. So safer is to go king b6 here. Just come up. Because your pawn, like the queening square, is already controlled. Yeah, king b6 on the board. You can bank on Vincent to find the best defensive ideas. Where is he playing now? He goes to e4, attacking the pawn on f6. Maybe now just snatch this a2 pawn. Why not? This is actually a nice pawn. But I can understand that he's afraid of knight takes f6 and then the g4 bishop is under attack and the pawn is queening. So not an easy move here. What to do? Also, the knight could jump to d6 with the idea of queening. But the upside of taking this pawn is that after check you will also win g3 and then you just have to sack your bishop for that pawn. He goes rook a2, he finds it, and knight f6 on the board by Van Nguyen. And important moment in the game now. Do you save your bishop, which is a nice move? Do you go back with the king just to control this square? These are the questions that need to be answered. Oh, he just puts his bishop back to c8. Such a nice move. And I mean, he takes on h5. I believe he'll take here on h5, defending g3. No, he goes knight d5. Check. King b7. Just going back. I don't see a way to win here. Maybe he's looking at rook f6 move followed by rook b6, king here and winning this. That could be his idea. But let's just, yeah, he plays rook f6. Wow. Actually, quite a tricky move here because your rook cannot come here. Also, the bishop has not too many squares where it can go. This is a real threat, actually. Nice move. What is Vincent going to play here? Sorry? He plays rook a1, which is the best move. Wow, I can't believe he found it. Because now check, king a7, rook b8, and perhaps he just moves the bishop away. And then if queen, you give up your bishop, rook takes, and a nasty check from the back rank loses you the rook. Tricky. Super tricky here. What a guy. Okay, now Van Nguyen again down to 50 seconds. Okay, he has time now. He played his last few moves quickly. Yeah, who's going to be second place is actually unclear in the Masters because we have a tie between Anish Giri and Praggnanandhaa with 5 points. And also Wei on 5 points. So I think 3 people are on 5 points. He goes king d4. Okay. So king d4 on the board. And can Vincent go to g1 trying to win this pawn, or is it safe? If he goes rook g1, rook b6, king a7, rook b8, and I don't know, bishop b7. If you queen, I just take it, you take it, and I take it, and it's a draw. Well, Vincent plays rook c1 here. He doesn't want to part with his bishop, and you can see Van Nguyen there shaking his head. It's been a tournament of missed chances and missed opportunities for him, and at some point it does get to you, and I think this one will hurt because he played a beautiful opening, got a great position, then was pressing pawn up, and then not able to convert. Is going to hurt. bg4 played. He went bishop g4. And maybe now, if I go rook h8, trying to check and queen, but it's not possible. Yeah, like the rook covers it, the bishop covers it. Yeah, this is very solid. I think white should be slightly careful here not to overpress and get in trouble. a5, start to push, huh? It sounds like a plan, but also how is this idea, which is looking a little bit shaky, but I guess this should be an easy draw. Oh, the engine says this is not a draw and you shouldn't try it. Keep the rooks and make sense. Bishop c8 back. And he takes the pawn on h5. I guess now bishop e6 is the move. Yeah, Vincent plays it. He finds it. Rook takes h5, bishop e6, planning to take this knight and then the c7 pawn. Now there's down to 10 seconds again. Moves the knight away to f4, attacking the bishop. But now this pawn is gone. There's no way to defend it. So if I just move my bishop away to b3, he went back to c8. Well, he might go knight d5 and we might have a draw here by repetition, because I mean, after you lose the c7 pawn, what is there to play for anymore? Yeah, knight d5, bishop e6 on the board. Manaswi Mishra says, congratulations Aravindh, hope he can get some sleep now. Yeah, I was actually shocked that Aravindh hadn't slept for 2 nights. I mean, that's the level of pressure that players feel in such tournaments. And I think, yeah, they agreed to a draw. Whew.
So the playoffs are going to start now?
No, the playoffs are at 5:30 p.m. It's 45 minutes away.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see you then. Yes, yes. And Bjerre versus Nodirbek Yakkuboev will be playing. But let's have a look at the standings in the Masters section. We have Aravindh winning the Masters with a full point, 6. Anish, number 2. Is this verified or will this be changed? Like, is this after the tie breaks?
Not tie breaks for the second.
No, I mean in general. With is this the?
I think it should be verified.
Yeah, I think.
Criteria,
Oh, according to the criteria, actually, Anish Giri is number 2 in the tournament. Wow. Wei number 3, Pragg 4th. We can also say they are all joint second, but with the second tie break, which was the Sonneborn Bjerre, I think, and there was also direct encounter. So maybe in the direct encounter, Anish has beaten Pragg. So that's how it is. Ediz Gurel finishing 5th in the upper half. Ediz doing amazingly well in his first ever super tournament. What a guy. Vincent Keymer, 4.5. Sam Shankland, 4. David Navara, 4. Liem, 4. And Van Nguyen, 3 points. That's how the tournament ends. And yeah, if we can also have a look at the standings for the challengers later. We don't have it right now, but later on maybe we can show you. And by the way, guys, in 45 minutes, we will be back. And there we have, the standings. Yakkuboev and Jonas will play the tie breaks at 5:30 p.m. local time, which is 4.5 hours later in India. And according to your time zone, 45 minutes from now. So please do come back. Makun and 5.5. Ivan Salgado on 4. Finek on 4. Divya Deshmukh with that win actually moves ahead on the 7th position. And yeah, we have Stamatis, Stalmach on 3 points and Nemec who finished last at 2.5. Yeah, we will come back. I was actually hoping some players would join us, but maybe we will see. If that happens, we'll come back sooner, or else see you all in 45 minutes. For now, the news from here is Arvind Chithambaram won the Masters, and a big breakthrough for him, like his second super tournament in classical chess, and he won it. And apart from that, we have had Anish Giri with a great comeback. Last 2 games he won, so he finishes second. That's incredible. And then we have Pragg with a slight heartbreak at the end. Ediz doing amazing, yeah, this tournament. So great storylines there. And we can see also an overview of the playing hall. If we can show that view, is now empty. The open tournament is done. They are already preparing for the closing ceremony that will happen there. But one important tiebreak remains: playoffs between Jonas, Bjerre and Nodirbek Yakkuboev. See you all at 5:30 p.m. CET. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone. We have a huge upgrade from Harshit Bhai.
Not sure. I think Harshit got the upgrade, not you. Harshit is upgrading himself there somewhere.
We have Grandmaster Super GM Anish Giri here with us. Anish, congratulations on finishing second in the tournament. And thank you for joining us for the commentary of the tie breaks between these two amazing individuals. If we can have them on our screen with white piece, with black, Nodirbek, Yakkuboev. Who do you think is the favorite, Anish? I think you know them quite well.
Yeah, I just saw some smiles there. I think they're in good mood. It's nice to fight for the first place.
No, but I think it's really high stakes because there's a spot in the next year's Masters, which could mean a lot to them.
Of course, yeah, and there could be a mindset that you feel very tense.
Yeah.
But I think Jonas is in a good mindset. He's just happy to be there. He won the game today. He was probably thinking his rival is going to win as well. He's not going to catch him. So he's really relieved to be there and really happy. So I think the psychology is with him. But Yakkuboev, Nodirbek has experience of beating Nodirbek Absatorov in the tie-break for
That
Qatar.
tie-break was such a big surprise for me because I thought to beat Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
You need another Nodirbek.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jonas Bjerre, I know him from this Global Chess League where he played Sindarov and then checkmated him at the end, which was like a huge win for his team.
Yeah, Jonas is a well-known player, a big talent from Denmark. I saw him most recently in Vaikanze. He was one of the seconds.
Yes, of Max Warmerdam.
Yeah.
That was very surprising for me.
Must have helped that experience. Well, it wasn't shocking for me. I mean, of course, the youngsters, they always in Europe, they're you have your youngsters in India, but we also have our youngsters in Europe. Usually older and weaker, but still. But still, yeah, they're supporting each other, and it was good to see. And he must have learned something there too, and now using that experience here in this tournament to fight for the first place.
Right. By the way, Anish, all the people in the chat like Anish OP, hi Anish, they are very happy that you are here. But you are also following this match between Dubov and Niemann.
Yeah, I was following it a little bit, but frankly, I found sort of the overlay commentary a little bit. I just wanted to see like the proper the playing with the board to the board. Yeah,
like our
setup. Yeah. So I will afterwards see the games. I mean, I was not that. And also there was already some flagging incident. These things annoy me. Also this match, Kramnik, Jospam, all these incidents, they just annoy me. I want to see it's blitz. Just play blitz. I just want to see the games. But yeah, I'm curious.
We also did a death match where you played in Mumbai.
We also had an incident, huh?
There was.
Yeah, there was.
But I don't think there were piece banging and stuff didn't happen, luckily.
No, but we did have an incident with this funny, the arbiter.
Threefold repetition.
Yeah. The arbiter made mistake and was corrected later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's part of life. I wasn't on purpose either, so.
Yeah. So we are about to begin. You can see there everyone sit. What? It's like as if the half of the room is ready for the closing ceremony with all the futures sitting in one corner.
True. It looks like a closing, yeah.
I think once this ends, they are like, let's start with the closing ceremony as soon as possible.
Yeah, makes sense.
So everyone's ready, and I think it's also a nice sort of setup for both Jonas and Yakkuboev, right? Like it's a big game.
They feel like they're in the middle of a big act. Yeah, and they are. It's important to see who's going to play in this event.
And there you see Wei entering in. So I think some of the masters are also there, which means that there's additional pressure, when you see players who are stronger than you also sitting around.
Yeah, there is that for sure. But I can imagine. I mean, I was also, I had my food and I didn't know what to do because normally I would go prepare my openings, but okay, tomorrow no game. So I didn't know what to do. In the tournament, I now need to go back home, realize, I have 3 children and everything. But
maybe you could have called one of your, maybe Danny or someone.
Yeah, and of course I was in touch with my family already. Yeah, no, but okay, I thought it's nice to.
Thank you.
See the games.
I'm really very happy that you are here, and that we can commentate together, because I think it's the first time, that we have done sometimes online, but in person maybe first time, no?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean I joined you, so it's not the same. But now of course we
are looking at someone else's game.
Yeah, for sure. You think they're going to start soon? What do you think they're waiting for? Is there a starting time you're waiting for, or?
I think they're starting soon, right? In like
Mm-hmm.
a minute or so. And we have some viewers here joining us. We have the young boy, Elliot, who is just 9 years old, sitting in front of us. We have I am Piscopo, who's also here. So it's like a nice. And we have a regular viewer who has grown in strength from day one, can spot tactics at the speed of light.
Yeah, and 2,000 more people here that you can see. So hi guys, a massive audience here. Elliot is nice style. His glasses. From afar, I confused him with my son Daniel.
Oh,
because,
yes.
Because they have similar glasses, you know,
Yeah.
and similar height. So it's very easy to confuse them from afar.
Actually,
When Daniel was here, they were like from very far. You could think like they're
Yeah.
alike.
Maybe we'll have Elliot someday. Elliot, do you like commentating?
I've never done it before.
Okay, maybe we will ask you to join at some point. Is
He's
it
a natural.
okay?
He's natural, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, wow, okay. And by the way, the chief arbiter shakes hands with both the players there. And off we go. Oof.
Jonas is just so happy to be there. I just love it.
Oh, e4. Jonas plays e4 and we have the Sicilian. And he played c3 today as well against his opponent.
It was in
Nemec.
it was in 96 bishop b5, I think. So it's a little different, but the
little
same
different.
in spirit. Yeah, some interesting trendy line is appearing. I played this against Aditya Mittal actually with white pieces.
So he wants to go to French,
Mm.
but then black says, sorry, I'm not allowing you.
Yeah, this d3 g3 is a fashionable thing. I did that against Aditya. But Aditya went for the e5 pawn. You can go knight g6, queen c7 and collect the e5 pawn.
Yeah.
And dc, bc, b6 is a more positional way. You don't rush any complications. He's hitting this d3 pawn though.
He's
Quite
hitting
concrete.
here.
I don't know, is prepared or is it improvisation? Let's see. Might be prep. I think I've seen something similar in my prep too.
So maybe knight e1, yeah?
I don't know. It doesn't look very pretty. I'm thinking maybe c4 perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Knight e1. Yeah. This move queen a4 was there. Actually, I've looked at this line. It's theory. Queen a4. Yeah.
attacking here. And what if takes rook d1?
Yeah, actually, this is preparation by Yakkuboev. Computer is
Wow.
recommending this. Yeah, I recall now. I looked at it once.
And Jonas seems to be out of his prep already.
Yeah, he probably doesn't recollect because so many different openings, and I don't think Yakkuboev plays this very much, c5, e6, and also Jonas didn't even have time to prepare very much, right?
Yeah.
So I think they're, but also with black, it's difficult to remember this, and I think he did go queen a4
Oh, he played it, yes. Queen a4 is on the board.
and bishop b7.
Uh-huh.
It's very hard to recall these details, so it's going to be a very, very interesting game. Black's struggling with development of the king side, as you can see.
He plays rook d1. I think the moves have stopped coming, maybe, on the DGT board.
Yeah, there should be technology that reads through the camera, not from the board. I mean,
Yes.
DGT, honestly, they dominate the chess market, but it's about time, you know, we upgrade these things a bit.
Mm. But for now, I think we have to get the moves.
Yeah, the old-fashioned way. I mean, honestly, yeah, these issues, they're very, very old-fashioned. They always appear. Also, qualities of different boards. I mean, this is a good board, though. I think they played this tournament with good boards.
Right.
So it's remarkable that it's still happening here. But especially in blitz tempo, when you play so quickly, it can have issues. But of course, you should have this reading the board from the camera. Yeah, eventually, that should be the technology. That cannot go wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With AI, I think it will also help.
Yeah, for sure.
Knight comes to d5. Now we can see the board as well here on the left. So knight d5. Just the clocks will have to be updated. But it looks like black has got quite a decent position out of the opening. He'll go bishop e7, castles, rook d8, or maybe the other rook, and then this rook to c8.
But white will start this King's Indian attack thing, yeah, with pawn on h4,
Yeah.
and then anchor some piece on g5, and then do this. There was recently even a game Hans won in Aeroflot against Lazavic. So you have this type of King's Indian attack type positions. And the white has good attacking prospects, especially in blitz game. It's very nice with white. I like it with white. But of course, it can also backfire. The d3, c3 pawns are a bit soft. Black has good light squares. The bishop on b7 is controlling a good diagonal. So double-edged position, but white is the side that usually attacks.
Mm. Oh, he went knight a3.
Knight a3, bishop e7, knight c4, yeah.
Knight c4.
Yeah, this inputting moves is working very nicely now, but if once they reach time trouble, you're not gonna be able to keep up.
No, then we'll go full screen on
yeah,
the
we
main
should
board.
do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was saying that I didn't like the Levitov match because of the because there were issues because of the broadcast. Yeah, so now
Yeah.
it seems it's difficult. Oh, Bishop G5 is a nice opportunity. Yeah, the computer points BCDC.
Oh,
Very
what?
nice.
Oh, what a move.
Yeah.
If
He
Jonas
might
finds
smash.
this, that would be epic.
Very doable.
Look at this.
Very doable. I think he might. His choice is very limited. He also will realize that the knight is not hanging. So then what move do you make?
But you can go knight e3, right?
It's a sad retreat. You are eyeing the d6, eyeing the d6 square, yeah, with the knight. You want to somehow utilize that.
And if bishop takes g5, you can even go check
Yeah.
first. Oh my god.
Bishop g5, you can castle, of course. Yeah, that would be probably that's the best. Then knight c7, bishop c6.
By the way, we have the clocks working also now.
Amazing.
Oh, he goes rook
Yeah.
b1.
I was thinking you can try to do something else. Yeah, then bishop g5, trying to even put more pressure on b5 pawn.
If
and
you
now,
do this,
yeah.
this is terrible.
Actually looks very smart. Rook b1. Then if a6, then maybe bishop g5 or even a4. I don't know.
Wow.
Maybe b4 black can go. You know, at some but then you release the knight from attack. But then you're threatening knight c3. I don't know, start with a6 or start with b4. It's a difficult choice for Yakkuboev. He would want to include a6, a4, but maybe white's not going to go a4. So then there's nothing to include.
So b4 is the move that you are recommending. Maybe it's the best move here. And Yakkuboev is... he played it. He played b4. Wow. On the board.
Yeah, it seems that provoking this move, I think Jonas didn't realize that, okay, bc is not a threat. The threat of b5 was before, actually, you know? Quite interesting, yeah? The b5 looks like threatens the knight,
Oh,
but actually the threat was to just go forward.
To capture the c3 weakness.
Yeah, and once you reach the c3 weakness, you reach the d4 weakness. That's very important.
Wow. Okay. So he will now... I think black is doing really well because when he takes, he'll get the clamp on the d4 square.
Yeah, and you distracted white's dark square bishop from the attack. You need that bishop for attack because its g5 square is quite important. So if white doesn't get to attack in this position, in the structure, then he should start playing for equality and forget ambition.
a3 has been played here.
Yeah, a5 is the most natural reaction, but you should watch out for somewhere maybe knight b6, but it's not working yet because knight on d5 is having everything covered. Yeah, I think a5 is probably good. At least it will be played. I don't know if it's good.
It goes rook b8.
Oh, there's actually the pawn is not under attack. It's protected more than enough times.
Yeah.
No need to
Exactly.
go. And maybe you want to go bishop a8 instead of a5. Open up the file.
Actually, Yakkuboev's play until now has been very accurate. Right? Like,
Yeah.
a really good play by him.
Maybe he had that bishop g5 chance that he gave the opponent already.
Yeah.
But maybe he understands these positions well and it's part of his prep. So far so good. But the game is only starting really. And you know, when the time starts to go lower, that's when most action will happen.
We have like 2 minutes 56 seconds for Yakkuboev, 1 minute 50 seconds for Jonas, 2-second increment. Jonas needs to speed up a bit, otherwise he would come under time pressure. But it is clear that he is feeling a lot of pressure from these knights.
Yeah, things have gone a little bit wrong. He would want to attack on the king side, but he got completely distracted, and now he's busy with defense of the center and the queen side, which is not what you want with white in the structure. So things are a bit wrong for Jonas, but nothing too alarming just yet. Plenty of chances still. You know what is the format? How many games they have?
2 games.
Only 2 games. So losing this one could be really, really
Yeah,
bad.
and then if it's 1-1, they play an Armageddon. Oh, d4. He plays d4 and the engine hates it, but not so clear why. Because if CD, I think you would be very happy, right?
Or CB maybe.
CB.
Yeah. No, you don't want that.
Oh.
You want to probably trade everything BC, CD,
BC,
and
bishop C.
yeah, there's some bishop a6, yeah, option,
attacking
but
here.
it's very vague. Let's see what Nodirbek will decide because it's a very tense moment. D4, I like it. Creates more pressure, more tension. I like this decision.
It forces black to answer some questions, yeah?
Yeah, at least, and okay, it can also backfire, but it could also work out well. And now in blitz with such a little time, asking a question gains you some time. That's at least something. Many options, you know. I mean, also a3 pawn is there. I could consider taking the a3 pawn.
But a3, I thought he'll just take back. Knight A3. Oh, he goes.
Then there
what?
was CD, so that's why it's not so bad.
By the way, he does your idea to first take on C3.
The most
bishop
obvious, yeah,
C3.
in CD, yeah.
And there is this intermezzo bishop A6 to attack this, but he takes CD.
Most
directly.
obvious, yeah. He likes that the bishop is looking at the other bishop, neutralizing that G2 bishop, and it's understandable. You want to keep bishop in his diagonal.
And this knight is beautiful on D5.
Yeah, and now when the center is so open, the BC and D files are open, there is going to be no attack. You're with white completely distracted from attack. So in this kind of structure, when you have open files in the center, black should be doing quite all right. And E5 pawn, it could become a weakness in an endgame.
Yeah, knight takes D4, and he takes back with the knight.
I think Jonas is also happy he has somewhat stabilized the position.
But I feel like there is pressure here, right? On the C file, there's a pin. The knight could jump to C3. What is white? Where is white's pressure? Like, what is he trying for?
Well, if white had time, knight b5, knight d6 would be really
this
nice.
is the main idea.
But indeed, rook c8 is a concrete question. So I'm a bit worried for my knight on the c file, yeah?
because if I go queen e2, there's bishop a6, right?
Knight c3 also.
Ah,
is there.
knight c3. So,
No, if I go queen d3, it's also some bishop a6.
oh, he goes
Took with
knight takes knight, rook takes queen c7.
rook takes, okay. Oh, queen c7 is nice. Okay, now I really like that black got this dark square bishop. And the knight on f3 is very passive. It's not going towards d6. So now it feels like black has an advantage. Bishop pair. Also, white is very shaky. Bishop c5. He moved it back. No, he put it on d2.
Queen d2, bishop a6.
Okay. There was some rook g4 sometimes. I should be slightly careful. If bishop c5, rook g4. Some desperate attacking options.
And maybe I think Jonas will do that, yeah? Now he'll go for it.
No, but now with bishop on e7, at least there is some defense. And now there is also rook b1 distraction.
Oh, he took?
Yeah, taking looks very bad. Now there is rook b1 check coming. I think white is just not in time.
H4, yeah?
But bishop takes c4. Knight is also hanging.
He goes bishop f1, but now rook b1 maybe.
Yeah,
Pinning.
it looks very shaky for
Because-
Jonas.
Bishop f1, he goes rook b1, queen c2. Attacking the rook, defending the knight.
He's overloaded everywhere, but for now there is no
He's
win.
somehow hanging on, clinging on.
Yeah, but rook a1 maybe even just keep the rook on the active on the first. I like rook a1. It says no squares there, but it's just fine.
Mm.
It's just fine. Queen b2, then rook f1, and c4 knight is hanging.
Aha.
So I like this move, rook a1, keeping everything tied up for white, and it's
Very nice.
You're
move.
about
In
to blunder
fact,
something.
It's the best move, yeah, in the
Yeah.
position.
no,
Amazing.
it's clearly the money move.
Oh,
it's
he
a-
comes back.
It's a safe move. Well, black is still better, but rook a1 was really the money move.
Right.
Jonas
Knight-
trying to stabilize.
And maybe Jonas back in the game a slightly.
Yeah.
10 seconds for him, like 17. Yakkuboev has 50 seconds.
Yeah, maybe just h6, just create loft. Or g6 also. G6 also possible.
G6.
The weakness of the dark squares not so fatal without the bishop for
Mm.
black.
And he's now attacking the rook. Rook e4.
White is actually has everything really well protected, so it's not pretty, but it's holding on.
Somehow everyone's protecting each other. Queen a2 played and
Maybe switch to the long diagonal, bishop b7, and
oh, he finds it. Oh, he's
And it's-
coming in.
it's for free. The attack is for free. There is nothing the black has sacrificed. Just pure bishop pair for nothing. I think it's not going to last very much longer. Queen c6 is coming.
He takes the knight and now you
Knight d7, yeah. So maybe just
Okay.
maybe just a b. So bishop e4, knight d7. Is there something? I don't see it.
bishop e4, knight d7. There's some crazy move here. Oh, he misses it. It was
Yeah,
bishop
I
d5.
didn't see it. Okay, AB. He also didn't see it. Understandable. Little time. But AB is also this also
Oh, what? He goes for the pawn, not the mate, yeah?
should be enough. Bishop pair and extra pawn should be convertible.
Mm.
At least practically.
Oh, he goes back, bishop.
But some relief for Jonas. At least the game goes on.
And why didn't he trade the bishops? Like, he went back. He
Wants-
wants the two bishops.
Yeah, but now it gives white knight e4, rook b4 maybe. Okay, sorry, e5 is hanging still. So maybe knight f6, maybe knight f6 first and then knight d7 somewhere.
He did it. He did it. Knight d7 on the board.
He's fighting very well. Bishop c6.
Rook d8, bishop
No, of
c6.
course his position is on the verge of lost for white, but he's hanging on for now. But so little time.
Yeah. Rook c8, bishop e4. Bishop comes back. But this b pawn, if it starts rolling, it will be super strong.
Knight on d7 also have questions to that knight.
By the way, he took this pawn. Rook c8, bishop e4, rook c7.
He just blundered the pawn?
takes. and bishop e5.
Ah, sorry, e5 is hanging. Okay.
But this is now not looking very pretty because it's
Yeah.
all on one side.
Also, the knight is out
Ah,
of
the
play.
knight
At
is
least,
out.
if knight was somewhere on h3, you could maybe hope for some fortress. But knight on, it's anyway would be bad. But with knight cut out, it's just a matter of
But it
converting.
might not be easy, right? Like if I can get my knight back, stabilize.
It's a big somehow because knight d7, I go bishop b5. You just cannot move. And I can even take on d7, go bishop b6 if I want.
Yeah, and then 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Although I get this feeling that there might be some twist here with the knight, some fork always under time pressure.
Yeah. Only because of the time pressure, some
Yeah.
miracles. And also black is of course nervous. Okay, this is not a great approach to go rook b4. Rook was great on the second rank. Let's go back, please. No, but what is he doing? This is really pointless. Knight e4 now. Okay, now the knight is back. What I was saying, white wants.
Yeah, exactly.
And now actually he has some chances. It's still really bad, but oh, he's totally ruining it. Wow. Still extremely promising. Extremely promising, but no longer.
Oh, he's trading the bishops. That would be huge, actually. Oh, I don't know. Black
White?
doesn't want to trade
Rook
anything.
b7 is coming if you don't trade. Oh,
Oh,
rook,
he
rook
didn't
b7 was also nice. Rook a2, rook f7 maybe.
You mean here? Rook b7, but he went bishop d5.
Yeah, he wants to protect. Oh, but white has regrouped amazingly.
Oh,
yeah,
and now.
Yeah, now is white is a oh no. But
Oh, what? This is draw now. Rook b7 coming in.
he had so much better version of this, and now it's going to be really hard to. Still, there's somebody, I think Magnus, some Karpov, Magnus. There's some 2 games. Black sometimes wins these structures, but it's
With the
f5
rooks
e4,
on, right?
with queens or rooks. I don't remember, maybe both.
But
yeah.
this is nice now, I think.
If I get f5 e4, some chances still for black, but of course he ruined everything. Yeah, difficult blitz, when things are moving quickly.
Yeah, very much.
Very, very difficult to keep control.
But for Jonas, it's a great thing, to hold this.
Yeah, it's just bishop c2, bishop b3 is an idea.
But do you think, like, black will still have practical chances here? I think he's still.
Well, yeah. I mean,
huge.
in blitz, everybody has chances. Also, white, maybe black will blunder rook. It's always. Bishop c2 is very nice. After rook a2, I have rook f7. Yeah, rook a6. Okay, rook f6 is a nice idea. Maybe.
He's coming here to attack and defend.
Yeah, bishop e4 is also good. Rook f6, f3.
Wow.
Yeah, just bishop d5 and f3. Yeah, and now black is stuck with the rook. He's trying to go to f5, but there's nowhere further to go. And now go
Draw,
back. Go
maybe.
back. Oh, he'll move around, but there's no chances. Just beware of bishop f2 with white. Just go back to f1. Yeah, go to g2. Go to g2 and stay there. To g2, please.
Why? What's the
Yeah,
danger?
I just want it on g2. Just please to g2. Okay, this is nice. Yeah, now this is good. By Nodirbek, he's trying still to.
Oh, can we take the bishop and go into rook? No.
Yeah, but he doesn't want. He wants to draw it more easily, and it's probably better to keep the bishops now on the board. Back to b7. Gotta go f5. Okay, go f5. Some sort of
he went
progress, but
f5.
not really. But some sort of progress. But you just don't panic with white, and everything will be fine.
Bishop f7, maybe.
Yeah, although you see some f4 ghost maybe at some point.
I have this feeling that Yakkuboev might win this because
Really?
Yeah, because I mean
Hot pot bet, another one. I'm pretty sure he won't. Yeah, I didn't want this to go what he did, by the way, rook to g7, but it's probably still all right. Yeah, no, bishop got out of position. Oh no, the passive. I don't like this. Yeah, some progress by Yakkuboev.
yeah,
Some progress.
some progress.
White went passive. The bishop should have remained on the long diagonal. Well, yeah, no, this is big progress for black. Some real chances. F4 somewhere maybe.
Huge. Now I think if he gets bishop d4, rook
Ooh.
b2, king starts to move.
Yeah.
in.
No, now I'm with you. King to f6, and then yeah. Oh, this is a very, very unpleasant position. Yeah, especially after what he had. Although he's trying to reactivate the rook. This is clever.
Yeah, but king d6.
Maybe first also.
Oh, there's bishop e8.
Yeah, I want the king on f6, rook on b6. He's
trying to
entering
come
with the
from
rook
here.
to. He's entering with the rook. Oh! I think black is winning. Yeah, black is winning.
Because g3 is falling.
Black won a big pawn.
Yeah, huge.
I don't know if it's enough to win the game, but it's big progress. And now again, the
And
the
he
nervousness.
defends this. Yeah.
but it always turns around, like the side that messed up feels better, and the side who is winning again starts to feel nervous.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought the other way
No,
around.
it's when you get the chance, you get nervous.
By the way,
Rook
huge
G1,
mistake.
Rook G1 and Bishop H4, yeah.
And he just keeps this pawn protected on G6.
I think that's good enough. But wait, why did he give the? Okay,
Oh,
that's
he
also
went
okay.
after the H pawn
that's
with his
maybe good.
rook, but now he lost this key pawn.
And the white king is also cut out. It's very far now.
It's a draw now again, like closer to a draw. What a game this has been.
Yeah, it's a struggle. It's just so little time. It's just typical blitz game. So many things happen. I had once a similar game with Fabiano also, and I lost with black.
With black.
Yeah,
in such
eventually
position.
I lost everything. Bishop and rook and everything. Blitz is crazy.
Wow.
I think black
Now
allowed the
it's a
block. Yeah, I think
fortress.
black allowed the blockade.
It's a fortress because the bishop and rook stop the pawn from advancing, and king has come in. Oh, what a!
But Yakkuboev, by the way, he is nice. He is really trying really well in this game.
But now there's nothing to try,
But
right?
he will maybe find something. So far, he's always found. Just when it seemed like it was a draw, he always found
No,
something.
but now this is hanging.
Yeah, no,
Has
it's a
to
draw.
go back.
Yeah, white is completely fine.
Oh, he gave up the pawn.
Yeah, but just rook h7. Now it's a dead draw. White is not even worse.
White is trying to make.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Wait,
What?
wait, white's winning. E5. White's winning. I told you black can lose.
Oh my goodness!
No, maybe black is not losing. So I have to calculate. Rook f7, f3, king d5.
Oh, he's winning. He's
H3.
winning.
Who
he's
is winning, black or white?
White. The bar is saying white is winning,
No, I'm not.
but I don't know how.
Sorry, I was calculating. You disturbed me with the bar. Now I don't know
Rook
anymore who's
C7
winning.
is the winning move.
He found it, but there's more is needed. Oh, rook on the first rank. That is the key. Rook on the first rank controls both the pawns.
Oh,
Brilliant.
What a win!
And now he's gonna win.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, blitz is insane.
Jonas, and you did mention that game with Fabi. It's similar happened.
And Carlson tells you should shorten time controls. That's what happens. You want shorten time controls? It's what happens.
But wait a second.
No,
now,
it's dead. King
Dead?
d6 is 7.
but he's coming back.
What?
He's coming back.
Why?
It's a draw. It's
Why
a
is he
draw
coming
now.
back?
Why is he coming back?
King d6 is 7. Oh wait, rook was hanging on c1, Sagar. Rook was hanging on c1. We
Yeah,
didn't
but
notice.
no. The thing is,
Oh,
he
king
could,
no, he didn't go to d6.
he
King
could
d6.
go king d6. He went here now.
King d6
rook-
is 7. What was?
And now, oh,
This
he
game
bring-
is
oh
crazy.
my god! He
Oh, but
brings-
no, but why is it a draw? Rook e1. Ah, bishop h4. Oh.
Oh,
Bishop
bishop
h4.
h4
Such a-
for a rookie one move,
Yeah,
and
it's
there's no
only
way
move.
to defend the pawn. Draw. Oh,
Crazy.
they
This-
played, and I
crazy
guess
game.
Jonas is still going to try.
Yeah, you have to try this, but this is well known.
And now he asked the arbiter that please count.
Yeah, he's doing strange, Yakkuboev. You need to bring the king to the other corner, but I guess you'll get there.
Yeah, like if it's a dark squared bishop, go to the light square
Yeah,
corner,
yeah.
right?
Exactly. Maybe you can also stay not in a corner. That's also allowed. Yeah, no, this is going to be draw, but it's incredible, yeah, how many turnarounds. They're unable to control, the emotion.
Yeah.
Peter Leka would say, it's incredible, the emotion. The players, the heart rates.
Anish, having you here is like I can have multiple commentators. You can do commentary of anyone.
But it's fake, yeah? You can never be, you
Ah,
can
you
never
can
do a
never-
genuine Peter Leko.
Yeah, Peter
No.
Leko is only, there's only one Peter Leko in the world.
By the way, I don't like what Yakkuboev is doing. A little bit.
Can we have the big board now?
Like the way
because
to
people can-
draw these positions is you should just run to the right corner. I don't like this hanging around the wrong one. He's hanging around the wrong corner. He's not there yet. If he'll be on h7, he'll be losing. But he's sort of close to that corner, and I just don't like that.
this is lost, yeah, if the king is
Yeah,
here.
it's lost, yeah.
Mhm.
So now rook switches to the f file. He's getting pushed one more file, and then he has to quickly go to g6, g5, g4, h3. So quickly go down.
He has to go to this corner here, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but just do that quickly.
He's
yeah,
doing
now,
it, he's
and now
doing
go king g5. Yeah, I guess he knows these kind of things, yeah. You don't need to go to corner, yeah, maybe that's what he's claiming. It's true. I just know that usually people, they go to the corner.
Yeah, it's the safest. But now this means that Nodirbek will have the white pieces, although it doesn't really matter. Yeah,
It doesn't matter who has more pieces. Which white pieces doesn't matter. The color of them is not relevant. Just even the amount of them is not relevant. This game, black was 2 pawns up, opposite color bishop and game
Yeah.
with rooks, and he lost it.
almost.
I mean, he was going to lose it.
Yeah.
I don't like. Okay, it's fine. He goes to e7. It's okay. Yeah, he's going to count 50 moves. Also, he asked the arbiter already before to count 50 moves.
Nodirbek is a bit like, how much do you want to play?
Yeah.
Oh, nice smile by both
no,
of
they are
them. at
both
the
really
end.
happy with this. They're like, okay, this was good show we gave them, good content. Content creators, guys, there on the screens. It was pure content, but it's not easy. Just sit there yourself with clock ticking.
Oh, 100%. It's
Yeah,
very tough.
Very
Very
difficult.
tough. In fact, I sometimes go to our club, which is there in mall, and some people, random people, challenge me. And with less time on the clock, with all the crowd gathered, it does get sometimes very nervy.
No, it's harder. I played.
Yeah.
Also, it's harder over the board than online. I played in Grand Chess Tour last year. I had a game like this, and I actually lost it. So I
Yeah.
told you. Yeah, I mean, just things happen like that. You just have so little time. There's panic. Everybody's moving with. Also, the hand movement creates gives you anxiety feeling. Like everybody is nervous. Your opponent is nervous, and you are like.
I think you need a lot of practice in general
You
to
do.
be good at it.
Yeah, that's why also Hikaru is struggling over the board because
Yeah.
online is easy. You and your mouse, and okay, you sit, tick.
Now who practices over the board such things? Do people do it?
I think Dubov is one player who is really good over the board blitz.
Yeah.
That's why he's excelling. Carlson, I don't know if he still does it. Probably not so much. But yeah, Dubov comes to mind when I think of over the board.
Actually,
specialists.
Carlson, this is the first time recently I saw him in time pressure just not able to find a move. Like generally he finds. But I saw in freestyle chess in one of his games
with
with
Vincent.
Vincent,
Yeah.
he made this move rook c8 and he was like, why did I play? Like I have never seen him doing that.
Though he was under a lot of pressure there.
I know, but it never. I have seen many World Rapid and
Usually
Blitz.
what happens with him is that he, at some point, he makes a move by hand and then his hand makes a decent move. Just sort of the
Yeah,
hand, he just switches off the brain
Yeah.
and just the hand makes a good move. So that, but yeah, Vincent put a lot of pressure there on him, and it's a sign of rustiness. He thinks it's age. I think it's like combination of these things.
Yeah.
If you're a bit rusty, a bit nervous for some reason, maybe you got nervous at some point. He was very worried during that game at the beginning, and then when you already come back in the game, still this whole nervousness you carried with you before, it's all costs you energy, and then by the time you face another issue, all what you experienced before in the same game comes back to haunt you somehow. Like when, let's say, you had no problems the whole game, it's much easier. But when you had problems before, you solved them, but still it's sort of made you tired, So these things, they still affect you. So that game of Carlson was a very difficult game all the way.
Correct. By the way, the players will now join in for the second battle very soon. We want to invite one of our guests here who's sitting with us in the viewers. His name is Elliot. And just to say hi to our chat, Elliot, would you like to come here and say hi? Elliot is, let's have him on the screen.
I need to move, or it's okay there?
No, he can come here. Is it?
Oh,
just-
no, I need to
No,
move.
not to move. Just to, he can show hi and I want to
okay,
just,
okay. That's
can you come here?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, now everyone can see you. Hi,
Hi.
Elliot, how old are you?
9.
9.
Yes.
And did you play in the open?
Yes.
How did it go?
It went okay.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
scored 3 points?
4.
4. Today you won.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And where do you live?
Canada.
Oh. And what's your rating?
Around 1900.
FIDE or?
FIDE, yes.
Wow, nice.
Wow. And what's your aim in chess?
Well, to get good at it, a grandmaster. Yeah.
But it's quite good progress, yeah, at this age.
Yeah, very cool.
1900s,
Yeah.
Wow.
Who's your favorite chess player?
I have a lot of favorite chess players.
You can say
doesn't know it. Okay, who's your favorite commentator at least? I mean,
but who's one?
I like a lot of the old chess champions, like Finek, Kasparov.
Oh wow!
Cultured, man of culture.
Wow.
Nice.
I didn't expect that. I thought you would say some young guys like.
And
Gukesh,
you follow
Praggnanandhaa.
some Canadian players like Eric Hansen, or you don't care about the
Not
local?
really.
Not really, no.
Yeah.
No. Nice. International stage.
Wow. That's amazing.
Actually, in Canada, you...
Game started, by the way.
yeah, okay, let's follow the game.
Great meeting you and see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, in Canada, it's relatively possible to get into the national team, yeah, because it's a little bit less crowded at the top.
Right.
So
And
hopefully he'll soon join the national
I think
team.
he will very soon
Yeah,
be
I
one
think so
of the
too.
top players in the
Yeah,
country.
yeah. You can definitely...
I can see the passion in him. By the
True.
way, London system.
Yeah, typical blitz opening, right? You just develop your pieces quickly.
Oh, but H4, what is this?
Yeah.
Is this common these days? Because earlier they would just put pawn on H3.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it's a sign of the times. Yeah, you often grab space.
And threatening H5, H6, like
yeah.
gain more
and Rook
space.
H3 or Rook G3 leave sometimes, it will be useful somewhere.
Wow.
Typical kind of for these modern...
And H6 played here.
yeah, not sure what is H6 exactly against, but just in case, yeah? He wants
No,
to
it's
just...
a good- it's a
also,
decent-
you're waiting a bit. Bishop B7, Bishop A6. You're waiting, and now Bishop A6. That's what you're waiting for, the Bishop D3 move. That's the idea.
Oh. Oh, he played it.
Yeah, no, that's why I go H6.
Wow.
Now you got that extra H6 tempo if you take on A6, and you're feeling really happy, though nobody cares.
Oh, he goes C4.
Oh, wow, I thought you trade. Actually, what is common in these structures, if you have already H4, you can go King F1, like freestyle chess, and then go Rook H3.
Oh, wow. And by the way, here D5 would be a terrible blunder, I believe,
Nice.
because of takes, and check, and you lose the bishop.
Nice, Chipo. Knight C6 first
He
played, I
played
think?
knight C6.
Yeah. Sometimes they go A3 in these positions to control the B4 square. I don't know if it's necessary here. Also, at some point, position is
Oh, he played it.
is ripe for like a move like somewhere, maybe a G4 somewhere, yeah.
But suddenly the evaluation dropped big time.
Sagar, after what we saw in last game, I don't think it matters
But
very
knight
much.
A5 or what exactly?
D4, no, D5, Queen A4.
Oh, D5 is the move.
Yeah, Queen A4, Bishop B7, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
But also you can castle. But I wonder if
Yeah,
castle,
castle.
how nuts is G4?
Oh,
Very nuts, yeah. D5, just D5.
wow. But also take.
Out
And
of
then-
G1.
I think in this game, when everything is at
F5,
stake,
yeah, F5, yeah. F5.
you don't play. Yeah, he won't go this way, right?
No,
like-
that's how I play with Aravindh. It's not good strategy. And then after my game, after I push G4, Aravindh wants to become 2800. I will not play with G4 every game, Aravindh. Okay, no, G4 is... Yeah, now I don't know. At some point you have to decide. Are you going to castle or are you going to go this... Rook H3
No,
feels
I
too
don't
adventurous.
think he'll castle.
No?
I don't think. I
Yeah,
think
also-
he wants to mate him.
You know what I don't like? The pawn on C4. It gives black the counterplay with D5. I don't like that
Exactly.
he's exposed himself in the center and on the queen side, in the king side. You have to choose where you fight. You can't fight everywhere.
But he wanted to keep this bishop, so he had to do it.
Should have traded the bishop and attacked without it.
But look at him, B4, threatening B5,
Okay, that's nice.
forcing him to go
Oh
back.
yeah, that's nice.
And now maybe
Maybe Rook G1?
Rook G1 with... But then knight will settle here, right?
I don't know. The settlers will be expelled. 95.
Aha, 95 then. Okay. Let's see if he goes.
Okay, I'm
Rook
just trying
G1.
to make sense of his way his pieces are placed. Of course, castle is the
I
most
think
normal move.
G4, G5 is on his mind. But
For sure.
does he want to
Queen
do
E2
it?
first, maybe. Queen E2 first, flexi. I like Queen E2. Non-committal.
Wow.
Yeah. I
Like,
can predict bad human moves.
no, but I think you are able to predict their moves because they are also thinking like strong players and you are also strong. So like I've seen this happening always that strong players, even if they are slightly weaker moves than engines, they are able to sort of think alike.
Yeah, that's why some players think that they can detect cheating because they think
Yeah.
that most humans think alike. But I'm not sure about that though. And D6 E5 is always there. I think white should really forget this whole thing. Just castle. Just let it go. Let it go, please.
That
forget
would
it.
be
Yeah, just
really
forget
sad.
It. No, but not so sad. Just forget it because E5 is, when you go G4, E5 is gonna hit you in the center and it's gonna end really badly. So just castle short.
Yeah.
Pretend the H4 was there for the show and move on with this game.
Because when you castle, then knight H5 and suddenly the H4 pawn is
this
also
is okay.
weak.
This is okay. Yeah, maybe. Actually, yes. Because if you can even maybe, there's Queen E4 though, double attack. So maybe not.
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking about a move like if Knight G4, I have Queen E4. I think you can castle safely here. I don't see why not. I also don't see any other way to play.
I also think Yakkuboev is thinking all the things that you are thinking right now. That's why he's not making the move. He's thinking, should I castle?
Oh,
Should I
would
go?
have castled very fast, so I think he's having different thoughts. But he's thinking too long also. It's a blitz game.
He wants
Yeah.
to castle.
Yeah, of
Wow,
course, of course.
that's a good one.
It's probably by far the best move.
Guys,
Sometimes you have to
we are
accept.
having like real upgrade in the commentary here because we are able to understand the thought process behind these players. So
Harshit was doing incredible job for so many days, and you throw him under the bus
no,
like
no,
that.
no, no,
Sire.
no. I'm talking about myself.
Ah,
Harshit,
okay.
Of course, amazing guy.
You didn't say committed.
But
You
where
said
is
guy.
he?
You said guy.
But
Okay.
where is he?
Yeah, Harshit is having a better time than we do. That's for sure.
But where?
That's Harshit's
Okay, rookie 8.
everywhere at once. Just bring rooks to center. Yeah, rook d1, rook e1, rook f1 probably to start with. Be a little bit careful of e5 somewhere. Some tactics on the e and d file, but I guess it's okay still. I would think you can safely play rook e1. The issue with the pawn on h3 is you can't tuck away the bishop nicely to h2
Yeah,
because then knight g4 comes.
yeah, that's terrible. Actually, this entire thing
Knight e4.
that feels like black has placed his pieces perfectly, but white not so much because of this pawn on h4.
Yeah, I wouldn't be so skeptical for white's position either. I think it's okay. Black also maybe prefers knight on d7 than on c6. You know, black is also not fully perfect. The bishop on b7 is behind that knight. I think
Knight b8 maybe now.
well, that would be you know
Too much.
that's not worth. It's not worth 2 tempi, but knight
Oh, he
h5.
goes knight h5.
Wow. Okay, bishop h2.
Yeah, now go back. Oh, but
Oh, then d5. No,
Does he
he wants d5. He doesn't want to take the pawn because knight d6, but he wants to go d5.
because
Now
this
that yeah,
wow, d5 on the board.
and this looks really good for black.
Because if you take with the c pawn, then e pawn unleashes the rook.
Yeah, I think he should have maybe done something else. Maybe bishop to e3 actually to cover the e file.
Ah, here.
But maybe something else, yeah. But because now after bishop h2, d5, suddenly there's concrete problems. Jonas is in control in this game, but after what we've seen last game, still
Yeah.
the nerves are so high. The moment clock will run down, things will get
But
crazy.
they should really speed up. Like, I think Jonas has made use of time well. He has 3 minutes. while
Jonas
Nodirbek-
can also, frankly, just smoothly win this game, yeah, because position is for now really, really good, and white can sometimes collapse in such situations. I've seen white collapse a lot in such positions.
CD? ED, yeah?
ED, yeah,
Just
yeah.
take with...
Just maybe go knight away, bishop h4, knight e5, yeah,
So knight c3,
or d2, I don't know.
but then d4 would be hanging, right?
h5 is hanging for now as well.
Okay, so by the way, knight c3 played. And now he can actually win a pawn like this, but he can
Bishop
also win
d6,
this
bishop-
pawn,
oh.
right?
Yeah, you can do that.
He can take the b4 pawn.
I was thinking bishop d6, bishop f6. Bishop d6 is nice, but actually bishop b4 is stronger.
Take the pawn.
Yeah, just take the pawn, hit the knight as well, and then go bishop d6 after that. Black's position is just overwhelming. Just a free pawn.
Yeah.
Is there some knight e5 tricks? Takes queen h5, knight e5, bishop e5, bishop a1. No, take on e5 first. I think
Oh,
is
sorry.
nicer. Bishop bishop e5, I guess. Bishop a1. Sometimes could be some attacking
Some
ideas, but I don't
BG7.
see how.
Oh, he took bb4. It's on the board. He played queen d2. Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, bishop d6.
Go back, yeah?
It's a little bit late to do damage control, I feel, with white. He just a pawn down. But actually, okay,
How
it's-
about
it's-
just take this
no.
knight and then put this knight here?
why give the bishop pair?
He
No,
went, but where did he?
Why to f5? When the bishop d6?
Oh, he went bishop
contesting.
a5.
No, he should have contested the e5 and f4 squares. I don't think bishop a5 makes
But
a lot
I
of
think
sense.
when you said bishop d6, he would have played. Oh, knight e5 is not possible.
Exactly. That's why I
D4
play.
is
That's why I play bishop d6.
Aha,
Also, e5 is hanging.
nice.
Bishop
you can-
a5 is a mistake. Now white has actually chances again. With the e5 square under his control, he can claim to have some practical compensation.
Right.
Bishop a5 is a very strange positional mistake. I don't understand it.
Jonas comes back. He wants to get his knight into the center.
Okay, knight b5. I don't know. This can definitely turn around. I mean, a lot of threats. He
Oh,
played already
knight
knight b5.
b5.
There are
Oh,
threats.
he played it.
Yeah, maybe bishop a6 is there still lucky, but the rook c1. I think white has the initiative. Things are really turning around. Yeah, I don't know rook c1. Black's bishops are looking really, especially the bishop on a5. He placed it there himself. That is absolutely crazy.
Wow, it's
Wow.
actually pawn down, but so much play with all the pieces.
It looks like it was a great sacrifice at some point, you know, but it was really just a blunder.
He suddenly got everything working for him.
Yeah, crazy. And Jonas really has it's his own wrongdoing, and now he's under massive pressure. I think he'll probably lose this game.
Oh, he goes rook c8. You can't still fork here because your bishop
Bishop
is
f5.
hanging.
Bishop f5.
Ah, bishop f5.
Oh, no, win material.
He finds it. He finds it. It's
There's
over.
nothing to find. It's just easy. It's just entering. Wow.
Oh my God.
His position collapsed in no time.
Nodirbek Yakkuboev is now just few moves away from booking a spot in next year's Masters.
Wow, crazy. Crazy turnarounds. Very nervy tiebreak, this one, I have to say. I mean, I've seen a few, and they're great players. I know both of them. They're really good, but there's a lot of nerves there today. Very nervy games. So they must be very tired.
Yeah, that's true. But now, is there any way Jonas can pull something out from here?
Yeah, I'm looking. Maybe some takes a6, but I don't think so.
Take here.
Yeah,
Queen
takes a6.
a6.
Maybe queen b3 in the worst case. Just knight d7, queen d5. It's just collapsing. I'll win an exchange and have a better position. I'm all for saying that there is a chance, you know, and there really always is a chance. But here, you're losing material, plus your position is collapsing too.
Oh, he just took on c8.
And there is knight c. Wait, knight c7, rook e2 though.
By the way, he took back.
Oh, knight
with
e5. Yeah, knight c8, knight e5 now. Just white keeps the initiative going. Besides having material advantage.
What's the move you said?
Knight c7 is rook
knight
e2.
c7.
But there's no
Oh,
knight,
there is
knight,
rook e2. Wow, that's a nice save.
knight e5. That's why it's a much better move.
But it's tempting to go c7, yeah, but he has
Wow.
to see.
He'll see that still. Okay, just 95.
And
He's
by the
very
way,
nervous, but
45 seconds. Actually, Yakkuboev, I thought had great nerves, yeah, but maybe he's getting a bit tensed here.
yeah, he's using them right now. They're shaking.
A4.
No need. It's okay,
A4.
but 95 was just, I think, crushing. Maybe I missed something, but I think 95 looks very good.
Let's see, 95. Yeah, that was a great move. A4.
4 doesn't ruin. Okay, now 95 with the tempo, yeah?
Ah, he gets it.
Yeah.
I think Jonas,
Jonas is.
is gone here. Now
yeah,
even knight
yeah.
c7 should work, right?
He must be exhausted at this point. Yeah, just everything is collapsing. He's blundering everything. Yeah.
Oh, he resigns. Nodirbek Yakkuboev is the champion of the Prague Challengers 2025.
Yeah, this was really the amazing turning point because Bishop d6 is such a natural move and nothing is happening here.
Yeah.
Nothing's happening here. He wants to play more, but I think that's it. I think that's it. We also want more. We would love more, but I think that's it, really. I think next year more.
Yeah, it's like Yakkuboev, I think, deserves a spot in the next year's Masters.
So does Jonas, but this can be the only one. Maybe if Jonas gains a lot of rating, maybe organizers could consider inviting both of them. You know,
Yeah,
if
because
Jonas,
he was so close.
yeah, if he especially gains more rating, even, and it would seem justified. Otherwise, it's fair game. You know, you lose the tiebreak, yeah, you don't get the spot. It's normal.
True.
But it could be nice if he anyway becomes good enough to be qualified to play in the Masters. That would be nice if both of them will still come back.
By the way, they are still sitting there. I think there is something that's still left or not. No, it's done, yeah? I think Anish, you will
they're
also have
asking
to
if
go.
they can split
Oh,
it.
Harshit Bhai is here.
He's back alone, yeah.
Harshit Bhai, where were you? Oh,
You know, I remember this Grishuk interview, yeah? It's none of your business where I'm sleeping, with whom I'm sleeping, you know, that's famous. It's none of your business.
Harshit Bhai feels like the person who is like, you know, coming in and like, what just happened?
So there is the Russian fairy tale about the bear, and they're like, who stole my place, you know? Sakar
Yeah.
was full of praise of your commentary earlier today. Really saying all the time that I miss Harshit. And
I don't
Harshit
know,
would have
now
never
that
made
you
this
say
mistake.
I don't
Harshit would have never blundered like this. He always explains all the moves.
No, I think Harshit Bhai, I mean, Anish joined us, so it was really cool
Yeah, of
that
course.
he was there. And now that you are also there, we have a champion, Nodirbek Yakkuboev.
Wow. And he won from this position, yeah?
Yeah, from white.
From this position, the guy put Jonas put the bishop on a5, which was the beginning of the root cause of his problems. And then knight came, and everything came. Suddenly all collapsed.
Oh, wow. But I think the way Yakkuboev was playing at this event, it
Yeah,
was
I think
clear
he-
that he was a big favorite in this matchup. Also, he has experience, right? Because I think, of course, it's a great result by Bjerre to even come to play this tiebreaks. But like Yakkuboev winning Qatar Masters and also like being in this situation of playing tiebreaks, I think it definitely plays a role.
True, true. By the way, we can have a long shot of just this closing
Yeah,
all
just
to show
breaking it
people.
apart. The table.
No, there's this one shot that we have where everyone can see what's going on up there. So we already, you can see in the front row, we already have all the guests of honor who have joined in. And by the way, Harshit bhai, Anish finished second.
Oh, congrats.
So Aravindh, then Anish, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, there's only one winner really here. Everybody shared second place, but it was a tale of one warrior.
But still, I mean, if someone told you at the end of round 7 that you would finish second, you
Yeah,
would be like,
no, of course. I
it's-
couldn't have imagined it.
Yeah.
But it really was, I mean, like a one-man show, in the end. I mean, Pragg didn't put up a great performance throughout, but in the end, he came short. And Aravindh just, really... sometimes you have these tournaments where there's just one winner, and this was one such, yeah.
So maybe we end this, should we call it a day? And I think we'll head up to the closing ceremony to attend it and see you all. This is the end of Prague International Chess Festival 2025. We were here for
About 10 days, yeah.
and had an amazing time. Thank you all for following and see you all next year.
Bye-bye.
Stay still by my side. So pretty and so kind.
I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind, forever.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries it has endured wars, revolutions and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympiad, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.